Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 along with our gaming partner Logitech as well as a fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Fluky. Join me for this one is going to be Llama. We've got some two exciting BO3s today coming up for us. The first one is going to be Ragnarok going up against Neon Esports. And the second best of three of the day is going to be between Whoops as well as Reaper Hashtag. So those are the two matches we've got lined up for today. This is a double elimination bracket, and yeah, Lama, today is going to determine which two of these teams have an easier time with the tournament compared to the other two ones who might have to fight on the brink of elimination.
Yeah, definitely. So today is going to be the upper bracket, and whoever loses in this will obviously go to the lowest bracket, and will still have a chance to come back into the, have a chance at this championship. Skyesports is hosting. Again, if you look at the roster, it shows clearly that we have game one and game two today in the winners bracket. Neon Esports versus Ragnarok, who lost against Whoops yesterday, and secured the spot against Neon Esports.
Hmm.
And in game two, we have Hashtag.Reaper versus Whoops. And in that, we saw Whoops win against Ragnarok, getting the top seed and playing against Hashtag.Reaper in this. So, really amazing teams that have come to the winners bracket through the Indian
Hmm.
qualifiers and the invited teams as well. So, what do you expect the games are going to be like today?
I mean, the game should be interesting to say the least. Now, Ragnarok is a team that is definitely strong in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game, and Neon Esports too are no slouches when it comes to to those first 10 to 15 minutes of the game. So, I expect there's going to
Yeah.
be a lot of back and forth action in this first game
Hmm.
here, at least. But Ragnarok is, sort of notorious for for being a team that is very, very good at finding those early pickouts and being very, very strong in the laning phase. But past the 10 to 15 minutes, in the game, they tend to drop the ball a little bit and
Yeah.
almost lose all the tempo that they've built up over the course of the early game. So that's something that they're going to have to look out for because against a team like Neon Esports, they're going to be very, very, they're just going to have their eyes set on punishing that.
Yeah.
These are not teams that don't do their homework. They know where you're weak and they're going to hit when the iron's hot
Yeah,
or
definitely.
strike when the
And
iron's hot.
also, and also,
Yeah.
I don't know if Ragnarok has a coach or not, but we all definitely know that Neon Esports has Chuan, who is their coach and also will be helping them through the drafting phase. And again, this is another question that always comes to my mind, having this coach who is such a huge personality in the Dota 2 scene, and having his brains, having his uh, efforts come into
Expertise.
play. Yeah, his expertise come into play in this drafting phase and throughout the game, if you look at it. So how do you think that will affect this first game that we have between Neon Esports and Ragnarok?
I mean, having a sixth person doing all the drafting for you, really takes a lot of pressure off of your, whichever player was going to do the drafting in their place. And
Yeah.
usually it's the position five. In some cases, we've seen it's the position three, as with S4. While he was playing on, I believe it was OG, and then his own team Goon Squad. He was the one, the being the captain. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's definitely something that enables the other five players to instead just focus on the game entirely and focus on, playing. And the coach always becomes
Hmm.
like a sixth player on the team, right? Like he's not really the
Yeah.
one playing the game. He's the one, picking all the pieces. He's the one deciding what sort of matchups you're going to face and what sort of style you're going to play when you play against a
Yeah.
particular team. So just having somebody do all that homework, it really relieves a lot of pressure and allows players to
Yeah.
perform.
Yeah, definitely. And again, if we look at today's game, it's going to be Neon Esports versus Ragnarok. And I think we have Neon's roster ready right up here. And yeah, I mean, these players are really, really amazing when they play together. We have seen a lot of games coming out from them. We have the like an amazing team setup. Fortune Soul, who is
Hmm.
their carry, Valky, their mid laner, Enryu, their off lane, Fearless, Fearlessla and Hated as
Hmm.
their supports. So yeah, a really amazing plays coming out together from this entire team. And again, with the coach drafting and he also doing the homework on the opponent's team, takes a lot of pressure off of them, and they're able to focus more on the game, as you said. So
Yeah.
amazing players, amazing teamwork, and let's see how they go on with today's games.
Yeah, and Ragnarok are definitely gonna have their hands full because they are just five players, right? So somebody else has to take up the responsibility of not only doing the homework on the enemy team but also strategizing. And when it's more
Yeah,
of a team effort, when everyone chips in, it definitely becomes a little easier. But you have to remember that Neon Esports are no slouches when it comes to doing homework, and they will absolutely crush any mistake that Ragnarok do make. So uh,
yeah,
the pressure is on Ragnarok in a way because they have to understand that Neon Esports, they might not respect them when they actually go into the game. It could potentially be that Ragnarok still have the better draft, but Neon Esports still just strong arm their way through the game simply because they're more confident and they're more they have more faith in each other as well as in their abilities to
yeah.
win the game. And that's a
Hmm.
recurring theme amongst teams who consider themselves better than their opponents. They're not going to give you that respect. You're going to have to earn it. And
Yeah,
Ragnarok, yeah, they're going to have their hands full if that's what they want to do. So
yeah.
let's
And
have a look at their roster and see what they're made of.
yeah. Okay, so on
Well,
Team Ragnarok, we have MNZ, HBK, Kaneki, Pinkman, and Archmage. And I think you casted their game yesterday. Would you like to take over on these players and their playstyles?
I mean, if you've been around for a while, if you've been watching Indian Dota since the dawn of time, you should recognize most of these names. I think the
Yeah.
only two players people might not know about are MNZ and HBK, but even they have earned a name for themselves recently. And HBK playing the position three on the Ragnarok roster, as well as MNZ playing the position one. Uh,
Hmm.
even Kaneki towards the mid lane, he's been a solid mid laner since. Time immemorial. So yeah, Ragnarok are definitely gonna have some good synergy as well as a good mix of raw skill as well as some experience guiding the team. But it's gonna be a little difficult for sometimes it can be a little difficult for players who perhaps have been playing for a while to adapt to new ideas and to just sort of go with the flow of the young blood, so to say, and really
Yeah.
keep up with the pace of the game. Not to
Hmm.
say that Kaneki is old by any stretch of the imagination, but there's definitely something to be said about more experienced players playing the game a little bit more methodically, while the younger players are more opportunistic, looking out for any mistake that the opponent team makes and ready to pounce on it at a
Yeah.
moment's notice. While
Yeah.
the other ones are like, "Wait, hold on, guys, hold on a sec. What if that's a bait? What if that's what they want us to do?" And yeah, I mean, striking that balance is going to be key for Ragnarok if they want to take this series against Neon Esports.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, as you said, like a mixture of both young bloods and old experienced players is always, I think, a good thing in any team. Like if you look at the
Hmm.
old OG team, like when they went through the miracle run, they did have like new young players and like example Thompson that
Yep.
we have never heard of, who looks at the game in a completely different way than any other mid laner that we had seen so far. So I think that was one of the reasons that OG were able to have that miracle run as well. So definitely having young blood and old experienced players in a team definitely makes them really
Hmm.
really strong. So
Oh yeah.
let's see what happens, in this game. Like both the team, Neon Esports, Ragnarok, both very have a lot of experienced players and some new players as well. So yeah, definitely going to be an interesting match against these two powerhouses coming in from the Philippines and a team
Mhm.
from India as well.
Yeah, I mean, Neon Esports, if if people who've been around in SEA Esports, and even if you haven't been around, you've definitely heard of the name Neon Esports. Skembelu used to be on that roster, a couple of years ago. He was the one who really took the team to new heights, and now they're back in Dota with a new roster. So it's gonna be excited to see what they can accomplish in the new season because you have to remember this tournament is sort of happening before the new DPC season comes up, so this is almost like a prelude to what's about to happen now. The cool thing to note is that the big patch that is supposed to drop is probably going to drop after the end of the first major. So I imagine it's going to drop sometime around February, which is why if any team has actually been practicing since before TI and has had a consistent roster, they are going to have a big advantage over some of these other people coming in who have formed their roster after the post TI 11 roster shuffle, as people like to call it. So
Yeah.
Neon Esports, they announced their roster, just a while back. I imagine that they have put it together up only recently, but at least some of
Hmm.
these players must have played with each other before to come together and then form this team. So, just having that little bit of extra synergy going on for you, having that extra 3 or 4 months on you compared to another team really helps. And
Yeah.
Ragnarok, I think they too have. I mean, the players are aware of each other, but I don't think they've played with each other too much in a competitive setting. I know Pinkman, Kaneki, and MNZ have played with each other, but Archmage as well as HBK, these guys are the ones who are sort of new to the stack. So they sort of need to make a place for themselves, find a role to fill, find some shoes to fill, and hopefully they're able to have the impact that's needed. Because, like I said earlier, I mean, I don't like to I don't like to cut corners. I don't like to pretend. That something is that it isn't. I want to be very honest when I say this, that Neon Esports is the clearly favored team. They are much stronger. So
Yeah.
Ragnarok, they are fighting an uphill battle, and it's gonna have to take a lot of grit and determination for them to take this one down. Because chances are the early lanes might not go as well, and if their mid game does not go well, it's gonna take a lot of discipline and a lot of belief in self as well as your teammates to hold on and to be like, guys, it's okay. They're still human. They're still people at the end of the day. They're still gonna make some mistakes, and all we have to do is just wait, be a little bit patient, and keep a cool and calm head about ourselves so that we can exploit those mistakes when the time comes, and perhaps maybe even have a chance to win this whole thing. So,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what Ragnarok are probably going to be looking to do. With that said,
Yeah.
though, I want to know what you think, Lama. If you were woken up in the middle of the night and there was a gun to your head, and you were forced to pick between one of these two teams, or you were going to be shot, which team would you pick and why?
I'd definitely go with Neon Esports. Obviously, it's the favorite team here. They are really experienced. We've seen them play, and they've been proving really dominant throughout the series. Because I think throughout the entire group stages, they dropped one match, I think, and they won
Hmm.
all the other through a dominant series, like almost 2-0ing every opponent they had. And they did win all the three matches that they had in the group stage as well. So they seem to be really dominating, and they had, I think, two or three comeback games as well. So
Hmm.
they have this really huge comeback potential. Having this again, having a lot of experienced players. But when you come to see on the side of Ragnarok, they do have
Hmm.
Kaneki, who is really experienced in the Dota 2 scene,
Hmm.
and also I think a lot of pressure might fall on him if they're falling behind. Because I think as you have more and more experience playing Dota, and especially in a competitive scene, you grow used to that stress. Grow used to when you have fallen behind, and having that confidence still to make a comeback. Whereas having new bloods on the team, it's going to be a little hard for Kaneki, because he has to give that motivation for the rest of the team, have to help them get over their if they're scared, or if they have a fear within them, telling that, okay,
Hmm.
this is going really bad, what's going to happen. So yeah, a lot of pressure does fall onto them, but again, it depends on the team, how much trust they have on each other, how they are able to play in these stressful situations, and if they are able to come out on the top. So definitely both the teams have the potential to win this best of 3 series. But Neon, being the dominant force that we have seen them to be, might have a slight advantage in the series. But again, pulling nothing away from Ragnarok, they do have an equal amount of chance coming into this best of 3 series.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there. I also believe that Neon Esports are going to take this match, and it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for Ragnarok. But I'm going to hold on to that for a second and talk about our official fantasy partner, Fanclash. Fanclash is actually an app where you can make in-game predictions based on the matches that are going on at the moment. For example, so with these matches, and make some money for yourself, by deciding or by predicting who's going to take the win and who's not. And there's lots of cool opportunities for you to win prizes, and you might even get to meet some of your favorite pro players. They have a lot of interesting stuff on that app, so you might want to download it and check it out. As we jump into the game soon enough, we'll be live with the draft. But yeah, big shout out to Fanclash, and big shout out to our gaming partner Logitech as well as AMD for making this happen. But enough about our sponsors. Let's just jump straight into the game, Llama, between Ragnarok and Neon Esports. We've got one banner already from Ragnarok. It's going to be the Broodmother, and it seems that they've done their homework.
Yeah, they definitely both the teams are going to be looking at similar early stage bans because these
10
heroes
seconds
in this
remaining.
patch especially are really really a big problem. Like I
5
don't think there has been a
seconds.
single match where the Broodmother has been left out of the first phase bans. And looking
It is
at Team
Radiant's
Ragnarok's ban, it's
ban.
going to be the Broodmother. And from the side of Neon Esports, they go ahead with the Silencer ban. Again, Silencer having this huge team fight potential and also the ability to stop team fights from happening, or if a person from
Dire's
Ragnarok
turn to
is
ban.
going to be in a difficult situation, Silencer is able to get them out of that with the global silence. So yeah,
Hmm.
it's a really really good early game ban. And we
Radiant
see Ragnarok
Judas
coming out with the Razor ban again. I think
Retaliate.
yesterday you were talking about the Razor and how strong,
Dire's to
how much
Radiant's
potential he
turn to
has
Ember
in this
Spirit.
patch. And it
Hmm.
definitely shows. Oh my god, okay, wait.
Mirana.
These drafts are going super
All right.
fast. I think both teams have done their research and they know what they're looking for. They definitely have an Ember being picked first on the side of Neon. Usually Ember gets banned out in the
10
first phase
seconds.
along with the Broodmother, but since it's been let through, Neon
5
grab it up. And
seconds
again, we've
remain.
seen Ember being really really effective. He has the jump potential, he has the escape potential,
Hmm.
and he has a lot of team fight initiation potential as well. Whereas on the side of Ragnarok, we have Winter Wyvern, who again is a solid support coming in with that huge burst damage potential, and also having that controlling
Oh yeah.
ultimate ability coming from him. So what do you think about these early stage bans and picks? They have gone like super fast. I think
Hmm.
Ragnarok have hit
It
a
is
stumble in
Radiant's
their drafting
ban.
phase, now taking a bit
Legion
of time to
Commander.
Oh
go with their
what?
second pick. Whoa. Okay,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
let
So
you go ahead with this.
yeah, so the reason, I, gave a very nice audio sound effect there is because when you see a silencer banned out by a particular team,
10
they
seconds
are
remaining.
basically posturing towards and saying that, hey, it's likely that we're going to
5
pick up
seconds
the Enigma
remaining.
for ourselves. So you better start thinking
Dire
about that and
team
you better
ban.
start like accounting for that in your game. But then Neon Esports completely ignored that, picked up the Ember Mirana. Now, that's a very
Hmm.
strong duo because you've got the searing chains into the arrow, and that frees up or that allows you to pretty much get any kill on the map.
Yeah.
10
And
seconds remaining.
Ragnarok sort of had to give an answer to that. So their answer
5
was
seconds
not
remaining.
picking up the Enigma for themselves, instead
Radiant
ignoring
team
it
ban.
entirely and going for the LC instead. Now, the LC can dispel the Mirana stun, it can remove the Searing Chain, so it's definitely not a bad pick over here. But I'm
Dire
not too
team ban.
sure if picking LC this early is a wise move because now you're going to spend a couple of bans trying to make sure that the LC does not have a hard time unless
Yeah.
Ragnarok are, feeling a little bit wild and
Radiant
you know,
team
I mean,
ban.
I don't know how to put it, but it's going to be very unheard of if they decide to go with the mid Legion commander, which is also something that I've occasionally see certain teams do. It doesn't work. I've never seen it work before, but there is this idea that the Legion commander can sometimes be played from the mid lane
10
if
seconds
Hmm.
you've
remaining.
got the right heroes.
Yeah, definitely. And
5
also,
seconds
I'd like to
remaining.
ask you another thing. I have seen quite a bit of Winter Wyvern being played mid as well. Do you think there is a potential for that to happen here? I mean, yeah, I think Winter Wyvern's pretty decent against the Ember Spirit. He's able to stop the, jump on to himself from the Ember Spirit with the heal that he has. But do you think there is a potential for that to happen, or probably not going to see that happen in this game?
Dire team ban.
Uh, I'm not too sure. I think I actually lost you there for a second. Can you just repeat what you said?
Yeah, like what I was saying is
Dire team
I've
pick.
seen quite a bit of Winter Wyverns in my
Radiant
games
team
going
pick.
for playing in the mid lane. I mean, definitely, I'm
Oh,
nowhere near the top level that Neon Esports and Ragnarok are at. So, do you think there's a possibility for Winter Wyvern to go mid?
I mean, I've seen that. I've seen the Winter Wyvern mid in pubs before. I've had the misfortune of playing
10
against one.
seconds remaining.
It can be a pretty
Hmm.
devastating last pick if you have
Yeah.
5
no answer
seconds
for it. But
remaining.
Winter Wyvern mid, there's nothing in particular this game that tells me that Winter Wyvern mid is good unless Ragnarok knows something about the hero that I don't, and it's
Yeah.
very likely that
Yeah.
they could potentially pick up this Wyvern as some sort of a farming core where you try to scale into the mid game with maybe a Witchblade, an Axe, a BKB, some combination of those items, and
Radiant
try to
team
have
pick.
impact by dealing a ton of damage. And the Winter Wyvern definitely has a lot of damage if he maxes out the Q as well as the Splinter Blast. So he
Yeah.
is a massive threat. But Ragnarok, I like seeing this. They've picked up the Snapfire to supplement,
Hmm.
the Legion Commander and help them out with damage. The
10
issue
Yeah.
seconds
is
remaining.
going to be that the lane is not going to be the
5
best playing
seconds
into
remaining.
a Pugna. Thing about a
Yeah.
Pugna is that he can just decrypt whichever target is dueling and just sort of heal back. So you can decrypt the LC theoretically and then start life draining your own life
Draining
into
him.
the guy who's being dueled. So
Yeah.
does give you some save potential, but we'll see if that does come through. That seems to be the idea for Neon Esports for now. But yeah,
Yeah. I
Winter
mean,
Wyvern, no idea, man. I have no clue if they pull that off. If they do, it's going to be interesting.
fun. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Pugna is, I think, a really good counter against the Legion commander, coming in with a Decapify and again the life drain on to the person who's being dueled as well. Yeah, and also Snapfire
Dire
as an
team
answer
pick.
to Pugna, I agree
Slark.
with sort of because uh, Snapfire has the ability to get the Pugna's ward down pretty quickly. And Ragnarok picks up a Slark, finally revealing their carry. And yeah, I think Slug's a
Hmm.
pretty good option here, but he has
10
his own
seconds
dispels, so he
remaining.
does not have to worry about the engagement coming in from the Ember Spirit and the Mirana.
5
And also
seconds
he'll be
remaining.
able to dispel the decryptify if it is on himself. So yeah,
Hmm.
Slark is definitely a good option, but we'll have to wait and watch what Neon Esports go for as their other two cores. Um, so yeah, probably looking for a tanky core, but again, someone who is able to deal with the Slark in the early game, because again, most of the tanks do suffer against the Slark in the early to mid game. So
Yep.
we'll have to see what Neon Esports might come up with here. And again, this Legion commander, and like I already see a lot of counters for him. I mean, through the Ember, Mirana, and Pugna themselves. I'm not sure how the Legion commander might be able to play around this and get the stacks of damage that she needs. What do you think is
Yep.
her best option going ahead into the game?
I think the Legion Commander needs
Radiant
some
team ban.
hero in the middle lane that deals a ton of magic damage. I was gonna suggest something like the Pangolia myself, but it seems like Neon Esports have picked it up. You basically
Mhm.
want a hero that can pump out damage while the duel is going on. So
Yeah.
any sort of magic burst damage hero can work. Uh, I'm not
10
sure
seconds
if
remaining.
Leshrak would make a very
Dire
good pick
team
considering
ban.
he is against a Pugna. The Pugna
Hmm.
can be rather annoying when it comes to the Leshrak trying to go in and just be the disco pony that he is and living his best life. But it's not the easiest when you're up against a Pugna and a Nether Ward that's constantly hitting you for a
10
ton of damage,
seconds
and then
remaining.
at the same time you're getting blasted in the face, you're getting life drained. There's
5
Angular
seconds remaining.
Swashbuckle, there's an Ember Spirit there with the Sleight of Fist Searing Chain. So it's going to be a hard game for the Leshrak to
Radiant
say the
team
least. But
ban.
yeah, they could potentially think about some sort of other mid lane pick. Alina is still in the pool. You've still got Zeus as a potential
Hmm.
pick over here. Not the best hero against the Pango and the Ember, but does provide you with a lot of damage. And that's sort of what Ragnarok need
10
right now. I
seconds
see the
remaining.
draft, and the first thing that comes to my mind is that they're going to be having some damage
5
issues.
seconds
So
remaining.
they
Yeah.
need to fix that by picking up a hero that is nothing but damage in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that. And also, looking at Neon Esports ban, they banned out the Bloodseeker in preparation to pick up the Pangolier. So I think Ragnarok did notice that, but they wanted to pick up their Slark before it got banned. So I think they went for that option better than the Pangolier. And again, as you said, they do have a pretty big, especially not just the damage problem, but a team fight control problem as well. Because all we see is Winter Wyvern and Snapfire who are able to initiate or take care of team fights. So I think someone who's able to help them with that, help them along the lines of
Hmm.
locking the opponents down or maybe helping initiate the team fight other than the Winter Wyvern's curse, I think it's going to be pretty hard. The Legion commander will have to come in with the duel in the early stage if they want to initiate onto someone. So someone like the Invoker, for example,
Yep.
solves most of the problems that Ragnarok had, coming in with the damage, the team fight control, with especially with the tornado. He's able to catch off people pretty far away. So yeah, I think now it falls down to Neon Esports' last pick. What do you think
10
they'll pick
seconds
against
remain.
this Invoker, since they do have the last pick against
5
Ragnarok? What do you
seconds
think they
remain.
might do on the last pick?
Mm, I think they are looking for a carry at the moment. Neon Esports, they're not too concerned about the
Yeah.
Invoker. They've already got the Ember Spirit in the mid lane.
Hmm.
If they think that the Ember Spirit matchup is particularly bad because of Tornado dispelling Flame Guard, or if they do believe that's what's going to happen, then they can always put the Pangolier in instead, and the Pangolier also does just fine against the Invoker. You've got the Swashbuckle
Yeah.
to run out of EMP range, you've got the Shield Crash and the Rolling Thunder to create all sorts of problems for the Invoker come, that 15 to 20 minute mark where Invoker gets his first big item like the Boots of Travel or the Witchblade if he's going for that sort of right click build. And
Yeah.
yeah, the Invoker is going to be taken care of. But when it comes to having a carry, they need some sort of answer to the slot. And the Gyrocopter is not something that I was anticipating because he does
Hmm.
not come to mind when you think about a hero that counters Slark, because Slark
Yeah.
is a hero that likes to go in and out. Gyrocopter, very, very
Yeah.
good at standing there and just whittling someone down with the Rocket Barrage. But yeah, I'm not too sure if that Gyro is going to have enough to threaten the Slark. I mean, it's a lot of damage. It's damage that goes through Shadow Dance as well. That's also something you have to remember with the call down and the
Yeah.
homing missile if it is casted before the shadow dance has been popped. So that could be some things that they considered while making this pick. But let's see. So far, I feel like Neon Esports has the slightly better draft, but not by that much when I think about it. And Ragnarok have a decent draft themselves. So yeah,
Yeah.
I think this should be a fairly even game.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But again, the one thing I see is MNZ on the Slark having a lot of escape possibilities. Like if Neon Esports is trying to engage onto him, he's almost able to dispel through anything because there is no immediate lockdown stun that I am looking at, except for maybe the Pango role, which might be able to lock down MNZ in place. But other than that, I don't see any other stuns that can catch MNZ off guard. Maybe an arrow coming in from the darkness of the forest maybe, but other than that, I think MNZ is looking to have a pretty decent game when it comes to this draft from both the sides. And as soon as the game starts, we see both the
Prepare
teams
for a
coming in
lesson.
with a smoke, probably looking
Prepare
to
for
get an early
battle.
ward down and maybe get a better positioning against the other team where they're able to pick up the first blood as well. So yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty fun game because for us, at least through the drafting phase, it does not look like any team has a particular advantage over the other. So it all comes down to how the teams play now, how the draft, I mean, how the laning phase goes, and how they're able to carry on into the mid game and how they're able to take down towers.
Oh yeah, I mean, you've got some really good scaling heroes on the side of Ragnarok. You've got the Slark, the Legion Commander with the dual damage. You've got the Invoker as well, who just gets better like fine wine over time. And Winter
Yeah.
Wyvern scales into the late game rather well too. He's got himself the Winter's Curse, which just gets better and better in power as the enemy carry gets more and more items. Whoever's unfortunate
Yeah.
enough to be next to him is just going to get shredded. And the Snapfire and the Legion Commander aren't too bad either. Now you look
Yeah.
over to the Neon side here. You've picked up a hero like the Pugna, who's very, very good at whittling down towers early on. And to
Hmm.
supplement that, you've picked up heroes that can fight early in the Gyrocopter, in the Ember, in the Pangolier. So they represent tempo this game, and I think they're going to try to play the game super fast on a timing and try to end it before Ragnarok are really able to come online and hit the timings that they want to.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, a lot of engagements. I think both teams have the possibility to push early game, but I think Neon Esports comes out slightly on the top in that position, especially because of the Pugna and the amount of damage he's able to deal with early levels of Nether Blast onto the tower. So again, in the off lane for Team Ragnarok, the LC and probably the Snapfire who's going to be laning with the LC will have a pretty hard time if they're not able to get rid of that T1 pretty fast into the game. So yeah, Pugna, I think it's going to be a Pugna Gyro lane. They both complement each other really well. Or it could be Gyro and Mirana lane, but I think Mirana is better played as a position 4 where she's able to make the rotations into the mid lane and secure some kills with the arrow. So yeah,
Hmm.
I think both teams have really good potential in the early game as well. Slightly leaning towards Neon just because of the pushing capacity that they have over Team Ragnarok. But then again, if Ragnarok decide to stick together and push towers, they'll be able to do it better than Neon Esports. Again, comes down to how these players play the early stages of the game, how the laning phases go, and how they're able to catch up on the farm that they require. And I think
Oh yeah.
we are getting right back into the game again. Both teams have smoked up and get this early ward down and get a better position onto the opponents. Let's see what happens from here.
Yep. Level 1 smokes by both teams to place early observer wards, and those two wards, they're dangerously close to each other. But no smokes were broken, so they aren't aware if a ward was or was not placed. MNZ using the night vision to his advantage on the Slark, scouting out
Yeah.
this rotation coming in from Neon Esports early on to try and get some sort of pick. And with that, Ragnarok should know exactly what's going on in the map and should be an even exchange in terms of bounty runes.
30
The
Yeah.
question
seconds to
remains though,
battle.
if someone is gonna get curious and try to go for that D ward or see if there's a ward planted there, but no such luck for Neon. It's just gonna be an even
Oh.
two bounty runes exchange for both teams. But wait, a ward got pinged here.
Yeah, so what happened was Valky went into the trees towards the side of Team Ragnarok Steven and got hit by the tower. So they
Hmm.
figured out there's a ward somewhere there, but they weren't able to
The
get it
battle
down in the
begins.
right spot. The ward is barely out of the sentry's area. So yeah, both teams
Ah,
secure two bounty runes each, and we head into the laning phase now.
oh yeah, I mean it's just a little bit outside range, but that's okay. I
Yeah,
mean, if at any point in the future Valky feels comfortable enough, he could pick up a sentry ward and deward that himself. Kaneki with the interesting decision to go Vex early on against the Ember Spirit. I have
hmm.
seen people favor Exhort more in
Yeah,
recent days on the Invoker, but yeah, I mean, this is also a potential solution to the sort of early tempo that Neon Esports are bringing, right? If they're going to be fighting a lot
yeah.
and the Invoker is Squash Vex, he's going to have a good time sapping away their mana.
Yeah, and I think both the players will have a really good lane in the mid lane because I think Ember does pretty well against the Invoker, but again the mana drain and the tornadoes coming in from Kaneki will be a bit of a problem for the Ember Spirit. Meanwhile, if you look at top lane, the LC has fallen quite a bit low, and I think he's
Hmm.
not going to be pretty happy in that lane again. The Gyro coming in with the homing missile and Pugna having that capacity to burst them down with the Nether Blast. Both
Oh,
HBK
yeah.
and Pinkman have fallen very low in their HP. It's going to be a pretty hard lane for them because, again, Pugna Gyro lane is pretty annoying, especially when it comes to decryptifying someone, homing missiling them, and rocket barraging them. It's pretty sure going to be able to take down the Snapfire or the LC. So, again, LC with the moment of courage is the only
Hmm.
possibility for her to survive the lane at to a capacity. What do you think about
Yeah.
how the bottom laning phase is gonna go?
The bottom lane should favor the Slark. It's a Slark versus a Pangolier. Not really a matchup that the Pangolier does too well in, but notice what's happening to the creep wave. Now, Neon's creep wave is a lot bigger than Ragnarok's creep wave down here in bottom, so it is going to make clashing around the creeps a little bit
Radiant's
harder, but
middle
MNZ
tower
will
is
draw
under
first
attack.
blood. A bounce catches the
Yeah.
Mirana a bit off guard, and looks like they will end up finding that kill. Top lane, though, just a little bit late, and they will find the Snapfire, but unfortunately for them, no bonus first blood goal going the way of
Yeah.
Fortune Soul. So might be a little bit upset about that, but regardless, it should be his race ban completed. Some extra region to work with in the lane, and HBK back up to full HP now with the moment of courage, like you mentioned. So
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, once he's got that third skill point, he's going to level up, press the attack, and after that, the Pugna is going to have a hard time threatening the Legion Commander. She should be able to sustain herself rather nicely with all those lifesteal procs. But the mid lane is okay, never mind. Top lane looks like that missile is going to find its mark, but nothing much is going to come of it as hated does one better. Is like, you know what? I know you're gonna dispel my decrep if I were to press the attack, so I'm not even gonna level it up. He just puts a point in the nether ward and
Yeah.
just annoys them with the minus mana regen aura that it provides.
Yeah. And again, I think the same thing in the mid lane as well. Valky not putting any points into the flame guard because he knows that it can be dispelled easily with the tornado. So, yeah. Kaneki taking tower damage. It falls quite low, but again, the Slide of Fist is on a cooldown and the Searing Chains are on cooldown as well. So, but with the creep wave pushing into tower, he might be able to do more damage onto Kaneki and might be able to
Dire's
secure a kill.
structures
But
are fortified.
Hmm.
looks like he's just
Ah,
going to be playing it safe.
yeah. What a great glyph as well coming in from Valky there. He actually glyphed right
Yeah.
as the tornado was about to end to prevent Kaneki from snagging two creeps, one of which was the flag creep. So, yeah,
Yeah.
now Kaneki, low on mana, doesn't really have enough for another
Radiant's
combo.
middle
And
tower
Oh!
oh
is under
no,
attack.
looks like Sukimoto
Oh!
rotated towards the mid lane with the arrow and is able to snipe Kaneki away. A little unfortunate for him as not sure if that rotation was called out, but top lane, Ragnarok, they're going to find some revenge. They managed to take down Fortune Soul as, like I said earlier, I mean,
Yeah.
Ragnarok, they've got a very solid early game where they do a lot of cool stuff, but it's going to come down to how well they play in the mid game. And MNZ taking a fair bit of damage as the creeps will be pulled towards that strong camp, enabling the wave to be shoved back a little bit. But MNZ, he doesn't really want to give them anything to work with over here, so he's going to try to contest them a little bit. Low on HP, doesn't really have a lot of regen left, and unless he's firing out some tangos on the courier, he's going to have to be careful with how he proceeds with these trades, because one bad trade and that could mean death for him. And Slark, very sensitive to early deaths. He's not really a hero
Yeah.
who can take a lot of time to recover. I mean, he can potentially do that, but you kind of want your Slark to have a good lane.
Yeah. I think Archmage is doing a really good job keeping MNZ alive, especially with the cold embrace. And even he's really good at zoning out the Pango as well and the Mirana with the Arctic burn. So, yeah, a really good lane. Meanwhile, in
Uh-oh,
the
mid
mid lane, we
lane.
see an engagement. But
Yeah.
Valky is just not going to take that EMP damage, deciding to remnant out of there. Yeah, and also, yeah, I want to talk
Radiant's
about that
top
as well. Like
tower is under
previously,
attack.
when Kaneki died in the mid lane, the Ember came out with a beautiful searing chain onto him and followed with the Mirana combo. He was able to get him down pretty easily. Again, we see him getting rooted. Mirana is
Oh
here with the
no.
arrow and the damage as well. But
Kaneki.
is Kaneki going to fall? No, he does get the
Oh my
ghost walk
god,
off
the
in time.
plays.
And he gets a kill onto the
Oh
Mirana in
boy,
return.
oh boy. Yep, Kaneki, yeah, just a casual shrug there. Dodges out the
Radiant's top
last
tower
hit
is
with the
under
Ghost
attack.
Walk and hit a top lane, Seppuku, to make sure that he's able to come back with full HP and full mana and actually have impact in the top lane. But yeah, great plays coming out from Kaneki, aware that
Yeah.
the Mirana could have potentially killed her, pops the wand, pops the fairy fire, and
Radiant's
turns
middle
that
tower
gank
is
around.
under
So
attack.
yeah, Kaneki, I mean, that has to be, when you see stuff like that, it really revitalizes your faith in your teammates, especially if you're playing on the side
Yeah.
lanes. You see your mid lane outplay two people at once, all of a sudden you're like, yeah, we can win this game potentially. Although Pinkman caught on the wrong side of those trees, trying to get a D ward off
Mhm.
is not really going to succeed. In fact, he
Yeah.
tried to get a ward up himself instead and is going to get that D warded. So lots of gold going the way of Neon Esports there.
Yeah. And again, Valky coming in with just the slight in the end and able to get the kill. Meanwhile, in the bot lane,
Oh
Pango
no.
is rolling on to the Slark and Archmage, and he's able to keep the Slark in control and will be able to get the kill with the swashbuckle. Archmage using the cold embrace on himself to keep him alive for a bit longer, but will he be able to get out of this trouble that he's in? Right clicking coming in from both the Pango and
Andrew?
the Oh man, the Mirana,
Yep.
both of them doing a lot of damage, and Andrew is able to secure the kill onto him. And I think they'll have a
Dire's
pretty
top
comfortable
tower
lane
is under
pushing
attack.
down as well. So the Slark,
Yep.
again, as you said, susceptible to the early stage death, needs to hit the level 6. Meanwhile, in the top
Oh
lane,
no.
HBK falls really, really low. The rocket barrage coming in, but the cookie save will keep him alive for the moment. HBK does not
Radiant's
have any
middle
Uh,
tower
sustain
I
on
is
him,
under
and
attack. Radiant's
yeah,
courier
go ahead.
has been killed.
He does have a TP out, so can make his way back towards safety and TP towards that tier 1 if he's got some region flying out. But instead, he's just going to choose to cut the wave instead and see if he can life steal off the creeps. In the mid lane, Kaneki, he did end up dying once while you were busy, catching action towards the watching action towards the bottom lane. But yeah, all of these deaths early on, they're starting to mount up here for Ragnarok. There's a big net worth lead in favor of Neon Esports, 3k, and Hated is going to find HBK again towards that top lane. And mid lane, Kaneki, soon to be next. Andrew, no patience whatsoever, won that Rolling Thunder. As soon as it's back off cooldown, he's straight towards the mid lane, trying to find some sort of pick-off, but a couple of nice moves coming in from Kaneki will enable him to stay alive, and that mid rotation doesn't really work out.
Yeah.
As Archmage as well as Pinkman are both there to ensure that nothing really goes wrong. Valky picks up 3 bounty runes. And something interesting to note about the bounty runes is that if you don't pick them up and you allow multiple bounty runes to spawn, it will still have the same value as the bounty rune that... I mean, it won't have the value of... the value of the bounty rune will not update with time. It will still give you money based on the bounty rune that was left there at, the 3-minute mark or the 6-minute mark, whenever it is that the bounty rune was left there. So a little bit annoying that... all those runes are left for your mid laner, but he's just going to go back to base anyway. Little unfortunate, but hey, that's just how life is sometimes.
Oh, duel coming out in the top lane. They duel the Gyrocopter and he's falling pretty low. But again, he does not fall. By the time the duel is over and Hated is here to provide Fortune Soul with the HP that he requires. And I think Pugna will just go back to the fountain, get to full HP and come back into the lane. But they don't successfully have a duel on. But Kaneki is here on the top lane to secure the kill onto the Gyro. I did not think he expected Kaneki to immediately come top for that kill. So, again.
Well, Valky looking for a revenge kill. He is going to succeed in finding Pinkman. Valky still with a double damage rune, just man-fighting HBK over here. The Legion Commander actually posing a bit of a threat. And soon enough, Kaneki should have the Tornado at the ready. Can he find the Ember Spirit? He's going to turn his attention towards Hated instead. There is another ward available, so he is going to be wary. And Tsukimoto looking to find some sort of pick-off. Trying to rotate out from that Radiant Triangle area. Nothing much is going to be found by either of these teams, but at the end of the day, they do prevent Valky from popping off. And Valky has been playing a mean Ember Spirit throughout this tournament. Speaking of which, well, looks like they will be able to find a kill up in the top lane, while in the bottom lane, Andrew forced to pop the Rolling Thunder as MNZ makes a play for his life and should now have some time to himself to farm away.
Again, on the mid lane, we see an engagement going on onto the Snapfire, but I think they're under the tower, they're pretty safe, and Valky's still looking to cause some trouble here. He gets the root onto the Invoker, making him fall quite low, but another TP coming in, trying to save him. Slark is here, leashes the Ember. The stun coming in from the Mirana, but he is able to dispel it in time. The Snapfire securing the kills with the Montemarcuses goes in favor of Team Ragnarok there.
Yeah, Valky really tried to push his limits there on the Ember Spirit, trying to get those 2 kills all by himself, but Pinkman hit 6 off that creep wave and was able to get the return kill with the Mortimer's Kisses. And now in the top lane, Kaneki makes a TP, but is unable to find anyone. That arrow, well, it's gonna miss. It's gonna be riding off into the sunset with all the other arrows that went off the map. So, yeah, not much to be found. But Valky has made a rotation towards the top lane. They are looking to find someone. Pinkman, Cold Embraced up already. Good awareness coming in from Archmage, realizing that the Ember Spirit was TPing in. But HBK, he's eaten a full call down along with the Rocket Barrage. He's going to end up dropping. The Winter Wyvern's going to die as well. 3 kills going the way of Neon Esports. Potentially a 4th one as Kaneki gets chained up. And Valky, he's not done yet. He really wants to go for this. But you can see Tsukimoto being like, buddy, I've got nothing. I've got no spells. Nada. Chill. So yeah,
Radiant's
they're just
middle
gonna
tower
take
has
their sweet
fallen.
time away from this top lane, farm that
Radiant's
creep
top
wave, get
tower
that
is
tower.
under attack.
A lot of pressure being applied by Neon Esports early on. A 6k net worth lead, only 13 minutes into the game. Ragnarok, they've got to be feeling that, you know, that they need to do something here. Otherwise, this game will go out of hand soon enough.
Yeah, they definitely do have a lot of pressure on their side, and again, losing the mid tower this early into the game is going to cause a bit of problems for them because a lot of the map gets opened up to Neon Esports now, and they're able to play a much aggressive way from now on. Whereas Kaneki now has to focus on defending his top tower and trying to secure some kills, maybe for HBK, because he's not had any dual damage wins yet. But I mean, again, these early dual
Dire's
damages,
top
although they
tower
are
is under
only
attack.
10 damage per duel, they do stack up to become quite a lot. So always a better idea to get the early game dual damage as well. So they haven't been able to secure any for now, and it might be a good idea for them to secure the top tower and get some kills onto him as well. Meanwhile, in the
Dire's
bottom
top
lane,
Yep.
I
tower
think
is under
MNZ
attack.
is doing pretty well, but Pugna coming in with a rotation and MNZ realizing that a lot of
Dire's
heroes from
top
the side
tower
of
has
Neon are
fallen.
missing on the map will look to head back from the T1. So yeah, I think he's doing
Yep.
pretty fine. He has a decent amount of farm as well. If you look at the net worth, the Pango and the Slark are
Radiant's
quite there on
bottom
the top,
tower is
because
under
both of them
attack.
have not been involved in these team
Dire's
fights
middle
and
tower
have
is
been
under
farming
attack.
throughout the entire 14 minutes of the game.
Yeah, Neon Esports are really the ones applying a lot of pressure over here. Ragnarok, it
Radiant's
seems
bottom
like
tower has fallen.
they were trying to match that tempo, but now with the bottom tier one tower gone, the only place where they can really make a stand here is in this mid lane. They have opened up the map a little bit towards the top side, so that is going to enable Kaneki to finish up his first major item in the Witchblade,
Radiant's
but he's
bottom
still
tower is
500
under
gold
attack.
short off it, and oh no, never mind, the
Yeah,
mid tier one was actually also lost, so there's nothing to be defended there. Pinkman and
yeah.
Archmage need a sleight of fist change to the face as Neon continue to pressure towards the tier 2 tower, trying to force out some rotations. They will succeed, and that's all they were looking to do, just to get them to come to this part of the map. And now they're gonna enjoy farming away, but MNZ, well, he's got other ideas. He's gonna jump in straight to the Slark, and he's gonna get blown up with the Mortimer's Kisses as well as the overwhelming odds coming through with the LC. And now it's time for revenge. Neon Esports with the Rolling Thunder looking to find some kills, but the Winter's Curse is gonna stop the Pangolier right in his tracks, and the Ember Spirits is gonna be there as well. Great bounce setup coming in from the Ember, but do they have the damage to find Valky? No, they do not. Perfect sleight of fist into the Remnant out. Valky is gonna be safe as MNZ now turns his attention towards the Pangolier. Arrow coming through on HBK, but he will survive. The duel will be won and he will be able to live. But Valky cleaning up on the backlines, managed to find Pinkman. Invoker getting low as well. MNZ doesn't have the Shadow Dance, so has to be a little bit careful with how he approaches this fight.
Oh,
Oh, never mind, he actually still does.
Radiant's
He's
bottom
got the
tower
Shadow
is
Dance to
under
keep him
attack.
alive. He's gonna be able to find those kills, but yeah, a close engagement here for the side of Neon Esports. At the end of the day, they
yeah.
lose their
Radiant's
Mirana, they
bottom
lose the
tower
Pugna
is
and the
under
Pango,
attack.
and Ragnarok, they lose their Legion and the Snapfire. So a worthy trade. MNZ
Yeah,
gets some essence ship stacks
definitely.
off of it.
Yeah, definitely. And they did lose the Pugna in the previous, like in the earlier stage of the fight as well. So I think Ragnarok did end up on top in that team fight. But again, if you look at Neon Esports, they're still at a 6k net worth lead at 16 minutes into the game. So that is quite high. And if they're able to secure more kills and keep this pressure onto the side of Team Ragnarok, they're going to be pretty happy and they're going to be pretty satisfied with how the game is going so far. Again, like look at the pressure that they have. As soon as they see the invoker go bot, they start rotating towards the bot, start pushing that side of the map again, and still keeping the pressure onto the mid lane as well, because they still have an eye towards that side. So yeah, these tower push, these early game tower pushes coming in with the Pugna and the Ember.
Time of
Ember
scanning.
does have a double damage inside his bottle as well. So ooh, Pugna might get caught off guard here, but he does break a smoke coming
Mm,
in from Ragnarok.
oh yeah. I
Yeah,
mean, this is just standard, support sacrifice.
Dire's
The
top
tactical
tower is
feat to
under
yeah,
make sure
attack.
that his teammates do not tank the gank, and yeah,
Radiant's
Ragnarok
bottom tower
gonna pick up
is
a
under
freebie,
attack.
get some deal damage off on
Dire's middle
HBK.
tower
The
is
arrow
under
though is
attack.
not gonna be there to catch out HBK, but with that double damage rune, they might be able to find some kills. Great Winter's Curse coming in from Archmage. The Pangolier stopped in his tracks, loses 60% of his HP And now Kaneki there with the tornado to dispel the double damage rune, and now the Mortimer skills come
Oh,
through. Great overwhelming odds from HBK straight on to 3 heroes, but they still haven't managed to find a kill. Piranha walking away with very little HP. The Sunstrike is gonna end up catching her, and now MNZ is here for the cleanup. Does he have the Shadow Dance though? He has to be very, very careful. Lots of AoE damage coming through. And MNZ will have to back off courtesy of that Nether Ward as well as the Ember Spirit just pumping out loads and loads of damage. Another great overwhelming odds coming through from the Legion Commander, but not much is going to be found. And Ragnarok, they hold. A lot of ultimates expended.
yeah.
They only find the Mirana at the end of it,
Amazing
but
what you'll find
they're not
laying
exactly
around.
displeased with this outcome. I mean, they're okay with this. They're
Yeah.
able to delay the game a little bit. Slark is about to, finish up his Aghanim Scepter in a while, and once he has that, then Ragnarok are pretty much going to look to take any fight that Neon Esports are, willing to take.
Yeah, definitely. And also, if you look at the permanent agility, he already has 5 permanent agility on his side. And a Legion Commander was able to secure some dual victories, having 20 dual damage. Now, again, as you said, Ragnarok do have these hugely scaling heroes when it comes down to Slark and the LC. And if the game drags on for longer, Neon's probability of wins gets lower. So, again, the Winter's Curse coming into play twice right now for the Pango role has been in their favor a lot, because if you look at both
Yep.
the team fights, they were able to shut down the Pango's role almost immediately with the Winter's Curse. Meanwhile, in the top lane now, the role has come down again, but I think HBK will be able to juke it out. The
HBK. Yeah. Nope. Never mind. It looks like he's run all out of mana. Andrew with the diffusal blade, catching out HBK,
Yep.
and that will be his death. Down in the bottom lane, the Slark falling quite low. So it'll be okay. And Ragnarok sort of running around the map like headless chicken, just look get engagement going. The Invoker, he's found that Witchblade, but really hasn't been able to make good use of it, and now they're gonna smoke him and
Dire's
look
middle
to
tower
take
is
a
under
fight.
attack.
Ghost War coming through from Kaneki, and looks like they will be able to spot out Fortune Soul as well as Hated, but they do not really have the damage to take him down, and in fact the call down is gonna force him away from this dire triangle
Dire's
area.
bottom tower is under
Kaneki
attack.
unable to really make something happen over there all by himself. He did some damage coming through from
Yeah.
Pinkman, or potentially the Legion Commander with a Blink Duel, but HBK still 600 gold short of it. This creep wave though, it should enable him to find that Blink Dagger, and look at that. Mirana making her way. They realize that HBK is very, very close to that item. They want to punish this rotation. Nendryu will pop the Rolling Thunder. He's got the Blink Dagger. The instant stun is there. HBK though is going to get the press the attack off. Manages to purge away the diffusal inhibit. And yeah, just going to walk away. An ult expended from Neon
Yeah.
Esports. Nothing found in turn.
Yeah. And I
Dire's
think they
bottom
need
tower
to
is under
back
attack.
off right now, or get the Ember involved in this fight that they're trying to have in the top lane. Again, this diffusal from the Pango along with the Swashbuckle is super annoying to deal with, because 1 second you have your full mana and the next second it's all gone. So it's going to be super annoying, especially when HBK is such a low, is playing
Tower
LC, who
are
has such a
scanning.
low mana pool, and his abilities require a lot of mana. Like, if you look, he has 600 mana and
Oh.
having to. Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh
well,
no.
that's an unfortunate pause. Yeah, HBK is probably going to be able to dodge that arrow. He was moving towards that range creep anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but now Ragnarok know that there is a Mirana up in the top lane, so maybe they
Yeah.
look to make something happen with Archmage. HBK
Yeah.
just 40 gold shy of that Blink Dagger, and once he has it, Ragnarok, they gain the ability to just take any sorts of fights across the map, and should be able to really punish Neon Esports for making those plays that they were making just a couple of minutes ago. But yeah, Neon Esports, they've had a decent time up until now. If they're able
Mhm.
to take the next fight convincingly and get Aegis, then the game is going to get very, very hard for Ragnarok.
Yeah. And again, it depends on how they play it, mainly because if you look at Enryu and Tsukimoto, they have been focused onto this LC, trying to stop her from getting the farm required to get the Blink Dagger. But again, she's only 38 gold away from it. And I don't think Ember will be joining them for this fight on the top. So they might look to just disengage right here. Yeah, they do TP out of there and focus on pushing the other lanes out, and they fail to stop HBK from getting the blink dagger. And as I was talking about
Mm-hmm.
HBK, having pressed the attack and overwhelming odds at like almost like 120 mana each, respectively. So it's a slight bit of a problem having the diffusal on the Pango or the swashbuckle. Meanwhile, Neon do have a smoke for the for the 22-minute mark and will be playing around this invisibility rune and the moonlight shadow coming in as well. HBK is still hanging out in the top, looking to get a duel maybe onto the Winter Wyvern, but he is gonna get caught off from the side of Neon, and I
Oh
think
yeah.
there'll be an easy kill coming in from. Meanwhile, Archmage
Mm-hmm.
decides to TP
Yeah.
out, and yeah,
Dire's
Makes
middle
it out
tower
alive.
is
Yeah.
under attack.
A little bit unfortunate for HBK. He thought that maybe the Winter Wyvern would be bait enough for someone like the Mirana or the Pugna to come in and push that lane
Radiant's
out, but
bottom
instead Nina
tower
like, you
is
know
under
what? We're just gonna
attack.
smoke up. We're gonna get this free LC pick off, and we're gonna see what happens after that. The
yeah,
Gyrocopter nearly done with the BKB after the Ags and the Crystallis. Very well farmed. And thanks to all the sustain that the Pugna has provided, I don't think Fortune Soul has had to go base even once this game. So
yeah.
the Pugna pick working out really, really well. Valky
Mhm.
also looking to finish off his Aghanim Scepter, and once he has
Radiant
that,
structures
the
are
backlines of
fortified.
Ragnaroks might just be in
Radiant's top
shambles
tower
because
is
there's
under
not a lot
attack.
that the Winter Wyvern can do if he gets jumped by an Ember Spirit. HBK
Yeah.
is gonna have to be looking out for
Radiant's
that
top
and
tower has fallen.
be ready for those opportunities.
Yeah, and Archmage has gone in for an Aether Lens, which is a really nice item because, again, we saw him get
Radiant's top
the
tower
Pango
is
out of the
under
team
attack.
fights quite a bit, and with the Aether, he's
Dire's
able to
bottom
do that
tower
more
is under
effectively.
attack.
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, roll coming in, and they go onto the Ember, but in the mid lane, they get a duel onto the Pugna and is able to get out with the victory. In the bot lane, Invokers falling really, really low, but he gets a
Kaneki.
tornado onto two of them, but the sleight of fist is able to secure the kill onto the invoker, and I think Neon Esports are pretty happy with that outcome. Losing a support for an invoker is a pretty good deal, but again, the LC does get the dual damage, and she's stacking up on those numbers. She is now currently at 38 dual damage. So again,
Mm-hmm.
as the game goes further, Ragnarok is gonna have a better game. So yeah, let's see what happens if they are able to focus on the objectives and team fights now. And these dispels coming in beautifully from Team Ragnarok, keeping MNZ alive for, he's not
Oh
going to
yeah.
get stunned. Okay, I don't think he's going to get stunned at all because look at the dispels. There is, press the attack and then dispel coming in from, Dark Pact. He goes
Mm-hmm.
on to four people from Neon Esport, not really scared about anything. Yeah, this is the
Oh yeah.
potential of a Slark. Definitely a problem that they might have to face if the game carries on to the later stages of the game.
Oh yeah. And Ragnarok, they were eyeing up this mid tier one, but I don't really think they've got enough fuel in the tank to take this tower. I mean, MNZ, he's really strong with the Aghanim's Diffusal. They definitely have a lot of burst as well if the
Radiant's
Snapfire's got the
bottom tower
Mortimer's
is
Kisses, but
under
they already
attack.
expended that ultimate, and Neon, knowing that, are gonna make an incursion into the triangle. They're gonna try to see if there's anyone farming there, and if not, they're gonna walk straight into Roshan and try and get this Aegis for themselves right underneath the noses of Ragnarok. Ragnarok have absolutely no idea that this is happening. Now the Sunstrike is gonna go through, but it's a bit too late. The Aegis will be picked up, and the Aegis has been snuck. A little unfortunate for Ragnarok as they were a little bit late in realizing what went wrong. But they will at
Yeah.
least get the mid tier 1 tower in exchange for their troubles.
Mhm. Then again, these Neon have always been an objective based playstyle. So they get the Roshan, and now they are either focusing to get a kill onto someone on an important core. For example, MNC is going to be the perfect option.
Uh-oh. No Dark back there to burst that off. He did not see that coming. The Pangolia blindsides him, and well, there's the other follow-up as well. HBK could be next, and Valky, he's got the Aghanim Scepter. He's making good use of it as he's able to find another kill. The shot picked up as well from Roshan. It's going to enable him to get back. Look at that. No answer whatsoever on the side of Ragnarok for what Valky and Andrew just managed to pull off. They're just going to put their tail between their legs and run, and they're not done yet. Look at that. Fortune Soul, the side gunner, who's being such a thorn in the side of Pinkman as he almost ends up dying there. If it weren't for the creep wave, I think he might have fallen, but yeah, Fortune Soul still has got the BKB, and they will claim this bottom tier 2 tower for themselves. Maybe even go high ground if Fortune Soul gets some HP back.
Yeah. Again, it's gonna be the game of objectives now. Like whoever focuses the objectives is gonna win. Because Fortune Soul does not want to give Ragnarok any space for them to farm at all. Stun coming out of Fortune Soul, but I think he's gonna be kept alive pretty well by Hated here, who does have the life drain along with the tranquil boots. HBK's blink gets cancelled out because of the Pugna ward, but he's able to get the blink on and he gets a duel, and the Snapfire's ulti secures the duel victory towards the side of HBK.
Yeah, but Archmage, I mean, he's just taking a beating here from Mendrew. He remembers very well what happened whenever he came rolling in with that Winter's Curse, and he's not going to let it happen again. Valky very low on mana, and they do not have the Aegis anymore. They're diving onto HBK, going past the tier 3s. They'll force out the Glyph, and HBK, he survives with a sliver of HP. Sunstrike, a little bit off the mark, does not end up finding Hated. And MNZ looking towards the mid lane to see if he can cut some creeps. Valky, quick on the Ember Spirit to see if he could catch the Slark off guard, but no such luck today. And MNZ will be able to get away back towards safety. So they get the Aegis, they're able to take a couple of good fights, get some more net worth for themselves, but they aren't really able to close out the game as well as they would have liked. And now, the game just gets harder and harder for the side of Neon Esports as time goes on, because Ragnarok, they are scaling rather well. They've got a fair amount of XP on the Invoker, lots of points into Exhaust, so he's going to start doing a fair amount of damage in team fights.
Yeah. And I think he might be looking to go for Aghanim Scepter as well. Do you think that's a possibility here because of the duel that comes in?
I mean, I'm not too sure if the axe is going to be picked up, but hold on a second. HBK is going to jump straight in towards Hated. The duel is going to come through. The Sunstrike is going to be there, but HBK will pay for it with his life. Fortune Soul does lose half of his HP though. And now it's all down to MNZ. Can he find some more kills to make the Ragnarok? Well, they're gonna just say, you know what, we can't really take this fight. We're all just gonna back off. And yeah, they tuck their tails between their legs and run. I mean, if MNZ sure, they could have potentially taken that fight, but because MNZ doesn't really have that yet, it's a little hard for Ragnarok to go in and get out. They do not have the same ability to disengage as well as the Slark does.
Yeah, definitely. And if we look at Neon, they are playing to their advantages. They have a lot of map control. They have a lot of damage output that they can come up with. So definitely focusing on to the objectives again. They are pushing the T2s on the top, securing farm in the jungle as well, and keeping Ragnarok out of the top jungle, pushing them towards the bottom side of the map where they are forced to try and get farm for all their cores away from the top lane and the mid lane, because there's a lot of pressure coming in from Neon, man. And I don't know if they keep up this pressure, even if like the game drags on for a bit, Ragnarok will still be having trouble. The MNZ is getting quite a bit of farm, but if you look at the net worth again, it's 4k more net worth on the side of Gyrocopter compared to the Slark, who has been trying to get farm wherever he can. But again, the Gyro is just able to secure more farm and kill because they have so much control over the map. So yeah, as I was asking that time, okay, never mind. They try to go on the engagement again onto HBK, but they just get out after the remnant goes in. So yeah, I was asking you about the Aghanim Scepter. What do you think about that?
The Aghanim Scepter on the Legion Commander?
No, on the Invoker.
I mean, the Cataclysm is very strong this game, but I don't really think they've got the right type of disable to make it work. You've got a Cookie, you've got a Winter's Curse, but it can be pretty hard to time those Cataclysms properly unless, you've got Blink Daggers on the Winter Wyvern as well as a Snapfire towards the bottom lane. MNZ just trying to draw out some sort of response from Neon Esports is going to be unsuccessful. I mean, no one really TPs down to the bottom lane, but he did manage to force out the Moonlight Shadow, and now MNZ, he's looking to see if he can find the Ember Spirit, but Tsukimoto leading the way in the Radiant jungle. They really want to find a pick. He's going to force stuff himself forward, pick up Pinkman, who's going to get used up in the air and arrowed. Valky making his way towards Pinkman, will be able to pick him up, and now turns his attention towards HBK, and HBK has already been cleaned up by the Pugna and the Gyrocopter. And with those two kills, Neon Esports gonna look to force this tier 3 tower mid, as
Yeah.
Ragnarok slowly but surely start to run out of options here.
And they do know that the Winter's Curse is always available and are maintaining a pretty good distance away from Fortune, so letting him do all the damage necessary to take care of these racks. He does have the Satanic and the Chrysalis to deal a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Valky jumping in onto the backline, getting the kill onto the Winter Wyvern. Yeah, it's going to be really hard
Yep.
for Ragnarok from here on.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yep, most certainly. I mean, it's gonna be a little bit difficult for Ragnarok to try and make a comeback into this game, as they found
Radiant's
themselves
middle barracks has fallen.
a set of racks in the mid lane, and now turn their attention towards the bottom lane.
Radiant's bottom
They've
tower
got the
is
Lincoln
under
Sphere
attack.
there on, I believe, the Pangolier, who's been giving it out to Fortune Soul, but a good duel catching out Valky over here. Valky is going to be taking down Fortune Soul, pops the BKB, goes straight into Ragnarok's base, and he's slaughtering everyone in there. Pinkman falls, HBK falls, a good Winter's Curse turning things around, but the Decrepify is even better. It's going to keep the Gyrocopter alive. Valky has fought back into this fight, so has Pinkman, but Pinkman will bite the dust, and Fortune Soul gets himself a triple kill, as Neon Esports put firmly on the gas pedal. They're not letting up. They
Radiant's
want
bottom tower
the second
is
set of
under
racks
attack.
down in the bottom lane. Unfortunately for them, though, the creep wave not just there yet, so Valky will go back and clean it up.
Yeah, and that's a dieback for Pinkman. And this Ember who did die, this MNC is going back, trying to get a pick off, but he just disengages because he's able to bounce twice. He's pretty happy to just dive in and dive out.
Radiant's bottom
But
tower
again,
has fallen.
I don't think there's a real possibility for them to stop unless they get a really good duel onto the Pugna,
Oh,
who
you? Oh my god, it actually ends up saving HBK. It puts him out of harm's way, but he's still gonna end up falling here. They get the deal on the Pugna, but at what cost? HBK does not have buyback. None of his teammates were ready. No big ults to work with. And Neon Esports, they're gonna punish Ragnarok extremely hard for messing that up. It seems like Fortune Soul is staring down that last tier 3
yeah,
with menacing intent, and he's going to be able to take down this final set of racks, as well as it doesn't seem like Ragnarok have any answers remaining whatsoever. They've got HBK coming back up in 12 seconds, but the duel still going to be on
Radiant's
cooldown
top
for a
tower
little
has
bit.
fallen.
And all the creep waves
Radiant's
towards
top
the other
barracks are
lanes are
under
being
attack.
cleaned up by Valky, so no chance for Ragnarok to try and cut waves either. Archmage holding on to that Winter's Curse for now, as NDU just making space for that final set of racks. And Fortune Soul is working very hard to take down. MNZ gonna jump straight in. There's the duel coming through, but the BKB is gonna be popped. The Satanic was pressed as well. And even though there was a Depth Shroud available, there's not much that they're able to do there. Fortune Soul is just able to press all of his buttons and slaughter everyone on the side of Ragnarok. And this might just be it. Mega Creep secured. Ragnarok, they're trying their best to try and close out this game or to find something in turn, but there's not much to be found here if you're Ragnarok. This game is done and dusted. Trying to kill off MNZ, and well, that's it. It's the game.
yeah, they called
Ragnarok.
GG and it's over. Ragnarok did struggle quite a bit, although they did focus more onto the late game. I think Neon Esports just played that perfectly and were able to get the pressure that was needed to keep Ragnarok in control. And yeah, overall, really well played from both the teams, and Neon Esports was just slightly better in this game. They put a lot of early game pressure, focused on objectives, and were able to keep Ragnarok's Slark and HBK at check at every point of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there was really not a lot of space for Ragnarok to try and play the map the way they wanted to. The Pangolia, Pugna, Mirana, Ember Spirit, just too much pressure to deal with. And yep, I mean, Fortune Soul is just able to have a very free game where he was just traversing the map the way he plays, like walking in a garden.
Yeah.
He had absolutely no fear whatsoever, found wherever he wanted to, was able to get his
Hmm.
items in a very timely manner. And with that Aegis that they managed to sneak right underneath Ragnarok's noses, they were able to close out the game. So, yeah, great
Yeah.
stuff coming out from Neon Esports, looking solid as all heck. Ragnarok, credit where credit's due. They did try their best to make it close, but yeah, after the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game, it started to look more and more favored for the side of Neon Esports.
Neon.
As
Mhm.
yeah, it's reflected in the network charts as well. But I want to ask you, Lama. You saw this entire game through and through. What is it that you think that Ragnarok sort of need to change up in order to stand a better chance against Neon Esports in the upcoming game?
Yeah, I mean, they did have a really solid draft, as we spoke in the early drafting stages, where both the teams, there was no clear winner in the drafting stage. It all depended on how they played the game, basically. And I think it comes down to that in the end. Like, it depends on how Ragnarok is going to play in the next game. Their drafting was good, their play was good, pretty good in the earlier stage of the game. But as it went, as you said, that around the 10 to 15 minute mark, they started falling off, and Neon Esports were able to capitalize on that. So I think the main thing Ragnarok has to do is focus on their lanes, try to get those
Hmm.
kills, try to get that early pressure. And if they are able to play the same way that Neon Esports does, where they are able to capitalize on mistakes and are able to put a lot of pressure and get these early pickoffs, I think Ragnarok will do really fine against Neon Esports in the second game. Again, it's not over for them. Even though Neon Esports won the first game, there is still two more games that they have the possibility to win. So if they are able to focus on their laning stages and try to get
Hmm.
that pressure on in the early game, I think they'll do really, really well.
Yeah, I think the lanes also sort of didn't really go as well as they would have liked. I think
Yeah.
level one in the top lane, the Pugna with the Nether Blast as well as the Gyrocopter with the homing missile just created such a big problem for the side of Ragnarok there. I mean, they just ate a bit too much chip damage, and as a result, going into the lane at around 4 to 5 minutes, they were all sitting low on HP, like we saw. And
Yep.
slowly but surely, small mistakes like these, they tend to snowball into bigger ones. And as time went on, HBK, he got that Falcon Blade, he got that Blade Mail, but the blink was delayed. He died a couple of times trying to get it. Had
Yeah.
they mitigated some of the impact of that poor laning phase that went through for the side of Ragnarok, then they could have potentially made a comeback. But so far, Neon Esports, they've taken the first game. We are going to be coming back with the second game, though, soon enough. So don't go anywhere because you're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech and our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Fluky, with me is Lama. We'll see you guys just around the corner. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0, along with our gaming partner Logitech, as well as our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be Llama. We've got another game, another game in the best of three right now between Neon Esports as well as Ragnarok. As Ragnarok, they're going to look for a chance for redemption here in this game too. They really, really want to try and make a comeback. I think they can sense too that they sort of were matching the tempo of Neon Esports early on. They sort of had an idea of what they were trying to do. It's just that when it comes to the speed of actually doing it, they were just that little bit slower. And that ended up making
Yeah.
all the difference. Fortune Soul had an absolutely free game, no pressure whatsoever towards him. And as a result, Neon Esports, they get that first game. But Ragnarok, I hope they're able to make the changes necessary to try and take this to a third game because Neon Esports, yeah, I mean, they've pretty much gone unchallenged throughout this tournament, like you mentioned early on. So, yeah, let's have a look at who the MVP was from that last game. I believe it's going to be Valky. That's why, yeah, well, no surprises there
Yeah.
on the Ember Spirit. Just zapping around
Yeah.
the map and yeah, just catching so many people off guard. Great plays by Valky all around. He's been playing the Ember Spirit for the most part, but he's been playing it solidly enough to justify it being picked up almost every game for him.
Yeah, definitely. And I think in the next game, Ragnarok might be looking to ban out the Ember Spirit as a sign of respect. And also, Ember has been a really good hero throughout the patch. He's dealt 39k damage to the heroes, which is a lot. And he has an 840 XPM, which is huge as well. With the Aghanim Scepter, he's just able to zap around through the entire map because it provides so much range and speed to him. He's able to get these pickoffs onto the backlines really easily, and dying only twice throughout the entire game helped him keep up the farm and get secure more kills as well. So definitely a worthy MVP to Valky.
Hmm.
But again, you can't forget about the supports. You can't forget about
Oh yeah.
Mirana, and it definitely enabled the Ember in the early stages of the game to secure those kills and be dominant, getting the early level 6, able to rotate onto other lanes and secure kills for his teammates as well. So beautifully played by Team Neon, obviously. A great draft. And they let the Ember slip through the early stages of bans, and they were able to pick it up pretty early in the game. Like having a
Yeah.
first phase Ember pick and still being MVP shows how good the hero is. Not taking anything away from the from the player himself, but again, so
Hmm.
it shows how much the Ember is effective in a game. So yeah, definitely a worthy MVP. And here, if we take a look at phase two of this tournament, in the first game we have Neon Esports versus Ragnarok, where Neon have taken
Oh
the
yeah.
first game against Ragnarok. But still, Ragnarok do have two more games which they can win and have a comeback against Neon Esports. And later on in the day, we will have game two between Hashtag.Reaper and Whoops, the top seed from India, and Hashtag.Reaper will go head to head in game two of today.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and again, let's see. I'd like to get your input as well on how Ragnarok played that previous game. And
Hmm.
again, we already spoke about what changes they need to make. But again, what other potential? Like, do you see them taking focusing on the early game,
Yeah.
or focusing on the later game? What do you think they're gonna have their main focus
Right.
on?
So right. I'm going to take the mic there just for a second because I think, I mean, I'll address your point as well. I think the overall philosophy from Ragnarok was fine. I think the idea that they want to scale into the late game and eventually, just have, more stuff to work with compared to the enemy team, is a very good idea. However, they sort of just dropped the ball and let the side of Neon Esports dictate whatever was going to happen on the map. And I think that
Being
was really
banned.
the issue there for the side
Mhm.
of Neon East, I mean, for the side of Ragnarok in the last game, the fact that they couldn't really assert themselves on the map. And a lot of what you're gonna do in a game of Dota around, the map in general is dictated by your mid laner and your off
10
laner to an
seconds
extent. And
remaining.
Yeah.
if you have two heroes that like to run around
Dire
and fight a
team
lot,
ban.
you've got those
Radiant team
mobile
ban.
high damage heroes in the Pangolier as well as the Ember Spirit, then you need to make sure that you're able to fall back on a gyrocopter, which is what they did. And
Yeah.
to match that tempo,
Dire
Ragnarok, they
team
had picked
ban.
up an LC very very early on, but due to it being picked up so early, they were able to pick up certain answers for it, like the Pugna, as well as just
Radiant
making
team
sure
pick.
that they're able to kill the Legion commander, that they're never out of position. If
Mhm.
the LC does end up going in, it was usually very hard to get a good duel off. So I'd say
Dire team
Ragnarok,
pick.
they should
Dire
try
team
and
pick.
pick an offlaner that enables them to fight early on. And Neon
Winter
Yeah.
Esports,
Wyvern.
well,
Radiant
they see the
team pick.
Dawnbreaker free, they're gonna snag it right
Mirana.
away. And now Neon
Mhm.
Esports, it's their turn to respond as the Winter Wyvern and the Mirana get picked up for the side of Ragnarok.
Yeah. And if we look at our screen right now, we see Chuan,
Mm-hmm.
one of the best Dota players to
10
ever
seconds
bless the
remaining.
scene, coaching for Ragnarok and also helping, coaching for Team
5
Neon and
seconds
helping them
remaining.
through the drafting phase.
Radiant
Again,
team pick.
Dawnbreaker is a hero that we've seen quite a lot in these
Mm-hmm.
series that we have casted till now. And I think mainly is because the potential that Dawnbreaker has to engage into any team fight without
Dire
necessarily
team
being there
ban.
at that particular time, and the ability to disperse team fights
Radiant
that take
team
place
ban.
and maybe save a core on his side where he's able to provide the heal coming in from his ultimate. And again, if you look
Mm-hmm.
at Tusk is one of those heroes that Neon have played before. They and they know how to take control of a game, take
Dire
control of a
team
situation
ban.
with the Tusk. They're able to do these early rotations, get these early pickoffs. We have seen a Tusk being played in position 4 and in the mid lane as well, both being really effective because once Tusk is able to get the snowball rolling onto someone and is able to lock them down for quite a bit of time with the stun as well as his
10
ultimate,
seconds
it
remaining.
is really
Mm-hmm.
good for them to pick it up in the early stage. And on the side of
5
Ragnarok, they
seconds
again
remaining.
go with the Winter Wyvern, who was really effective in the previous game, especially against the Pangos role, keeping them in
Mm-hmm.
check for quite a bit of time. So again, Winter Wyvern's always been a really, really strong hero and provides a lot of
Yeah.
team fight control and team fight potential as well. And Mirana being a second pick, again, similar to the Tusk, where rotations play a very important role and securing the kills is one of their main objectives. For example, in the last match, we saw Ember and Mirana playing together, where they were able to get
Radiant
the root
team
on
ban.
through to the arrow
Dire
and
team
securing the
ban.
kills onto the invoker. But and if you look at the bans coming in, we see Naga and Broodmother being banned out again. Again, these dominant heroes that they really do not want to play against at all from the side of Ragnarok. Meanwhile, Neon coming in at the ban of the
Dire
Ember
team pick.
from their side, although they
Mm-hmm.
won the first match with him. I think they're looking for a different strategy and a different side of their drafting phase now, looking for a different set of heroes. So they ban out
Yep.
the Ember and the Enigma, since the Silencer has been banned out from their side as well. So yeah, Ragnarok coming in
10
with the
seconds
Morphling ban.
remaining.
Again, all these heroes have the real
Radiant team pick.
capacity to cause problems to their side, especially when they're going for someone like Faceless Void. Naga, Slark, the Razor all provide a huge problem to him. And they have shown Faceless Void in the third pick, and Neon still has to show their course. So how do you think this third pick Faceless is going to affect the side of Neon's
10
drafting,
seconds.
and how Ragnarok's drafting phase will also go?
5
I don't
seconds.
like the way Ragnarok have opened up this draft. They started off with a Winter Wyvern Mirana. I'm not really sure what those two heroes represent by themselves. I guess Winter Wyvern is a very good defensive hero at making sure that your hard carry is able to secure enough farm. He's got enough zoning potential in the lane, along with some kill potential as well if the enemy does get out of position, so that the Faceless Void is able to get some farm going. But the Mirana pickup is a little strange, and the fact that they picked up MNZ's hero before they picked up a hero that could pair up well with the Mirana is a little bit suspicious. Shadow Shaman picked up by the Neon Esports though in response, and that's one of the better heroes to have against the Faceless Void. Just having that long disable in the form of a Hex and Shackles can really uh, do it can really cause a lot of problems for the Faceless Void, to say the
Yeah.
least. And Ragnarok don't really have the best saves for it either. With the Cold Embrace, it's not really going to do all that much when Neon Esports pick up the mid laner, who I assume is going to be some sort of magic damage core. Now, Ragnarok, they've got themselves, another pick to try and pair up with this Mirana. I want to see a hero that can play in good synergy with these other two heroes. Some sort of mid laner
Dire must
who is
choose.
capable of dealing decent
Dragons.
damage is able and is capable of setting up fights. I say that, but Techies has been picked up by Neon Esports, so yeah, they're really feeling themselves at this point.
Yeah,
And looking at their draft, very interesting. They've got two int heroes, they've got two strength heroes. They've got the brains, they've got the brawn. They're just looking for a good carry to round it up. And now
yeah,
Ragnarok, they've got to deal with the fact that there's going to be an insane amount of burst damage coming through early on. And
yeah.
I'm not too sure which hero deals with that. And if there is a hero that does deal with that, I'm not sure if it
Mhm.
pairs up that well with the Mirana.
Yeah, definitely. And also, me personally, having my highest games played on techies, and also my
Oh
techies
my
being a
god.
gold tier hero. I love to see techies being played on the main stage here from the side of Neon Esports. Although I
You
did play
filthy
most of my
animal.
techies game, I did play most of
Yeah.
my techies game before the patch where he was changed completely. So I was
Hmm.
more of the toxic techies player. Whereas now Techies, I think, has been more effective in team fights and is more engaged in the fights rather than his previous playstyle with the remote mines. So I think
Oh yeah.
Neon's Techies is definitely a good hero right now. And again, they have a lot of these. They have a lot of magic damage potential coming out from the Techies, and also his jump is gonna be a problem later on when he gets his shard, and he's really effective in team fights. And
Oh yeah.
again, for the side of Ragnarok, showing that faces void so early on, their last two picks have to be really, really
What?
solid for them to. Okay, uh,
Yeah.
Tide
I,
Hunter
I
being shown as
apologize.
well. Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean,
Okay. I
go
mean,
ahead.
it makes sense. It makes sense. They want to go later on into the game, but I don't feel comfortable picking a tide right after you've picked up a faceless void.
Yeah,
You pairing that hero up with a Mirana. I'm not too sure what those two heroes accomplish together. Neon Esports, they've pretty much shown their hand now. They've got the two supports in the Techies and the Shadow Shaman. The mid lane is probably going to be Valky on that Tusk, the Dawnbreaker going
yeah,
in the off lane. And yeah, Neon Esports are probably going to look towards something maybe like, Ursa and MK are banned out, so something like the Chuck potentially to deal with the rest of these heroes, as they only really need someone who can be a good frontline presence. Even the Shadow Fiend is in the pool, although up against a faceless void it might not be the best pick. Let's see what
yeah,
Neon Esports decide to go for here, because Ragnarok, they are definitely going to be having some issues when it comes to the tempo and the pace of this game, as none of the
yeah,
heroes really deal all that much damage, and while they've got control, it's going to take a lot of good spell casting for them to win these fights. So Neon Esports, they pick up the Night Stalker. Uh, going to be interesting to see if it's played through the safe lane as a position one core, or if it goes to the off lane instead and is played like a standard, off lane Night Stalker. Ragnarok,
yeah,
in the meantime, though, are going to look for a mid laner to solve all their issues. Preferably some hero that can capitalize on all the disable coming through from the Tide, as well as Faceless Void, the Invoker. Not looking too bad, but it had been banned out by Neon Esports, so that is out of the equation here. Ragnarok will pick up the Lina.
yeah. I think both teams have a good draft, but I think Neon Esports might have slightly come ahead in this drafting phase going into game two of today's match one between Neon Esports and Ragnarok. Uh, Again, as
Hmm.
you were saying, picking up these heroes like Faces Void, Tidehunter, not really sure why Faces Void was picked up at such early stage of the game. Maybe they didn't want it to get banned out and they were looking for this particular style of drafting. And again, if you look at Neon Esports, Valky on that Tusk is going to be a big problem if Kaneki is not able to keep him under control. And also, whoever hits level 6 first, Kaneki or Valky, will be able to have a lot of effect in the pace of the game and how it
Yep.
goes ahead, because both of them will be able to make rotations or try to secure kills in the mid lane itself. So we'll have to wait and see how the games go from here. But again, looking just at the drafts, I feel like Neon Esports might have an upper hand in this game too.
Yeah, again, Neon Esports, masters of playing, the mid game. They really want a high tempo draft instead of sitting into their own tower, twiddling their thumbs and just trying to delay the game while they all get farmed and then, make the late game easy for themselves with the abundance of late game heroes that they pick up. But Ragnarok, on the other hand, that's not the kind of team. I mean, Neon Esports aren't the kind of team who would do that, but Ragnarok is, and for Ragnarok to actually get to that point, they need to be fairly decent at, nullifying the impact that this Tusk and Dawnbreaker are going to have in the mid game, because the mid game is going to be extremely hard for the side of Ragnarok. Tusk is not the worst hero against Lina. It's actually pretty decent in lane with the ice shots. You can get some really good blocks off, and level 1, if you get a good block off and you're able to, close the gap with the shards on the Lina, you don't really take the best exchange. You do end up losing a fair amount of HP. As Neon,
Yeah.
they've made their way up to the triangle over here, went undetected by Ragnarok.
Ooh.
Pinkman is in for a nasty surprise. You see 5 heroes beating his head in, and Valky will take credit for the first blood. And
Yeah.
that should help him out in his lane against the Lina.
Definitely. I mean, the
30
the faster he
seconds
gets the
left.
bottle, the better it is for him. And Lina will be going back to the T3s where she will be able to get a better creep block than Valky might if he does not go back there. So yeah, both these mid laners will be looking for that early game advantage, and since the Tusk already got the first blood, Lina is looking for this creep block where she can get an advantage in the lane. Hitting that level 2 before
The
Valky
bottom
will be
begins.
really good for him. And I think if you look at the runes, both teams will be looking for 2 runes, but unfortunately they won't be able to secure a rune in the mid. So uh, the Neon gets 3 runes and the first blood in that exchange. So yeah, and if you look at the creep block coming in the mid lane, I think we might end up seeing Kaneki having a slight advantage in, not really. Both of them end up in the middle of the river again. So I think it's
Yep.
going to be a pretty even lane from here because, again, Valky did get that early game advantage, but Kaneki being a ranged hero and having that Dragon Slave and Light Strike array will cause a lot of problems to Valky. And he does have the bottle already coming in on the courier. So yeah, I think Valky should do fine in this lane.
Oh yeah, Valky should be A-okay. I mean, with the first blood that he, managed to find courtesy of his teammates, he's gonna have a rather easy time playing up against this Lina when you've got all that extra regen. And like I mentioned earlier, Tusk is not the worst matchup against Lina in the mid lane because you have the shards to
Yeah.
block the Lina off. You've got the snowball to dodge the LSA if you time it right, and Kaneki is gonna take a fair amount of harass over here in this lane if he's not careful. Fortunately for him, he knows exactly how to apply pressure on Valky, and he's just gonna double the wave up, get double 2 range creeps against the wave, but Valky denying a bunch of creeps, making it extremely hard for Kaneki to find any CS, and yeah, with that, Valky able to mitigate some of that threat that Kaneki was posing on him. And Kaneki, he really wants to apply pressure on a melee hero like Tusk. He wants to beat into his face with the Fiery Soul, so the fact that he's not really able to do that means his lane is gonna start to get worse over time.
Yeah.
Bottom lane,
Uh,
Pinkman got quite low on the Mirana.
Valky is falling
And
quite low as well, but I think he has the bottle and Tango to sustain.
mhm.
He does go in for this. He's just going to secure the last hit onto the creep, but oh, he does not get the
Yeah.
deny onto the water rune. Kaneki does miss it, and he will be able to secure himself water rune in the top. So again, mid lane
Oh yeah.
matchup is going to be pretty even. But if you look at bot lane, we do have the Night Stalker playing as a carry. So how do you think that's gonna come into play in this matchup, especially in the bot lane?
Well, it's definitely gonna be a little bit difficult for Fortune Soul if Pinkman actually has the HP to try and pose some threat. But Hated has done a very good job of just going in with the blast off and trying to make sure that Ragnarok don't get too comfortable in this bottom lane because Night Stalker not exactly the best laner in the first 5 minutes of the game. When it
Yeah,
becomes nighttime and he's got some points in the Hunter in the night, the game gets a little bit easier for him. But yeah, you really want to support to babysit you before you hit that power spike.
oh, he does
In
get
the
a kill.
meantime, oh,
Hated was able to secure the kill onto the Tide with the sticky bomb. So yeah, I think it's looking, in this early phase where Fortune Soul is at the weakest, they should be trying to harass him more. But it seems the game seems to be going in the other way just because of this techies coming in from Hated, who's able to deal so much magic damage in the mid lane. Tusk gets a roll on down to Kaneki, but I think he's just able to walk away from that, and he does have the Fairy Fire if needed to
Oh, yeah.
survive the lane as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was the sticky bomb, the void as well coming out from the the Night Stalker to try and make sure that they're able to burst down the Tide. And the Tide comes back with full HP, full mana. Not the worst outcome for him in terms of HP, but yeah, but still preferred not to die and have some HP to work with.
Yep.
Kaneki just trying to do his best against the Tusk, who does have a decent amount of base damage, but it seems that so far Valky has done a very good job of mitigating all the harass and making sure that he doesn't take any unnecessary damage from the Lina, so he is sitting quite healthy. While in the bottom lane, Hated getting rather low, but the Fairy Fire will be popped. Valky will find Kaneki in the mid lane in the meantime. And the bottom lane, HVK and Pinkman unable to find the kill on the techies, so yeah, Neon Esports, I mean, off to a flying start once again. It's not even 5 minutes in and they're close to having a 3k net worth advantage. Great arrow from Pinkman, though, will be able to find the techies, and Fortune Soul, left to his own devices with naught but a bracer, is gonna have to face the wrath of the Tide Hunter and the Mirana.
Yeah.
Meantime, it seems like MNZ was having an okay time, not the best, but now being caught out by the Shadow Shaman, there's not really all that much he can do. Andrew will bring him down. And yeah, with that, the Faceless Void down for the count. As all lanes
Yeah.
for Neon Esports going rather well. Oh no, not again. Kaneki, he's gonna get caught out by the sticky bomb, and just a simple rotation from Hated is gonna enable Valky to find another kill. Kaneki had just TP'd into this lane, and now he's gonna have to walk back towards the mid lane. And I don't even know if he's got the boots. I don't think he's bought boots for himself, so it's gonna be quite a while. A lot of
Yeah.
missed XP in the mid lane for him.
And now that the Tusk has hit level 6 as well, he's gonna be able to make rotations on the 6-minute rune if he's able to get it. It does not spawn in the top, and he will be able to get it in the bot and maybe make a rotation towards the Tide as well to secure a kill. Maybe he is TPing down immediately, using that arcane rune, getting a roll on to HBK, and might just be able to secure the kill with the Walrus Punch and the Ice Shots coming in along
Okay.
with the Void.
Yeah, I mean, Valky is able to secure a kill onto HBK, and that too with the Arcane Rune, so he's gonna have plenty of mana left over to punish Pinkman were he to make an overextension, but Pinkman, well aware of the Tusk's position, is not really gonna go too deep. Valky tries anyway, but is unable to find Pinkman. And with the Medallion of Courage complete on Pinkman, they can actually create some problems. But just as I say that, Valky comes back to the bottom
Oh,
lane,
no.
cleans up Pinkman, and now HBK soon to be next as soon as Fortune was able to get that next void off, and that's it. HBK can bite the dust again.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Not looking great for Ragnarok right now, because this is the place where they were supposed to be dominating, like especially up to the 5-minute mark in the bot lane where they were supposed to be dominating against the Night Stalker, but they were not able to do that. The Tide did fall once with before the 5-minute mark, and now I told you, as soon as the Tusk hits level 6, he's going to be a problem. He's going to have these rotations or secure kills in the mid lane, and he was able to do both. He killed the Lina, and he was able to go bot, get 3 kills. Meanwhile, in the top lane, there's another engagement, but the Dawnbreaker is here to
Oh,
save
man.
Tsukimoto for a while, and the Tusk is here to secure the
Well.
kill coming in from Andrew. But
Yeah. Okay, Archmage keeps himself alive for a little bit longer, but yeah, there's only going to be so much that he can do as Valky is able to find himself a double kill. This Tusk just popping off. 8 minutes into the game, Neon Esports, 3k net worth lead, 10 kills to their name, and Ragnarok, they look dumbstruck. They just have no answer to what's going on this map. Kaneki walking towards that Invis rune, unaware of Valky's position. gonna get punched up in the air. The LSA to follow through. He will be able to find the techies, but Valky will get the kill with the ice shots. And
Yeah.
pause. Not too sure what went wrong there, but Neon Esports firmly in the driver's seat in this game, and it seems like Ragnarok are having a very hard time trying to get anything done on the map. Only
Yeah.
five, not even five, actually 3 kills to their name on
Mm-hmm.
Ragnarok, and there's only so much that they can do.
In the mid lane again, gets a roll on to the Archmage, but under the tower, so he's not going to be doing anything. Meanwhile, in the top lane, MNC does secure a kill onto the Dawnbreaker. So yeah, I mean that's pretty good for him. I guess he does require these early game kills, and he does require setting up some
Yeah.
money for
Radiant
himself.
structures are
So
Oh,
let's see how
man.
the game progresses.
Yeah, is Archmage gonna end up dropping? Yes, he is. The
Yeah.
snowball comes through. The right click is there. He's still got the wand. He's still got the fairy fire. He is hearty as ever. And Valky, godlike. 9 minutes into the game, Neon Esports just completely rolling over the side of Ragnarok. He's even gonna get a bottle refill. Carnegie's gonna end up dropping again. There's the blast off. There's the snowball. And Valky is beyond godlike 9 minutes into the game. This is a slaughter. Top lane MNZ soon to be next. Or is he? He's gonna get that time walk off for the time being. Pinkman looking for some revenge over here. Has his eyes set on the Shadow Shaman with the Medallion of Courage, trying to bring him down. Will succeed, but feeds over another kill towards Enryu. Who would be very, very happy to take that MNZ. Oh boy, that was close. If he stood there for another second, he would have died to the fire trail. And Neon
Yeah.
Esports just completely rolling over Ragnarok. It's not even close.
And throughout that entire time, I think you missed a kill that the Night Stalker got onto the Tidehunter, where he was able to solo kill the HPK because of a 2-level difference between between Fortune Soul and HBK. So, yeah, I think it's gonna be quite a bit of problem that Ragnarok will be facing as we go into the 10-minute mark with Neon Esports having a 5K net worth lead.
Oh, yeah.
bottom tower is under attack.
Well, looks like in the bottom lane they will get some revenge as they manage to take down the Night Stalker, but yeah, it might be too little too late because Valky caught like 11 minutes into the game, picked up the Falcon Blade, is eyeing up the Desolator, he's got the double damage rune, and is just beating the crap out of the mid tier 1 tower. This one should be falling soon enough, and the Shadow Shaman even has Serpent Ward, so they could potentially rotate towards the top lane and get themselves another tower for free. And there's not much that Ragnarok are going to be able to do. But it seems like in the bottom lane, Valky, he's got his eyes set towards HBK, and HBK, oh boy, with the DD, he's just going to end up dropping. Absolutely nothing he could have done there to try and stay alive as, my god, it's 11 minutes into the game, and Neon Esports already have a 6K net worth lead. And that is on top of the fact that, this was the game that Ragnarok was supposed to do better. This was the game where Ragnarok was supposed to have impact, to sort of correct their mistakes in game 1. But yeah, this game has just gone from bad to worse, and it doesn't seem like Ragnarok have any answers. All their rotations are being scouted out, courtesy of the Observer Wards being placed here by Hated as well as the Neon Esports supports, and it doesn't really seem like Ragnarok have any answers here. Valky just gonna look to farm up his Desolator in the meantime, only 600 gold shy off it. And Fortune Soul, who was supposed to have somewhat of a hard time, has actually been completely left to his own devices. He's had complete free farm.
Yeah, definitely. And again, if we look at the bot lane, the Tusk is going to be going on to the Tidehunter along with the Walrus Punch and the Shards. And this Tide feels like a support at this point. And in the top lane, again, they're not leaving anything. They're not leaving any time for Ragnarok to breathe, going on to the Void. And they will be able to secure the kill. Lina is still here. And again, oh my god, the Mass Serpent Ward coming in along with the stun is gonna get him down as well. That's an 8K net worth lead, 12 minutes into the game, and 20 kills on the side of Neon Esports. Wow.
Oh yeah. I mean, this is just brutal. Neon Esports. They've completely decimated the side of Ragnarok, and looks like in the bottom lane they might be able to find Fortune Soul for a second time, but he's already finished up his armlet, so he's not too concerned about all of these ganks coming his way. Soon as 15 minutes hits, he's going to be able to pick up the shot and get himself some farm. But yeah, now that Valky is here, they might be in a world of trouble. Great two-man shots, but no true sight to reveal who's there. MNZ looking for a Chronosphere. A is going to be able to find it, but Valky has just finished the Desolator. The arrow coming through from long range. HBK is there with the Gush, but the Tusk just a bit too tanky. And despite all of those spells coming through from Ragnarok, they're not able to find the kill. Great Winters goes to try and turn it around. Valky getting low. The Dawnbreaker, though, with the Starbreaker, will be able to find the kill. And now Ragnarok have overstayed their welcome. Fortune Soul is here on the Night Stalker with the Dark Ascension, with the Armlet, and it looks like Ragnarok are just going to be cannon fodder at this point for the side of Neon Esports. Kaneki ends up biting the dust. HBK is out of position as well. Just being played around with by Endrio as well as Tsukimoto. The anchor smash is going to be there, but the burst damage just a bit too much. Fortune Soul cleans up on them, and Ragnarok will lose all 5 heroes. 14 minutes into the game. Neon Esports making a statement here. As Ragnarok, yeah, it's
This feels
painful
like
to look at if you're an Indian esports fan.
yeah, it looks like a bloodbath that's coming out from the side of Team Ragnarok because they're not able to answer this Neon's early game aggression because their heroes, again as you said, are more dependent on the later game and not getting the space to farm and being killed so many times during the laning phase. There is at 14 minutes, we are at 25 kills, almost double the amount of kills. And the Void is going to get gone on again by the Tusk coming in with the Walrus Punch. Oh, he does get the Time Walk on, but for how long can he survive with the immense amounts of damage coming out from Enryu and Valky? Oh, man. And with
Yeah,
the Haste Rune, Valky is able to relocate himself, probably try to get another kill here. Archmage not in the perfect position. He's going to get rolled on. And saving the
yeah,
walrus punch for when he gets out, and oh my god,
yeah.
the
Archmage is
bot
also
lane.
gonna get destroyed. HBK is by the dust as well. I mean, the only person that needs to die now is Kaneki, and it will again be another full 5-man wipe. But Neon Esports, look at them, they're already in the Rosh pit. Mars Serpent Wards have been dropped. Tsukimoto is like, you know what? You continue farming away Fortune, so we're gonna go do more important things. We're gonna go and get Roshan, and with the tag team and the Desolator coming out from Valky, this Roshan is gonna
Yeah.
fall super early into the game. Valky is gonna have the ages to work with, and if you had trouble killing him once, now you're gonna have to kill him twice.
Oh, oh man, I can feel the pain from the side of Team Ragnarok at this point because they really don't know what to do, and I don't know if they're able to do anything like unless they let their void farm in one side of the map and are able to get a 4-man smoke off and try to take a fight with Neon where they're probably gonna get destroyed. Meanwhile, in the bot lane.
Ravage comes through. Fortune Soul dropping rather low on the Night Stalker is gonna end up dropping the armlet toggled off at the worst possible time. Ragnarok will be able to find 2 in return, but the Tusk still very much alive, still very much in this game as they look towards Tsukimoto to try and take him down. No leap available on Pinkman, unfortunately, and looks like the Shadow Shaman will finally end up dropping, but at what cost? They've ended up losing Kaneki, and Kaneki is gonna call it. 16 minutes into the game,
GG.
GG is called. That's it. Neon
No.
Esports. Oh my god, they
Oh
just
my god.
completely slaughtered the side of Ragnarok, and that's gonna be it. I mean, you thought the first
Yeah.
game was bad, the second game is even worse.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
I,
I'm,
I
I'm just
actually
gonna take a
don't know what to
second
say.
here to. Yeah, I'm just gonna take a second here. I need to just take it all in. So Neon Esports first game around, they have this sort of dicey early game where I mean, I wouldn't even say dicey. Actually, they had a pretty decent early game, but they were bleeding here and there. Occasionally, a couple of kills wasn't all that bad. Able to close out the game on the back of the gyrocopter. Second game around, they second picked this task for Valky. Lina's picked up by Ragnarok in response, and Valky, with just one first blood to his name, is able to get a GG call out from Ragnarok in 15 minutes. I mean, that is top tier stuff coming out from Neon Esports. I don't think I've ever seen a team this dominantly take a game away from another
Yeah.
team. And Neon Esports, man, if this is the, they need all the luck that they can get to try and beat Neon Esports. Oh
Yeah,
boy.
and if we have seen their history, they have not dropped a single series till now, and I think only one game in all the series that they have played. So the Neo,
But
yeah,
that's just the power of the Tusk, you know. It's one of those few heroes in the game that if you give a good start to can quickly take over, and it's super hard to kill just because that's just
have been going throughout this entire series. And if we look at the net worth, I mean, it's pretty
yeah.
evident. There's nothing to talk about. As soon as that 5 minute mark hit, Neon Esports
I
just
mean,
took over.
yeah, look at that. I mean, the top three cores. I mean, almost since the start of the game are all the cores on Neon Esports. You know, the Night Stalker is high in net worth. You know, the Tusk is doing great. The Dawnbreaker is doing great, and then you've got the I mean, you've got the three people on the side of the Dire. Pinkman actually, in the end, I think, courtesy of surviving a couple of engagements, had more net worth than any of his teammates that I think he got from killing off the Night Stalker. So, yeah, rough game to say the least. If you're Ragnarok, and it's going to be hard to mentally reset from this as they go into the lower bracket, while Leon Esports proceed further in this tournament here in the upper bracket to face the winner of Reaper hashtag versus Whoops. A game that is about to come up next soon enough, but yeah, Neon Esports, I mean, they're looking super strong. And if this is the level that they're going to play at, then these teams, they really need to step it up because Neon Esports might just be running away with the lion's share of the $15,000 prize pool.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting match for the next series that is between #Reaper and Whoops. So
Hmm.
I think Whoops have been the dominant team coming into the Indian qualifiers. So let's see what happens in the next match because this match
Yep.
is really, really like I'm actually speechless because uh,
Hmm.
like what dominant and yeah, I think
Oh.
maybe Whoops from in from the Indian side might stand up to the next series. So again, guys, a really amazing series that we watched just now, and I think we will have our upcoming match at 3:15 Indian Standard Time. So don't worry, guys. We'll be coming back to you with the next best of three series between Reaper hashtag and Whoops from Team India. So let's take a small break, and we'll be back right with you in the match two of today's BO3 series.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with a gaming partner Logitech as well as a fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Loki. Joining me for this one is going to be Lama. We had, I wouldn't say close, but a very stompy game one where Neon Esports pretty much rolled over the side of Ragnarok and took a clean 2-0 victory. Game one was slightly harder for Neon Esports compared to game two, which was pretty much a steamroll. And yeah, hopefully this time around, Whoops versus Reaper hashtag is not a similar affair and we get a closer game. But yeah, tell me
Yeah.
your expectations coming into this best of three, Lama.
Yeah, I mean, we have the four best teams competing here, and we had from the side of the Philippines, we had Neon Esports as the top seed and Hashtag Reaper as the second seed. Whereas from the side of India, we had Whoops as the top seed and Ragnarok as the second seed. So we have seen Ragnarok play against Neon Esports, and the first game, although they did try their best, it was pretty equal to each other. But in the second game, man, Neon Esports was super dominant, and they were able to call a GG from Ragnarok's side at just 16 minutes into the game. So in match two, Whoops being India's best team going against Hashtag Reaper, hopefully have a better chance of winning their games. And again, if we look at the stats coming in, Neon have still not dropped a single game, have not dropped a single series, and Whoops have been doing the same in Indian qualifiers as well, winning every single game that they have played, and they
Oh yeah.
are right here facing Hashtag Reaper now. So hopefully, we get to see a best of three, all three games being played. Obviously, everyone likes to see it go into the final deciding match of game three. And let's
Mhm.
see how the games go on and if they are able to keep up with Hashtag Reaper or, be better than them in the upcoming games.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, Reaper hashtag is definitely a team that are no pushovers. I mean, whoops, they've been having some pretty easy games up until this point, but now is when we'll see what they're truly made of. Because going up against Reaper hashtag is, it's not going to be as easy as fighting out some of these, Indian teams. They have been playing with two Indonesian players. And in case you wanted to know what hashtag Reaper squad is, well, here they are right in front of your screens. It's Solotic, RDP, Toy, Mavis, and Madmaid. And these are going to be
Yeah,
the five players in the squad. And so far, they've made a decent name for themselves, coming second in the group stage against Neon Esports. But let's have a look over on the other side and see what Whoops are made of as we see what their roster is about. We got Parasite, No Chance, Krish, CJ, and Azure from the side of
mm,
Whoops playing today. And yeah, I'm interested to see how they switch up these roles again because I believe yesterday they were playing in with a stand in the form
yeah.
of Dosage. So yeah, slightly different draft, slightly different lineup. So Krish was playing at position one, I think, in the absence of CJ, but now with CJ being here, Krish is probably going to be going back to playing that position three role. So yeah, let's
Yeah.
just jump straight into the game, Lama, and see what the draft has to offer for us.
Yeah, definitely. And again, both these teams are really experienced, and a lot of players from Whoops have showed up in international tournaments from the side of India. And going against Reaper hashtag, obviously they do have a lot of experience against playing against the Reaper hashtag before. They have probably had scrims as well. And if you look at the banning phase again, I think it's obvious at this point that Naga and Brood will probably be banned out in the early stages of the game, as
Oh yeah.
they have showed dominant performance throughout the entire patch. And even after the last patch, they still seem to be really, really effective. Although there have been slight nerfs to both the heroes, I don't think they are any less than they were when before the
Yeah.
patch as well. And in the second ban, we see Lycan coming out. I think again, these heroes like the Lycan,
Yeah.
Beastmaster, Doom have all been really dominant in this meta as well. And we see the Beastmaster being banned out by Reaper hashtag. So there you go. All these
Yep.
push heroes, they have a huge potential of getting this early game. As soon as the times on their Helm of the Dominator and Overlord come into play, they have huge pushing potential. And I think both Reaper hashtag and Whoops do not want to go with that playstyle this game, and hence have banned out like in the Beastmaster, Broodmother, and the Naga. And coming in with the first picking phase, we see Whoops going with the Crystal Maiden. I think they have played it before and are pretty comfortable with the hero, who provides a pretty good team fight potential. and has the
Hmm.
early game root and slow with quite a
Yeah.
bit of burst damage to secure kills as well. So let's see what Reaper hashtag come up with on their first side of the pick.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden is definitely one of the stronger position fives in the game. God, you get a lot of nukes with Crystal Maiden. You also get a root, like you mentioned, with the Frostbite. Potentially the ability to cancel TPs if the Crystal Maiden is able to catch someone in the trees, trying to scurry
Yeah.
away. So a very strong pick. Also a very good answer to any potential zoo hero that might be picked up because if you're a hero that likes to build Helm of the Dominator, then the Crystal Maiden can straight up just press one button on the creep, and yeah, soon enough that creep is gonna end up dropping. So Reaper hashtag, they're gonna pick up the Tusk early on. In fact, they're gonna
Hmm.
first pick it. Not too sure what this Tusk hero represents right now, but I imagine it's probably going to be a mid Tusk. Could swap it out for position 3 Tusk as well, but I'm not sure if that is the best hero to play in the off lane. You would rather have someone who is a bit more tanky or creates a little bit more pressure than someone like the Tusk who is just a simple bunch of nukes. So
Yeah.
yeah, you want to kind of reserve
Oh.
that role for the mid lane, and whoops, they're going to pick up the Ember Spirit in response and ban out the Shadow Fiend. Reaper
Mhm.
hashtag, it's their time to respond, and they're probably going to be looking to secure secure their carries game now and try to make sure that they're able to ban out whichever hero they think is going to be somewhat of a counter to that. Could pick up
Yeah.
something like the Faceless Void if they so desire. A good answer against the Ember Spirit. You can just
Yeah.
chronosphere him and take him down with the help of the Mirana from afar. But we'll see what they decide to go for. Right now, they're gonna ban Marcy and they're gonna try to focus down No Chance's hero pool, make sure that he doesn't really have a lot of heroes to fall back on.
Yeah, definitely. And again, looking at the side of Reaper hashtag, we see Mirana and Tusk again. Both these are not do not enable a lot of team fight potential. Like they do have single target abilities and a lot of nuke damage coming in, but again, when it comes to a team fight, they do not have these huge AOE damage abilities that Reaper hashtag should be looking for. Since in any team fight, there must be at least one support who has AOE ability or able to control the team fight or initiate a team fight on one hand. So I think Reaper hashtag
Yep.
might be looking for someone in that capacity. And on the side of Whoops, again, they do have the Crystal Maiden and an early Ember Spirit pickup. I think they're pretty confident with the Ember. And we've seen what both these heroes, the Tusk and the Ember Spirit, are able to do in the early to mid game. Picking up the Ags on the Ember and the Deso on the Tusk, they were able to do a lot of damage, create a lot of kill potential. And going back to the Mirana and Tusk lane, there again they have this huge synergy with the roll, the shards, and the arrow coming in from the Mirana. So
Oh yeah.
definitely both the teams are going for a really, really solid draft. And I think both teams will be looking for these early to mid game heroes where they are able to keep the momentum, keep the pressure onto the opponents, and get the early pickoffs as well.
Yeah, they're gonna ban out the Slug for Whoops. I think in particular they're trying to target a CJ's hero pool and make sure that he doesn't really have any comfort picks to fall back on. A lot of carries being banned back and forth. Whoops just looking to ban any sort of heroes that can end the game fairly early with the Shadow Fiend, Lycan, Drow, and Broodbat. So they're looking to play a slower tempo for themselves. And they're trying to find a hero that's going to enable them to go towards the late game a bit more comfortably. Lots of great options over here for them. They're gonna ban out the sniper as well, just in case, just making sure that every single hero who can safely push towers if given some time and space is out of the equation here so that they can focus on building a lineup that can actually do what it needs to do, which is try and take as many fights as possible and just be a better five-man ball compared to the enemy team. Now, Reaper hashtag,
Yep.
they've got Mirana and Tusk, two heroes that are very, very strong at finding kills and creating opportunities across the map. But they don't
Hmm.
necessarily like 5v5 engagements. The Tusk would
Yeah.
very much rather go around a lane, be in a skirmish with two or three heroes, force some TPs and get out, compared to the side of Whoops, who have picked up the Crystal Maiden and the Ember Spirit, who benefit from having multiple heroes up in front of their face, so that they're able to deal, more damage and have a greater
Yeah.
impact overall in the game. So
Yeah.
knowing that in mind, What do you think Reaper hashtag are probably looking for here?
I think they might be looking for their second support coming in right now. Someone with that AOE potential that they are lacking, and the teamfight engagement as well. So they ban out the hoodwink. So they might be looking for someone who plays around the trees, a squishier support, but who has the possibility to be involved in these team fights. Maybe someone like a Lich would do well here. Again, going with the Tusk and Mirana, I think Lich is a really good hero that goes well with them. Again, hoodwink ban coming out from Reaper hashtag is really really good, because again the hoodwink is one of these annoying heroes to play against, who just scurries through the trees and annoys you
Oh yeah.
from some random place. And they do decide to go with the Undying, again a really really good option to help with this team fight, although not having this huge AoE ability, or being able to dish out a lot of damage, or disperse the team fight. He does have that the tomb, which takes a lot of attention off of whoever is being targeted. And also, if they don't take the attention off of the hero that's being targeted and focus on the tomb, it starts to become a problem where the players from Reaper hashtag can pile on to team whoops with the tomb being alive. And as a simple answer to that, they go with the Snapfire pick straight up
Hmm.
just to get that tomb down. Snapfire is one of those heroes who has the ability to get rid of that tomb as soon as it's dropped down. So I think whoops do know what they're doing. Obviously, playing at this top tier and top tier tournament like this, they should know what they're doing. So Snapfire being picked up as an immediate answer to the Undying is the right call coming out from Whoops. But how will that affect the rest of the draft? Do you think Snapfire was in their mind while they are going through this
Hmm.
Crystal Maiden Ember draft, or do you think that it is just a simple answer to the Undying, and they'll have to look for a different draft going ahead from here?
I think it's a very pretty simple and straightforward explanation. I don't think there's too much going on here. It's just that the Snapfire is really, really good with the Ember Spirit
Yeah.
as well. You give the Ember Spirit a cookie. It
Hmm.
enables the Ember Spirit to do what he does best. You've got some great follow-up damage on the Searing Chains with the Mortimer's Kisses, so you can potentially take a target down quickly if need be. The Undying has, some sort of ability to keep his teammates alive with the Soul Rip, but the amount of damage coming through from Whoops is really going to be a bit too much for the Undying to take care of, especially if the
Yeah.
Ember Spirit is able to commit into a team fight. Now, if they try to fight from afar, it might be a bit difficult, but as long
Hmm.
as the Ember Spirit's able to just go in with the Remnants, he is going to have a much easier time. And they pick up the Death Prophet on the side of Whoops, which I presume is going to be the offlane hero paired up with the Snapfire. And Reaper
Oh.
hashtag respond with a Medusa. So I like the idea coming through here from Reaper hashtag that if you want to deal with a lineup that has insane amounts of magical damage, then the best thing you can really do is just pick up a Medusa and say, all right, you know what, we're just gonna get to a point where Medusa is gonna be so tanky that all your
Mm.
magic damage is gonna do is just enable the Medusa to do what she does best. She's gonna tank it all, stand in front of your face, lifesteal off with a satanic, and we're gonna just slow the pace of the game. We're just gonna slow down the pace of the game significantly and make it so that the
Yeah.
Medusa is able to come online and is able to have a lot of impact in the mid to late game. Whoops.
Yeah.
They need a higher tempo pick here. They need something that's like go, 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 and is going to enable them to take these towers, and they need that in the carry position. So I'm not sure what they can pick up here if you're Whoops.
Yeah, they probably might look for a diffusal hero, a hero that can carry a diffusal and be effective with it. But again, they could also go for a high right click damage hero as well, and they do have quite a bit of options. Obviously, we see anti mage that was banned out from Reaper hashtag in an obvious pick for the enabling the obvious pick for the Medusa. So again, if I look at the draft, I do see a lot of early game
Hmm.
push potential coming in from Team Whoops with the that Prophet ulti and Snapfire decreasing the armor uh, on the towers. So, how do you think
Oh yeah.
that's going to play into this entire lineup where Reaper hashtag is more focused on their Medusa getting the farm, whereas Whoops, I think, will be more focused on catching people off guard, trying to get these early team fights, and then converting it into an objective and pushing tower or getting the early Roshan as well.
I mean, I think you said it, right? Like, Reaper hashtag, all they're going to look to do is try to delay those pushes as much as possible. You've got the Mirana with the Starstorm, you've got the Tusk with the Shards. Maybe you can catch a hero that is out of position a bit off guard. If the Death Prophet is a bit too overextended, you can go
Hmm.
forward and you've got ample of damage between the three heroes of Tusk, Mirana, and Undying to take him out. And Whoops are going to respond with an Ursa, a natural diffusal builder who's also really,
Yeah,
really good against Medusa because you can just stay on top of that Medusa, force out that Stone Gaze, and disengage if need be. So
yeah.
Reaper hashtag in a bit of a pickle here. They need a mid hero who's not only capable of dealing with the pushes and the sort of tempo that Whoops have, but also someone who can address the Ursa to an extent.
Yeah.
Void Spirit's in the pool, not the best hero
And
against
even I was
Ember
thinking, yeah,
of the Void
and
Spirit.
I was Yeah, I was thinking of the Void Spirit as well, but then again,
Hmm.
the battle between the spirits, Ember Spirit and Void Spirit. I think Void Spirit can keep up with the Ember, but again, the mobility that Ember has, I think, slightly enables him to be able to catch the backlines off guard or even keep the Void in place before he's able to get the Yule Scepter onto himself. So
Hmm.
they are
Oh,
going
okay.
to go with the Sand King.
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
I'll let you
I
take this
am.
over.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interesting things that they could have done here. They've instead just gonna send the Tusk in the mid lane against the Ember Spirit, which isn't the worst matchup for the Tusk. But
Yeah.
Undying with this last Sand King pick, which is gonna be in the off lane, they could
Hmm.
have potentially maybe even put an Undying there because the Undying offlane is also not all that bad against Ursa. It is a bit of a pop thing though. It's not something that I've seen done professionally. Would be very interesting if they did decide to go for that route, but they instead pick up the Sand King. My issue with
Yeah.
the Sand King pick though is that he's just very, very easy to deal with if you're going to go for the Sandstorm build. You need to be very
Hmm.
aggressive with the Sand King, with the Caustic Finale, as well as the Burrow Strike to really have a significant lane impact and to deal with some of the heroes that I mean on the side of Reaper hashtag it's sorry on the side of Whoops, I mean you're not going to be able to right click a creep like 4 to 5 times if you're Sand King if the creep wave is just next to the Ursa. That's just not going to happen. So
Yeah.
I am a little bit
Definitely.
afraid for Reaper hashtags offlane. But
Hmm.
time will tell. I don't want to arrive at any judgment so far. And it seems that both sides are in high spirits. There's this big smile on Toy's face. There were smiles on Whoops's face earlier as well. No chance
Yeah.
is just having fun rocking in his chair back and forth, living his life to the
Yeah.
fullest. But we'll see what they've got in store for Reaper hashtag because this game, by any stretch of the imagination, is not going to be easy. It's going to be a well-earned victory for Whoops, and we'll see what they can pull
Yeah.
off with CJ and Azure on their side. So yeah, let's just jump straight into the game. Lama,
Mhm.
going into this game, I want your predictions. Who do you think is going to take the series? The series, mind you, not the
Um,
game.
I'm, I'm not really sure. Both these teams have the potential to take the series. I want to stick to my guts, and I'm gonna go with Whoops on the series. I'm sure they are a really strong team, and I think their drafting phase has gone quite well, and I think they have the potential to take this entire series.
Hmm. All right, smoke up level 1 from both sides towards the mid lane. CJ leading the charge on the Ursa here as the smoke is about to expire. Not really able to scout anyone out, but Krish might be in for a rude awakening. The shards are going to be there to block him off along with the Mystic Snake. Goodbye, Krish. There should be a Battle Strike if needed. They will use it, and the first blood is going to go the way of Mad Maid on the Tusk.
Seconds
Now,
to battle.
we have seen
Yep.
what the Tusk can do if you give him a first blood, so yeah, I mean, whoops, they're not going to be too pleased about that. But hey, it is what it is. Sometimes that's just what happens when you take these early smokes. Someone ends up tanking the gank, and yeah, good start for Reaper
Yeah,
hashtag. Task that's just that much
definitely.
closer to the bottle.
Yeah, and again, these heroes, the Ember,
Battle
again, we see
begins.
the same thing Azor doing. Like, as soon as they give the first blood away, he goes back to the uh, tier 3 and gets the block onto his creeps as much as possible. So again, they get a 3 rune onto the side of Reaper hashtag, which gives them a really big advantage, especially to Madmaid, who is looking for that early bottle, and he's only 10 gold away, which he's gonna reach quite soon. But Ember coming in with a really, really good block. I think he's able to get this entire creep wave and might hit level 2 quicker than Madmaid if he does not get a lot of denies, which Madmaid is trying to do. And yeah, I think Ember's gameplay is going to be pretty simple here. Max out the Flame Guard and try to be as aggressive as possible at getting the regen down from Madmaid, as he's going to have his bottle really, really early. And if you look at the other lanes as well, it's going to be a pretty even matchup, I would say, other than the bottom lane, where I think Krish and No Chance might have a slightly worst
Easier time?
lane than.
Oh,
No, I was gonna say a worst time, because I feel like the Undying can put. I've seen what Undying is able to do, and he puts up so much pressure in that lane that the Medusa is able to farm freely. Because I've seen Undying going with a sniper 2 games. I think I've seen Undying do that to the sniper, where he's just able to provide so much space, just tanking everything with the mangoes
Radiant's
and
courier
the
has
tango,
been
which gives him a
killed.
lot of HP regen, and he's able to stack up on a lot of DK stacks as well. So I feel
yeah.
like the Medusa is going to be doing pretty well here in the bot lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Azor is falling quite low to the Tusk. There is an entire wave of creeps here, and he'll be looking to get as many last hits as he can. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty hard lane for him, I'd say.
Oh, okay. Top lane. Looks like CJ did end up falling here, but Parasite's going to be there to get the experience and try and make the most of it. A little unfortunate here. CJ did start off with a Wraith Band early on. I'm not too sure what the reasoning was, but it might just be that he really wants to trade a lot. Sand King in the Wraith Band enables him to do just that. Parasite, though, caught out on the wrong side of the lane towards the left. And a simple Burrow Strike into an arrow is going to ensure that they find another kill. Whoops.
Yeah.
Already lost 2 heroes right off the bat, and a 1k net worth lead for the side of Reaper hashtag, courtesy of that first blood and the couple of kills that they've managed to find here. Azur
Mhm.
doing okay in the mid lane. I was just hoping to see how many, how many last hits and denies he's got. So if our observers would be so kind as to pull that down, be really well appreciated. But yeah, so far it seems like the lanes have gone okay. Not the worst thing in the world for the side of Whoops.
Yeah.
But yeah, they definitely want to make sure that as soon as they hit their timings, their level sixes, that they start pressuring this bottom lane and this Medusa.
Yeah.
Uh, in the meantime, though, I want to take some time to tell you about one of our official fantasy partners, Fanclash. Fanclash is an app where you can win up to rupees 10 lakhs, and you can win all sorts of different cool prizes, like getting to meet your favorite professional players and trying to make some money as well by predicting who's going to be the winner of any particular game. So if you want to try and meet No Chance or meet Krish, or maybe even make some money on the side, Fanclash might just be the app for you. So do check it out. It's available on the Play Store. You can download it now, predict the outcome of the games that are happening here in the Skyesports Championship 4.0, and potentially take home some really sweet prizes. But yeah, with that out of the way, I do want to talk about what Whoops is going to be doing up in the top lane, because they've got the Crystal Maiden Ursa, which is a very classic lane, a very strong lane as well to play in, but it is a lane that is sort of reliant on the Ursa being strong enough to go forward. And if the Ursa does not actually have enough, let's say if the Ursa doesn't really have the right items, maybe if he doesn't have a fairy fire or a wand, he could have a hard time. But I have to hold on to that because it seems like Krish managed to take down the Undying down bottom. Not the worst thing in the
Yeah.
world, just means that he's going to come back with full HP and full mana and
Mhm.
be a pain for the side of Whoops all over again.
Yeah.
But
And
kill is a kill.
again, Undying, as I said, is going to be really, really helpful in this lane for Toy. And they are going on to Krish. He's falling really, really low. Mana on Toy keeps him alive along with the Mark. And they are able to get the a death prophet down. Like as I said, this Undying, even though he died, he didn't have any regen. He had used up all his tangos and his enchanted mangoes as well. So he had no health regen, and he did not have any mana regen as well. All he had was the windlace. So him dying there actually made was a little favor to him, where he was able to go back to base, get the tangos, get the enchanted mangoes, and come back. Meanwhile, they are trying to go on to toy again here, but the tomb does come down, which is going to be taken down pretty quickly by Krish and No Chance. And they are going to go on to the toy. They're going to go on a toy again, and they are able to secure the kill this time, since Undying was not able to keep him alive. He had to use the soul rip on the tomb, trying to keep it alive for longer. But yeah, I
Yep.
think this is a much better exchange for Team Whoops, where they are able to get the Medusa down for this time, and he's going to be having a slight bit of a problem getting his farm from here on.
Oh yeah, I mean that was a very crucial kill to get on the Medusa, who was having a rather easy lane down bottom, doing really well in the CS department. As we can see, 22-4 compared to Krish, who's only managed to get 13 creeps so far. The lane is sort of reliant on them being able to take down this Undying, and whenever No Chance is not around, Krish is just going to get zoned out on his Death Prophet. They
Yeah,
need to be able to try and they need to be able to kill the Undying, or at least create enough of a threat that he's able to back off, so that Krish can actually have a good time in this lane and get some farm going for himself. But Toy is doing a decent job of keeping the lane static and making sure that it doesn't push out too much. So yeah,
yeah.
great plays coming out from both sides to make sure that they're not really able to in an advantageous situation. But in the meantime, at the top lane, Parasite, it seems like he was a bit too far ahead. The wands were popped on the Mirana as well
Yeah.
as the Parasite, but at the end of the day, it was Mirana who ended up getting that kill, and Parasite goes down. Azura has it 6 in the mid lane.
Hmm.
Mad Maid just one creep away from hitting 6 himself. Azura normally could have tried to kill off that Tusk, but because he's got himself a large wand, and because he's nearly a 1000 HP hero, it's rather hard for the Ember Spirit, even with that level advantage, to try and get the kill. It just wouldn't have been that easy. So instead, just going to go to base, get his mana back, and look to contest the rune, which is on in the top lane. Wonder which rune it's going to be. All right, it's going to be the
He
Invis rune for the Tusk.
Yeah. It does get an invis rune, and I think this might, after clearing up the next wave, because there is a siege creep that is pushing towards the side of Reaper hashtag. I think Madmaid would be looking to clear out this lane and then move towards a different lane where he's able to secure a kill, because he's not really able to get Azor down low enough where he can secure a kill, and he does not have any points in the tag team as well. So the Walrus punch is not going to be as effective as he wants it to be. So meanwhile, in the bot lane, he does get a TP on,
Uh-oh.
coming in with the Walrus Punch. Chris falling really low, and Medusa will be able to secure the kill onto him. Madmaid, expecting that, has already changed his target, going on to No Chance, gets a snowball roll onto him, not able to get the Undying inside the ball with him, but he will be getting No Chance quite low, but decides to disengage because the tower's there, and it's going to be quite a bit of a problem.
Oh, yeah.
On
In the
the
top lane again, Parasite ends up biting the dust. Hong Hong is able to find him. And yeah, whoops.
Got it.
Even though they are bleeding out kills across the map, it doesn't really seem like that is really translating into a significant net worth advantage for the side of Reaper hashtag. Zura and CJ have been doing a good job just securing lane creeps and making sure they don't fall too far behind. And even though Mad Maid has made that rotation bottom and Krish is not doing best in terms of levels, it is still okay to be in this spot right now, because look at Krish, he's just relentless, right? He sees a Tusk in the mid lane, he's like, all right, you know what, I've got 3 Spirit Siphon charges, I'm gonna run this Medusa down, has no fear whatsoever, and No Chance. Uh-oh, they might just be getting a freebie up here, as Toy also ends up eating the cookie. Gondry, though, still somehow surviving, and now Krish, he's got under the tower. The Sand King has rotated towards the bottom lane. This is not gonna go the way Whoops were expecting, as RDP makes a very tiny rotation towards the bottom lane, enabling them to find that kill onto the Death Prophet as well as the Snapfire. And in the mid lane, whoops, they're trying to find some form of return kills, but they aren't really able to do that. An arrow comes through along with the Walrus Punch from the Tusk as Azura starts dropping really low. The Remnant is going to secure the kill on the Mirana, but that might just cost Azur his own life. The Flame Guard running out, and the epicenter is going to be there. And with that, the Ember Spirit ends up biting the dust as whoops start to bleed kills across the map, and Parasite might be next on the list. He's gonna get caught out by the ice shards. The Frostbite is there along with the Nova, but the shards last long enough so that they're able to find this kill. And well, the action just never stops. It looks like the Tombstone's gonna be popped. 175 gold going the way of Snapfire. But yeah, whoops, they are just relentless in this bottom lane. Even though Krish has died 3 times, he's absolutely no fear. 4 times rather, in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Most people at this point would just sit back and be like, okay, you know what, I'm just gonna wait to hit my power spikes, but not Krish. He recognizes the value of applying pressure towards this Medusa and will succeed in eventually forcing her to TP away from this lane.
Yeah. It's been 9 minutes into the game, and Reaper hashtag have already had 11 kills. But again, if you look at the total net worth and if you see the farm coming in from everyone, there is not a lot of difference, except other than I'd say the offlane Death Prophet that is having a slight bit of problem catching up with the farm in comparison to the Sand King. But other than that, CJ is on top of the net worth. And we have Toy, the Sand King, and the Tusk in following him up in the next 3 top networks, with Ember being the 5th one from the side of Team Whoop. So I think everyone's doing pretty well, other than the DP lacking a bit of form. But I think again, she's able to capitalize in this bot lane since Medusa's presence is not there right now. And I think both teams are looking pretty even, although Reaper hashtag have caught out more heroes and do have quite a bit more kills than Team Whoops.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it seems like even though Reaper hashtag have been able to find these kills, it's really Whoops who's still applying the pressure and still keeping the side of Reaper hashtag on their toes. Even though the score may not necessarily represent that, the score is 11-3,
Yeah.
but it's still the side of Whoops who are behind this tier 1 tower. And I think I've seen the story before. It ended with Azur falling, and this time around Azur's like, yeah, you know what? I get that feeling of deja vu myself. Remnants away from the Mirana, leaving the illusion room for the Tusk, and yeah, it seems like there's no answer from the side of Whoops over here to prevent that from happening. They will be able to, however, lay claim to the tier 1 tower down bottom, so Whoops do unlock, this bottom part of the map to play on, and yeah, soon enough, if need be, Azur could just go down here, farm up, look to finish up his first key item, and then they can start going around the map and really, poke a thorn in Medusa's side.
Yeah, surely. And also, I think CJ is doing really well because he did not have the lane that he actually wanted. It was a pretty harsh lane, and he did die once as well. So he is even dying in the lane once. I think he's doing pretty well and is on a really good pace to get his Battle Fury, after which he can scale up his farm really well. And again, it depends. And mid lane,
Oh,
they
mid
go,
lane.
you have an engagement onto the Ember,
Yeah.
and they are able to secure the
The
kill onto
Ember
him.
is just gonna end up falling. Yeah, the Tombstone's gonna be dropped on the high ground by Gondry, but there's only so much that he can do. With the Tombstone though, and with the Shard Block, they might just be able to find some return kills over here. In fact, the Sand King goes with the epicenter, lands a 2-man Burrow Strike, but that's all he's gonna be able to find. The Spirit Siphon is there, and Sieges also showed up to the party as Whoops are able to turn that gank around a little bit and secure 3 kills. No, sorry, not 3 kills, but only 2 kills for themselves. But they do end up losing the Ember Spirit. So I'm not too sure if that was worth it. Madmate still having a great time on his task as he continues to be a bit of a nuisance here for Whoops to deal with. Just a very angry and a very tanky Walrus, waddling their way. It doesn't seem like they have a lot of answers for him at the moment, but once Azur gets that first item, it's going to be a little bit easier for them to have some sort of response to this task. Oh, again towards the mid lane. The arrow is going to be there along with the Walrus Punch, and they're going to be able to take down Azur. The chain stuns, perfect from the side of Reaper hashtag, and they have their eyes set towards Parasite. If they managed to secure a Shard Block, they could have even dove him, but yeah, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Ice shards are going to be there. The block is through. They have some vision. Interesting pathing coming out from the dusk, and even though Parasite stayed alive longer than he should have, in the end he's gonna end up dropping. The mid tier 1 will go down. Reaper hashtag will take that tier 1 tower. Oh,
Yep, I
okay.
mean,
They
the
popped the
cliff coming in.
smoke. It was a smoke actually. They popped a smoke under the tower. Bit of a misclick there. Not too sure what
Yeah.
happened, but yeah, that's, everybody makes mistakes. That's all right. It's not the end of the world here for Reaper hashtag.
Yeah, and I think both the teams are still, I think, even after Ember dying twice over there, I still think both the teams are still on an equal level right now. Because, Ember, although his second death was pretty bad, I think he still will be able to catch up on his farm just because once he hits that maelstrom timing, he will be able to farm pretty quick and deal a lot of damage at the same time. So I think both the teams are doing well, and if you look at the net worth again, it's pretty equal on both the sides. Not a lot of difference. And we see Whoops coming out to three-man smoke. Will they be able to catch the Tusk here in the mid lane? And Ember is also here to engage onto them. Ursa walking in mid as well. Will they be able to catch someone here?
Ember Spirit tanking that Walrus Punch. No chain stuns this time around, but the Sand King Butter Strike is going to be there. Where's the response coming through from the side of Whoops? Azul is just going to drop. They haven't managed to find a return kill, but maybe with the Water Burst kisses, they'll be able to secure some, and they are able to find a kill. Parasite was there as well with the Freezing Field. Trish starting to drop a little bit low, trying his best to take down the Tombstone. Doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, and the Starstorm is going to secure the kill. Three of their members, CJ has popped the enrage, so he needs to get the hell out. The arrow will connect. No chance. Is going to be the next one to bite the dust as the Undying is able to get that hit off. Damage amplification to its fullest. And Toy is going to end up finding another kill as Whoops bite off more than they can chew and end up paying the price.
Yeah, and I think the Christian Maiden's not having the happiest game ever. She's already died 7 times and is still pretty squishy. Christian Maidens in the early game are like a creep, basically. They have almost no HP and they have very low armor as well. So it's pretty easy to take down Christian Maiden. And if we look at Mirana, she's making some stacks up for the Medusa, who definitely requires all the farms he can get. And if you look just solely at the net worth. The Ursa is actually doing quite well for himself. Having that Battle Fury early on is going to let him get the farm. But in the meantime, top lane is an easy Burrow Strike into the arrow combo along with the Walrus Punch, secure stick kill onto Christian Maiden again. CM is super squishy, and I think she'll be going down pretty much all the time unless she's able to get that Glimmer Cape, which she's quite a bit away from actually. So yeah, let's see how they are able to convert these small pickoffs into objectives as they keep pushing the top tower with the siege kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And yeah, Whoops, it's starting to look a little spread thin across the map, even though the Ursa has done a very good job of just farming away. And he's got a very good net worth. It doesn't really seem like that net worth is being applied and is being used in the fullest by Whoops. So it's still as if Whoops is playing with somewhat of a net worth deficit. As Troy just continues to farm away, there are stacks made for him at every turn, at every nook and cranny. So he's been having a great time on this Medusa, just farming away. When he hits that timing with the Eye of Skadi, I'm not sure if Whoops have got all the right answers for that hero, because Death Prophet, she's not going to be able to heal back up all that much with the Spirit Siphon when the Eye of Skadi debuff was upon her. So yeah, Whoops, they're going to be relying on the Ursa to start these fights for them. And if Siege is able to find a blink, he can finally start joining his team and having the impact he's been hoping to have since the start of the game.
Yeah. And I feel like I don't think in a Medusa game it's ever late to get a diffusal. But what do you think on Ursa not picking up the diffusal but instead going for the BKB? I think BKB is really important for the Ursa right here because there's so much control coming in from Reaper hashtag. So do you think he's gonna go BKB into diffusal, or he's just gonna skip diffusal this game and go straight up for all the damage?
Oh boy, that That was weird. Wait,
Radiant's
was
bottom
Krish
tower is
visible
under
under that
attack.
creep wave? Because that split shot ended up hitting him, and then the Medusa popped the stone gaze. So odds exchange back and forth. There's definitely favors the side of Reaper hashtag a lot more. And with
Dire's
that
middle
Death Prophet
tower is
exorcism
under
being popped
attack.
and them not being able to find anything, Whoops are now
Hmm.
sort of on the back seat. They need to try and push out some of these lanes to delay the push from Reaper hashtag that will come
Radiant's
as
bottom
soon as that
tower is
exorcism
under
runs
attack.
out. They're going to try to find something on the map. And right now, they've got their eyes set towards the mid lane on the Ursa, who is about to finish up his BKB. So if they can delay this by a little bit, this is going to be absolutely crucial in making sure that the
Yeah.
Medusa hits her timing a little bit earlier. And the Ursa doesn't have the impact that he wants to.
Uh,
Although I hear a Burrow strike somewhere, it's just good
Onto
old
the Crystal
Parasite
Maiden.
being stomped to the curb. Oh yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think again, still like although Parasite has died 9 times already, I think he's still being effective in the game where he's able to get down the wards before he dies. So it's gonna be
Mhm.
a duel between the top tower T2 and bottom tower T2 of either team. I think they're just gonna look probably for an exchange and not try to engage in a fight because both the carries have been farming quite well. I think Toy has been
Radiant's
doing
bottom
pretty well for
tower is
himself
under attack.
in this entire game. Let's just see how the
Mhm.
rest of the team, the rest four,
Dire's
it all
middle tower
comes down to
is
them,
under
right?
attack.
Whether they are able to smoke
Radiant's
up
Yep.
bottom
or
tower
catch
is
people
under
off or
attack.
engage into team fights, keeping both the carries well farmed. So let's see
Dire's
how
courier
the
has been
engagements come
killed.
down from both the teams.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a little unfortunate that Krish had to pop his exorcism and didn't really find
Bot
anything. But
lane.
Azura again in the bot
Oh
lane, they are
man.
just gonna slaughter him time and time again. No chance could be next. He's got the Dire Observer ward up on that cliff, scouting
Dire's
out where
middle
they're
tower is
going,
under
and
attack.
maybe they can make something happen on the back of the Ursa. But it's gonna be difficult. I mean, wow, Madmade, he's trying to deny his own tier 2 tower, but is unsuccessful in doing so because of the backdoor protection. Oh, never mind. The back is it on or is it off? Okay,
Radiant's
it
bottom
seems like
tower
he's gonna be
has
able to
been
get that
denied.
deny.
Yeah. I mean, even if
And
the
look at
backdoor
CJ.
protection is on, you are able to deny it. So he gets
Oh,
the easy
okay.
deny off there. Yeah. So
Yep.
again, coming down to CJ, I think he's pretty happy with his farm. He has the BKB ready and he's ready to take fights as well. So again, I asked you last time about the diffusal on the Ursa. Do you think he's still going to go for it or just skip it and go directly for damage items?
I think at this point it's too late to go for the defusal. He's probably just gonna look to get himself a blink dagger, and once he has the blink, he's gonna have the luxury of jumping whichever target he pleases, so long as the Medusa is not around. Gonna hold on to that though, because it seems like the Undying will be tanking a gank for the side of Reaper hashtag. Although Whoops could take advantage of this and try and move into the
Yeah.
Rosh pit. They know that the epicenter was used recently, so it shouldn't be back up just yet. And with the Medusa not having her Skadi, this could be a good timing to exploit. But whoops, don't feel too comfortable just brute forcing Roshan. You realize that
Mhm.
they're not fast enough. And with Reaper hashtag, checking out the Rosh pit with the arrow, they're gonna know exactly everything they need to know.
Yeah.
So whoops, continue farming away. Look for the next set of items before they try and make an attempt here.
Mm.
Sanj
And
completed
again,
for Krish. And yeah,
yeah,
go
and
on.
I think on being on the side of the Dire, you always have an advantage over the Rosh pit just because your outpost is so close to it. So even if they take down your mid tower and your top tower, you're still able to reach that Rosh pit pretty quickly on the side of the Dire. So as long as Whoops are able to take this mid T1 and top T1 and maybe get a pick after that, I think with the Ursa, they will be able to get the Rosh down pretty quickly. But now the team Reaper hashtag figuring this out
Dire's
have
middle tower is under
warded out
attack.
the Rush bit. The Ursa is always going to be a problem when it comes to taking down the Rush, and CJ will be looking to maybe engage in a fight here and reveal his BKB as well. But oh
Oh,
yeah, as
okay.
soon as he sees someone, just pops his ulti and gets the hell out of there. So yeah, no
Yeah,
engagements
that
for now.
was. I mean, this is a great chance for Whoops. I mean, they're gonna smoke up immediately, knowing that there is no Stone Gaze
Dire's
available. So
bottom
the
tower
Ursa
is under attack.
has a full 9-second BKB duration to go ham onto anyone he sees. Immediate buyback from Gondry,
Yeah.
recognizing the gravity of the situation. And wow, that is a very cool shard block coming in from Madmate. It's going to prevent CJ from actually going inside the pit and hitting Roshan. But
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
yeah, they're going to be able to do it now.
Dire's top
Sacred
tower
Arrow
is under
from
attack.
Mirana, allowing the
And the
Ursa to
ultimate.
continue taking away at Roshan. But looks like they have managed to catch out Madmate. The BKB will be popped. And well, there is the return bow strike coming through, but CJ is much quicker. Is going to pop the BKB himself right in the nick of time, and they're going to be able to get the Sand King again. Parasite and Krish, though, do end up falling in turn, and now that the BKBs are unavailable, whoops, they need to tuck their tail and run. Roshan was taken down to about half HP, and because there's no one that can really help them, I mean, there's no one that's strong enough to go and take this rush. I think Reaper Hashtag could just claim it for themselves. They've got the Tusk, who's still alive with the tag team. They've got the Medusa around. They've got the Undying. Ain't no reason why they can walk into the rush pit themselves and claim that Aegis.
Yeah, and especially, I think maybe it's because the Undying does not have the tombstone. They're probably looking for that tombstone to come back alive. Meanwhile, Toy has got himself the Eye of Skadi within 23 minutes, so he's going to be pretty happy. Meanwhile, we see Madmate getting pretty low from No Chance and Parasite, but he's able to secure the kill onto the Snapfire.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
It seems like they overextend. They try to walk up the staircase, and it's straight back to the Rosh pit for Whoops as Reaper Hashtag. They make a play under the cover of their own observer ward, but they don't really see the rest of the heroes from Whoops. And yeah, that's sort of what happens when you walk up high grounds somewhat blind. You're just gonna get slaughtered by the enemy team, because they're gonna see you coming. But
Yeah.
anyway, it seems like towards that explains it. Madmade tried to make a play by snowballing in, but was super low on HP, so
Yeah.
wasn't much that he could do there. But yeah, now with the Aegis Whoops, they have taken reins of this game again, and they have the opportunity to try and create some. I mean, to create some really good chance for them to win this game. They can invade their part of the map. And Reaper Hashtag, I'm not sure if they have the tools to deal with this BKB Blink Ursa.
Yeah. And again, Osa going in for that basher as well. He's going to be a real big pain in the ass once he's able to complete that item. Because whenever you're playing a Medusa, you really want to have that stone gaze just for the CJ. Because otherwise, he's going to be able to jump onto your face and get it on as soon as possible. So I think it depends on how Medusa plays around her stone gaze and let herself be alive throughout the fight. Because once that stone gaze is gone, you can definitely know that CJ is going to be on top of you, trying to kill you as much as possible. So let's see how Medusa plays around this. Maybe she goes in for another item that lets her sustain longer, maybe a scar, satanic, or maybe she goes for a damage intensive item like a Daedalus. Probably a good idea as well. So yeah, it comes down to I think how the players play because I still feel like both the teams are pretty even. Even the ages, if they're not able to make a really good use of the ages pushing the T1 and maybe even the T2 in the top lane, I think it's gonna be pretty even. But if they're able to secure these two towers, I think they might have the upper hand going into the next fight.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the network chart, right? And it tells you the story that you need to know. Even though the side of Reaper Hashtag did a very good job of shutting down the Ember Spirit and the Death Prophet, courtesy of the Aegis, they've been able to gain a lot of map control back, and it's still the three cores on the side of Whoops that are on top of the network charts right after the Medusa. So the Medusa has three heroes to contend with that are somewhat similarly farmed. And even though Medusa is probably an item ahead of the Ursa at this point, it doesn't really translate into an advantage. Parasite though, gonna be spotted out here. The arrow is gonna catch him off guard. CJ in the meantime looking to find another pick, but is not really gonna succeed. And well, they forced the ultimates again, and looks like they're gonna wait inside the Rosh pit to see if the side of Reaper Hashtag make any overextensions or any incursions into their own jungle, and well, the answer is going to be no.
Yeah, they're pretty much gonna stick together. They do not want to give up this advantage that they have right now. Oh, they catch the
Uh-huh.
snapfire and they get it down really quickly.
Oh, yeah. And well, the Sentry Ward is going to reveal the Sand King. CJ being slowed down by the Eye of Skadi from the
Ooh.
Medusa, chasing away Hong Hong as well as the Sand King. But in the meantime, the backlines, the Krish is just being pummeled by the Medusa. Had to pop his BKB, but still got right click down. Azura trying to join the fray, trying to find some form of return kills, but it's just not going to succeed. And now
Yeah.
CJ, even though he's got himself the Blink Basher, he's not going to be able to do much. Whoops.
Mhm.
They just wasted their ages for no reason.
Yeah, and I think the Medusa with the Skadi is gonna be causing a lot more problems to Whoops, not just that team fight. Because again, we saw what happened to Krish and we saw what happened to CJ as well, being slowed down by that Skadi after him using his blink is gonna be a big problem for him until because he cannot whenever there's a team fight. He can't really focus on to the Medusa because if he does, then the rest of the people are just gonna die instantly. So he has to focus on the back lanes, which is causing a problem because Toy with the
Dire's
Skadi is
turret
just able to
has
slow
been
him
killed.
down and
Dire's
help
middle
his
tower is
teammates
under
get away
attack.
from that fight. Meanwhile, he himself doing damage to the opponents, causing a lot of problem. Sand King going on to the Crystal Maiden again gets a
Uh,
pretty low, and he's able to secure the kill.
oh no, Mortimer's is expended. Are they going to find that kill? Yes, they are,
Dire's
but
bottom tower is under
again, it's a
attack.
one-for-one exchange. And Krish looking towards RDP. Can they find a
Oh,
bash? Yes, they can. CJ is going to be able to find the kill on the Sand King and punish RDP for overextending. Two quick kills going the way of Whoops, all for the low cost of
Dire's
Parasite's
bottom tower
life.
is under attack.
And Toy is going to continue farming away in the jungle in the meantime, hitting level 20 on that Medusa. What he's really waiting for is that level 25 power spike when he gets the split shot, uses attack modifiers, and after that point, the game is going to get incredibly hard for Whoops. This Medusa is going to have the impact of a gyrocopter almost in terms of the damage output. And
yeah.
Madmaid, he's just done a good job of not dying too much this game. He has fallen off as a Tusk. He's not been able to farm and keep up. But that's okay because the
Mhm.
Medusa is making up for that lack of farm. And all the Tusk really needs to do this game is enable the
Ooh.
Medusa to stand and fight. Speaking of which, mid lane, bit of a skirmish there, but the Ember Spirit will collect the room and get back to safety.
Yeah. Again, dealing with Toy is still a problem that they're facing. So, they let CJ do his thing, push out the bot lane. Uh, the creeps will be pushing on to the T3s. Meanwhile, all the other rest of the heroes are in the mid lane, both looking for an engagement, a four-man smoke coming in.
Oh my god, that BKB is so clutch coming in from Azura, but the BKB is getting popped in turn by RDP. BKB is being exchanged back and forth. That is an insanely big remnant. A scary looking one at that. But yeah, whoops. They're trying their best to find some sort of return kills, but aren't really succeeding. The Ember Spirit going all the way back towards base. And yeah, remains to be seen if Whoops want to take this fight. Pistol
Yeah.
Blade finished up. The Ember Spirit chasing forward. I think he's looking for the Undying here. And Whoops is smoked up right behind him as Azura try to make something happen. Toy, visible. The task gonna go in with the wall response, but the snowball is gonna miss. It doesn't matter. The sacred arrow is gonna come through. Do they have the burst damage to take him down? No, the Osa comes through with
Oh,
the abyssal blade. He's gonna be able to prevent the Tusk from finishing off the kill, but they will lose Parasite in turn. Enrage available on the Ursa, but it's spent hitting a tombstone and Toy. Again, they've managed to take down Krish, and the Ember Spirit will also end up dropping. Madmate is going to be able to find him in turn. The Ursa trying his best to get some revenge kills, but is not going to succeed as Toy able to find
yeah.
another pick onto CJ's Ursa, and just like that, whoops, they lose 4 heroes and they find
Dire's middle
Nada.
tower is under attack.
Yeah. Again, I think that was the right choice for Whoops to do, where they smoked in return and went to find some kills. But again, the amount of control coming from
Dire's middle
Reaper
tower
hashtag
has
side
fallen.
is just a lot.
Yeah, a Big shout out once again to Fanclash for making this happen. If you can download the app and predict the outcome, you can win some really cool cash prizes. So do check them out. But yeah, this game is just going from bad to worse for Whoops. It started off even. It was going okay. A couple of misplays down the Rosh pit, and no chance.
Dire's middle tower is under
Almost
attack.
loses his life there. Clutch 4-star.
Yeah.
Gonna keep him alive for the time being.
And again, I think the amount of team fight and amount of suppression that Reaper hashtag has with that Medusa's ultimate along with the tombstone is causing big problems to Whoops, because if no chance is not there, that tombstone is going to last a long while, because either Ursa has to focus it with the overpower, which is not really ideal for an Ursa to be doing during a team fight. And even if they're able to get it quite low, there is the soul rip to get it back up in its HP. And now that they were able to secure the middle one set of one rack and one tower, they go straight into the Rosh pit, not giving any time for Whoops to react or gather their team together. They will be able to get this Roshan down pretty quickly, and I think Medusa is gonna keep the shards for herself. The cold-blooded is gonna be pretty effective against all the heroes from Whoops who have a lot of spellcasters. So I think
Oh, yeah.
now is the time where Whoops have to show their potential, because this is the time that Reaper hashtag is on top and they will be pushing hard on you. And the way you play around it and the way that Whoops is able to deal at this time shows the capacity of their team. So I think we have to just wait and see if Whoops are able to handle themselves in a sticky situation, or if they are just going to crumble in this next team fight.
Oh yeah. Azur has to be careful. He needs to get the hell out of here. He does not see them teeping in, but the Sleight of Fist, Revenant out will be there. Parasite will end up losing his life and no chance. Uh-oh, he thought he was hiding behind the trees, but the ward scouted him out perfectly, and even though the Sacred Arrow is gonna be there, I mean, even though the Snap Eye Cookie was there to get him out of that situation, the Sacred Arrow connected, so not much that he could do. And Azur continues to farm away, while Reaper hashtag now have a very convincing net worth lead. As the Medusa, 9k gold more over the Ursa. And yeah, I'm not too sure how you deal with this if you're the side of Whoops. You really need your Death Prophet to live, but the Death Prophet just does not have enough armor to stand and absorb all the right clicks coming out from the Medusa and even the Tusk.
Yeah, I totally understand that, and I don't know if they will be able to hold out the high ground against Medusa and the Undying, but maybe they could. There is obviously a possibility with the Ember. He has hit that Aghanim Scepter, so he is going to be pretty swifty around the map, and he will be able to defend with a sleight of fist as well. So we'll just have to see how the high ground engagement goes towards the side of Reaper hashtag with the Aegis of the Immortal.
Yep. It seems like at this moment there's not a lot that Whoops can really do when there's an Aegis available onto Toy. They just have to watch as the tier 3 tower gets slowly whittled down. The Ember is trying his best to, take down that Medusa's mana, so maybe Ursa can jump in and make something happen when there's no Stone Gaze available. But speaking of the Ursa, he's actually been kicked back by the Tusk. The Chainstones are going to be there. The BKB is not popped in time, and that is CJ dying 88 seconds without buyback. Toy ends up popping the Stone Gaze. They even find a Zur. What the hell is going on? Whoops. They just lose 2 of their cores out of nowhere, and now it looks like it's going to be Krish's turn. He's gone in with the BKB. The mortar-based cases are going to be there, but the kickback from the Tusk is going to prevent Krish from really finding any sorts of kills over here, while Toy continues to march forward. No one to really stop him, and at this point, Whoops, they have expended everything they had. And it doesn't seem like they've got any more answers remaining. Toy is gonna walk over to the final tier 3 and take him down. RDP is there with the Burrow Strike, manages to catch out Krish, the Ember Spirit too. Trying to find any sort of return kills, but not really succeeding. Krish with the Spirit Siphon trying his best, but is not able to do all that much. Buybacks being expended left and right from Whoops, but they're not able to do anything. An ultra kill for Toy, and GG is gonna be called. Whoops They're gonna end up dropping game 1 to Reaper. Hashtag as Reaper.
Radiant
Ah, boy, they
victory.
make quick work of Whoops. Whoops just unable to match Reaper hashtag space. I mean, I'm not even sure if it was a fast pace. I think Reaper hashtag just did a very good job of not bleeding out unnecessary kills. Didn't have an answer.
Definitely. And again, as I said, having the Aegis on the Medusa and entering the high ground, it all depends on how Whoops is able to defend the high ground. And with that ultra kill coming in, I don't really think Whoops were able to do anything against that, and they had to call their GGs. I mean, I think both teams played really, really well because I think at least 15 minutes into the game, there was not really any side that was dominating over the other. But I think once past that stage and where the Medusa started becoming a problem, she had her Skadi, she was able to slow down the Ursa, and having that ultimate come out as well caused quite a bit of problems to Team Whoops, and they're just not able to handle that pressure that Reaper hashtag was throwing down on them. So yeah, I mean,
Oh
if you
yeah.
look at the itemization as well, if you look at Toy's items, I think he had really good timings on all his items. And yeah, I mean, if you go up against a Medusa who is stacked to the core with items, I think the result is going to be pretty obvious. Reaper hashtag played really well around the Medusa and were able to capitalize on the timings of her items. So definitely
Yep.
really well played by both teams, but Reaper hashtag came out on top on this in this game.
Yeah, fairly easy game for Toy. Even though he died once in the laning phase, he was the one getting most of the return kills. He even had a killing spree in lane at one point. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like Whoops, they tried their best to apply pressure on the Medusa, but the bottom lane didn't really go the way they were expecting it to. The Death Prophet got completely zoned out by the Undying, like you mentioned in the Snapfire. Couldn't really do all that much to help. And with that
Mhm.
Reaper hashtag, they will take the first game in this best of 3 here, but hey, maybe Whoops can make a comeback in game number 2. Who knows? Up until then, though, they'll have to keep in mind that Reaper hashtag, they're definitely a team that is capable of executing a variety of different strats as they picked up the Medusa over here. Almost a perfect Medusa game, except for maybe the Ursa pickup from the
Yeah.
side of Whoops. It seemed like there was pretty much no answer from Whoops for that Medusa, as the Medusa was just able to get all that farm, and then there's just no answer remaining because the Medusa is extremely tanky, and you've got an Eye of Skadi, you've got the damage with the butterfly and the silverette. So yeah, just unfortunate for the side of Oops that there was never a point in this game where they felt like they could kill the Medusa except for like the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And if you take a look at both the teams, like they played really well up to a point, and Reaper hashtag
Yeah.
was just able to come out on top. And yeah, that's the main thing. I think Whoop still has an opportunity to come back into this game, and let's see what happens in the upcoming games.
Yeah, I mean, that's it for the time being. We're going to be coming back with Game 2 soon, though, so don't go anywhere. You're watching AMD Sky Esports, the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with a gaming partner, Logitech, as well as their official fantasy partner, Fanclash. My name is Loki. Join me for this one is going to be Lama, and we'll be back in just a bit with game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 along with our gaming partner Logitech as well as our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Floki. Joining me for this one is going to be Llama. We had a very interesting game one between Reaper Hashtag as well as Whoops, where Whoops tried to go for a bit of an early tempo oriented draft where they wanted to push together as a team. They had an Ursa, they had a Death Prophet and Ember Spirit. They tried to make tons and tons of plays across the map, but Reaper Hashtag they just picked up a Medusa and they were like, yeah, you know what? You guys keep trying hard. We're just going to make sure that we don't feed and we're going to wait for a Medusa to get really, really farmed. And when that happened, it seemed like Whoops had no answer. They just led kills left, right, and center. And there was only so much that they could do before, they all ended up biting the dust. A bit
Yeah.
unfortunate here for the side of Whoops, but let's see if, they're able to come back and they're able to bounce back in this game too against Reaper Hashtag.
Yeah, and I mean we will be looking at a MVP pretty soon, and I think that the MVP might be Medusa. Not really sure because
Hmm.
they definitely played around his timings, his item timings pretty well, and everyone played around the Medusa really well. But yes,
Yep.
it is going to be Toy on the Medusa who has 35k hero damage with a 889 GPM and a 894 XPM. Wow, that's like a really good for a Medusa, and I think that GPM and XPM explains the timings on Medusa's items coming in with the early Skadi and the butterfly and the silver edge as well. So yeah, going 40 when he once on the Medusa, and that too in the
Mhm.
laning stage where she was at the weakest. So definitely really well worth it. Laning, I mean, well worth it game and a well worth it MVP for Toy right there. And again, no credits taken away from the supports who,
Yep.
obviously enabled him. I told you, right? Like the Undying in the early game can be super aggressive, can enable
Hmm.
that Medusa to get that early game farm. And with the
Yep.
mangoes and the regen from the tangos as well, he was able to maintain the lane pretty well and letting Medusa die only once. And
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
well worth it MVP for Toy.
Absolutely. But let's jump into the draft of game number two over here and see if Whoops are able to bounce back from that defeat in game one. A little unfortunate that Whoops didn't really
Radiant
weren't really able
team
to play the
ban.
game they wanted to. Krish died a bit too many times in that bottom lane. And that
Yeah.
Snapfire Death Prophet didn't really
Dire
have the
team
impact
ban.
they wanted to, courtesy of the Undying, like you had mentioned earlier. They're going to
Mhm.
continue playing on the Dire side though this time around, but Reaper Hashtag are going to have the first pick and the last pick as well. So, yeah, that's the only
Radiant
change up
team
from
dire
the
team
previous
pick.
draft. Reaper Hashtag, they're going to open
Oh.
up with the Zoo. They're going to go for the Beastmaster. Let's see how Whoops respond to this.
Yeah, and yeah, as soon as I saw the Beastmaster getting out of that first banning phase, I was pretty sure that Reaper Hashtag would pick it up because, I've seen a lot of
10
games
seconds
from Reaper
remaining.
Hashtag, and whenever this Beastmaster is led through the banning phase,
5
they
seconds
usually
remaining.
go
Dire
for
team
the
pick.
Beastmaster because in this meta
Enchantress.
right now, he is super strong with all his creatures around him. And if he
Oh, yeah.
gets the timing right on the Helm of the Dominator and Helm of the Overlord, he's going to be pushing towers within seconds, and which also
Radiant
enables them to
team
go for the
pick.
Roche. So he is super effective in the early to mid
Dire
game
team
if he
ban.
hits the timings right. And coming up with a ban on the Bloodseeker, they obviously go for the Pangolier pick. Whoops coming out with the Enchantress. That's a first. I haven't seen a
Hmm.
lot of Enchantress being picked up in this tournament. And obviously, we see
Yep.
a Tusk as well. Tusk
10
obviously
seconds remaining.
enables a lot of potential for Team Whoops, and we have seen the
5
last two games
seconds
where Tusks
remaining.
have been picked, how dominant of a lane
Radiant
he can
team
have and
ban.
how he can continue it throughout the rest of the game. So yeah, let's see how Reaper Hashtag answers this. They have picked up a Pango to try and keep Team Whoops under check with that rolling, but still again,
Yep.
Beastmaster, man, I'd like to throw this to you now. Beastmaster is super annoying to deal with, and all his
Hmm.
creatures and his damage on the tower and Roshan is going to be really annoying. How do you think Whoops will deal with it? Will they look for a cleave damage hero, or will they look for someone
Uh,
who targets the Beastmaster directly?
I think they've got the answer already, right? In the form of the Enchantress, you just press one button and all of a sudden
Yeah.
are able to take control of one of the boars or the helm creep from the Beastmaster. So the Beastmaster is not going to be having a fun time against this Enchantress. A bit of an
Hmm.
oversight, possibly as well, from Reaper Hashtag. I'm not sure they expected Whoops to pick up the Enchantress so early in response to
Yeah.
that Beastmaster, but Whoops decided to pick up the Tusk alongside it. That's probably going to be their mid hero going up against Reaper Hashtag.
Yeah.
The Ember Spirit pickup in the last game we saw didn't really have the impact that they wanted to. So this time around, they're giving Azure a hero that can be a little more aggressive and a little less reliant on farm to do so in the form of the Tusk. And Reaper
Yeah.
Hashtag, they have somewhat of an answer in the Pangolier because Pangolier is a hero that can go toe to toe with Tusk in terms of damage output, as well as in terms of just trying to have a lot of impact in skirmishes and team fights with the Rolling Thunder. So
Hmm.
let's see what Reaper Hashtag are able to do on the back of the
Yeah.
Pango because yeah, Whoops, they've got a very clear idea on how they want to play this game. They've picked up the Tusk, they've picked up the Enchantress, they want to go toe to toe with Reaper Hashtag instead of trying to go for a later timing or instead of trying to just delay fights up until they hit their timing. No, they just want to go uh you know fists up flying in the air. They don't really want to be the team that just sits back and lets things happen on the map.
Yeah. And again, looking at the Enchantress, if she hits that level 20 mark, she is going to be able to control ancient creeps as well, which again will cause quite a bit of problems to the Beastmaster. But then again, I think Beastmaster still might do well against her, other than, his creeps being taken away from him by the Enchantress. Then again, it depends on how the rest of the Reaper hashtags drafting goes, because if they are able to pick heroes that enable this Beastmaster, or completely don't rely on the Beastmaster itself, will do well for them, because they have two options. One is to fully focus on the Beastmaster's push with the rest of their drafting phase,
Hmm.
or since they already have an Enchantress who is pretty good against the Beastmaster, completely leave focus off of the Beastmaster and find their focus onto the core. And I have seen Reaper hashtag doing this multiple times, where they pick heroes that enable one main core to get all the farm that he requires, and then fighting around him. So I think Reaper hashtag might look to do something like that here. And on the side of Team Whoops, again, I haven't seen a lot of ents coming into play, but definitely a really good pick against the Beastmaster. And if she does not die early in the fights, if she's not picked off, she is going to be causing quite a bit of problems in the team fights. So for Whoops,
Yeah.
I think they'll be looking for, again, team fight based heroes, and even the carry might be involved in the team fights earlier on, rather than like example, the last game where they let the Medusa farm up on Reaper's side. They have two options this time: either they themselves go for a late game carry, or they go for an early game carry who's able to end the game really really quickly. And they
Yeah.
go with a Dark Willow pick as their second support. What do you think, Dark Willow as a position 4? Do you think she's as effective as other position 4s, or if they could have picked
I
someone
mean,
better?
Dark Willow is definitely a hero
Crystal
that can
Maiden.
create a lot of kill potential or generate a lot of kill potential off of some very simple setups with the Tusk as well as the Enchantress.
Drow
You got to
Ranger.
slow into
Mm-hmm.
the root with the Bramble Maze. You've got the stuns. You've got the Bedlam as well, just doing insane amounts of damage. And if the Dark Willow is able to get in close against the Drow or the Beastmaster, then they're in for a world of hurt because Whoops, they've got damage for days, right? It doesn't seem like it on first glance, but Parasite with his impetus shots, Tusk with the Walrus Punch, and Willow with the Bedlam do represent a lot of damage. Now, what Whoops are looking
Mm-hmm.
for are just heroes that synergize well with them and can deal with the Drow Ranger. They're gonna
Oh.
pick up the Medusa themselves.
Hmm.
Not too sure how I feel about this pickup. I mean, it's I guess in a way, like you had mentioned earlier, it does deal with the summons lineup early on. You can slow the pace of the game down significantly against a Drow as well as a Beastmaster if you've got a Medusa. But I'm afraid that Reaper hashtag are just going to be able to run over this Medusa rather easily. You've got a natural diffusal builder in the form of a Pangolier. You've got tons of
Yeah.
damage coming out from the summons from the Beastmaster. You've got a long 4-second stun as well to focus down the Medusa, and there's always the gust from the Drow Ranger to prevent any sort of counter initiation with the Stone Gaze. So whoops.
Yeah.
I mean, they've picked up this Medusa. They're hoping to go late with it, but I think they might not get enough space to make sure that the Medusa is able to come online. Their last pick
Yeah.
is gonna have to be a very it's gonna have to be something like a primal beast, a hero that is very, very happy to engage and take fights early on and can sort of gap close. I think if Whoops go
Yeah.
for a primal beast here, the draft will be very well rounded. But let's see what Reaper hashtag decide to ban, because that will determine what Whoops get to do here or get to pick as their last pick.
Yeah, and I think Mars would have been really good for Whoops, but Reaper hashtag have figured that out and have banned him off in their last but one ban, because Mars did enable the Medusa to get her farm when he could be engaging into fights and taking charge. But I also think another option could be the Dawnbreaker right here for Whoops, because Dawnbreaker again
Oh,
has that
okay.
ability to close gap and also save the
Hmm.
Medusa in sticky situations. So I think Dawnbreaker could be a good option. I'm not really
Yep.
sure if Whoops will go for that. But on the side of Reaper hashtag, I think they're looking for another support coming in here. And uh, yeah, I was thinking of a Rubik, but it does get banned out from the side of Whoops, because Rubik has quite a bit of abilities that you can steal from Team Whoops, and
All right.
Reaper hashtag go for a Tiny, which I think again is a
Yep.
really, really great option, because Tiny has the ability to make rotations and make plays happen with his toss. He's able to pull back
Yep.
heroes like Medusa, who are ranged heroes. And in the early stages of the game, he is able to throw back Medusa into the entire team of Reaper hashtag, where Medusa will have a problem if she does not have her ultimate up. So a really good pickup from Reaper hashtag. And let's see what the final pick from Whoops is going to be. They go for
Oh,
a
okay.
Marcy.
All right. I mean, it's similar. I thought that they would probably go for the Primal Beast, but they instead pick up the Marcy. It's a similar option. You've got some gap close against the Drow. You've got the ability to fight her 24/7 with these heroes. When you have a Tusk, a Dark Willow, and a Marcy running at you as a Drow Ranger, you're not really going to have a very fun time. And they've got a position
Yeah,
5 Tiny on Gondry, so I'm not too sure what that is going to accomplish. Putting Hong Hong on the Crystal Maiden. Maybe they're gonna swap up positions
yeah,
in this game. Maybe Gondry playing 4 and Hong Kong playing 5 on the CM. But
hmm,
yeah, this is definitely a rather interesting draft coming out from the side of Reaper hashtag, where they've decided to go for this early push sort of a lineup with the Drow Ranger as Beastmaster. They're probably going to be looking to
yeah,
capitalize on the very first stages of the game, take the outer tier twos, and then control the space that the Dire have to farm so as to prevent the Medusa from getting fat. And then
yeah,
probably just wait for the next set of items before going high ground. But Whoops, on the other hand, they've got a lot of answers themselves. They can potentially take down Drow Ranger a couple of times if the Drow is not too careful with the positioning. You can even create a significant threat on the Pangolier and the Beastmaster's life if any of these heroes are missing, because like I said earlier, just the Enchantress, the Tusk, and the Dark Willow alone have enough damage to take down any hero on the side of Reaper hashtag. So Reaper
yeah.
is gonna have to play together a lot more if they want to be able to match the tempo that Whoops is going to be bringing to the table.
Yeah, totally understandable. And also, what I like to mention is these drafts. I think again, both the teams have been drafting really, really well against each other. And all I'd like to see is how both teams will play
Prepare for
around the
battle.
Drow Ranger and Medusa. Because I think in this game, it's going to be the battle of the carries. Because both the teams will be looking to engage into fight on the other side of the map where their carry is going to be. And I want to see how that gets into play into the mid game and later game. Whichever team has an advantage in the earlier stages, and if they're able to get more map control and get more towers down, I think that team will have the advantage over the other. Meanwhile, we might see an engagement coming here.
No chance. He is decided to walk up the lane. He's gonna get pelted in the face by the avalanche, and Gondry will draw first blood. Chris soon to follow next. Can he take down Toy? Yes, he can before he dies. So it might have just been worth it. But look at the axes flying through from the Beastmaster, and a 3-man Crystal Nova again from the Crystal Maiden. They're gonna be able to pick up another
30
kill for
seconds to
themselves. If they are able to close the gap, they'll get the slow with the shield crash, and Parasite should fall with the next wild axes as the side of Reaper hashtag find 2 kills for the price of 1. I mean, they lose their Drow Ranger. No, they in fact they end up getting 3 kills. They ended up killing the Dark Willow, they
Yeah.
get the Enchantress, and they also get the Marcy. So, yeah, I mean, great start for the side of Reaper hashtag once
The
again.
battle begins.
As yeah, they try to walk up blind on the high ground, but they aren't really able to make anything happen. A little unfortunate.
Yeah.
But the good news is that I don't think Madmaid got any of those kills. I think they were all secured by either the Beastmaster or the Tiny. So, yeah, Azura is going to be going on somewhat of an even footing. Not the most even footing because there's still a lot of assist goal that Madmaid got, but it's definitely going to be better than last game when it seemed like Madmaid got first blood and actually had a very good time against the Ember Spirit.
Yeah. And again, this mid lineup, I think we have seen this matchup quite a bit of times in the tournament. The Pango versus the Tusk, and usually the Tusk ends up on top. But there is again a lot of burst damage coming out from the Pangolier in the form of Swashbuckle and the Crash. So again, Azura has to keep an eye out for that burst damage. But otherwise, I think he'll be doing really fine in the lane. Again, as you said, Madmay does have quite a bit of advantage getting all the assists from all the 3 kills, but again, Azora
Yep.
will be doing pretty fine in that lane. What do you think about the matchup in the top lane where it is CJ and Flux versus RDP and Hong Hong?
I think the top lane should be going a lot better this time. For Whoops, the Impetus shot does not manage to take down Hong Hong. Create Fairy Fire and step towards Parasite to mitigate the damage from the Impetus. But yeah, this top lane is not really going to be going all that well for the side of Reaper hashtag. The Enchantress is
Yeah.
is a big pain to deal with, with those Impetus shots. Sort of similar to an Undying who's just running at your face and pounding you with the DK. Speaking of which, in the bottom lane, Toy dropping low again. Is Krish gonna end up dropping? Yes, he is, but he finds the kill onto the draw before falling himself. So he will get all of that XP, and no chance in the
Yeah.
meantime is just gonna enjoy, the lane to himself and get some extra XP to his name.
Mhm.
So, yeah, this time around, I mean, even though Krish has been dying, he's been killing Toy every time before he died. So he gets the XP in his favor, and that's what truly matters. Because if he hits 6 before the Drow does, then he is going to be able to find, a lot more impact as the Marcy. He's going to be able to potentially solo kill Toy if he's out of position. And speaking of Toy, it looks like he made his way back towards the bottom lane and immediately got low again. So,
Yeah, he's
yeah.
he's having a pretty hard lane.
Yeah, ain't no rest for the wicked down here because the Marcy and the Dark Willow, man, they're just so damn aggressive. They got 4 creeps under the tower. They try to drive Gondry as well as Toy. That's not really enough of a buffer for the side of Whoops to commit for these kills. They'll instead pull the wave back into their own coming creep wave and try to get a favorable creep equilibrium going. Meanwhile, the top lane, CJ, dropping fairly low against the
Yeah.
Beastmaster. Those wild axes, a huge bait in the side, and looks like Parasite is just gonna commit suicide to the tower so he can come back with full HP and full mana. But in the meantime, CJ is just getting he's just getting slashed down by these wild axes coming from the Beastmaster. There's no real response just yet
Yeah.
from the side of Whoops.
Yeah, and again, seeing the enchanters being picked up, Call of the Wild Boar has not been leveled up a single time. Rather, he's going for more levels onto the wild axis and carrying multiple enchanted mangoes on himself. So he's able to do more damage onto CJ with those wild axes than depending on the boar in this situation, just because of the enchantress who has already put 1 level into the enchant, and she's able to take off the creep from the side of Reaper hashtag. So I think both the players are playing into each other's minds and like playing mind games here. But I think all lanes are going pretty even, I'd say, right now. Than Krish being able to kill Toy 2 times. I think otherwise, other than that, all the lanes are pretty happy. In the mid lane, however,
Yeah, they will get the bottle refill. Azur tried his best to prevent Madmate from getting that bottle refill, but yeah, good TP in by Hong Kong. Great awareness as well. Just straight up runs towards his Pangolia and tries to take that bottle so he can refill mana.
yeah.
Meanwhile, a slight, a small connection issue from the side of Whoops. The site has been disconnected, but he will be joining back shortly. Reaper hashtag, this time around the lanes haven't gone as well as they would have liked, and even though they were the victors of that early skirmish, it
Mm-hmm.
doesn't really seem like that has translated into anything significant just yet. Azur has been having a great time in the mid lane, 23 to 11 on that task, compared to the Pangolier, who's been having a somewhat of a rougher time, sitting at 17 to 2 in last hits and
Yeah.
denies. And if this continues, I think Azur could get level 6 before the Pangolia and maybe push that advantage, really, really far and just take down the Pangolia. So
Yeah.
yeah, whoops. They've got a lot of things going for them at the moment. It's not the best time. The Medusa's not having the best time up in the top lane. But as long as the
Mm-hmm.
Tusk and the Marcia are able to get a good start, they'll be able to make space for the Medusa when the time comes.
Yeah, definitely. And again, as you were talking about this mid lane, like as I said before, we have seen this matchup before, and the Tusk does usually come out on top. And again, most importantly, it all depends on when Azura hits level 6. What is he gonna do? If he's gonna call in for reinforcements and try to get a kill onto the Pango before he's able to level up the Rolling Thunder, or if he decides to go to other lanes, pick up a rune, and try to get kills that way. Either way, it's going to be depending on who hits that level 6 first, and at the pace that it's going right now. Tusk is, I think, one creep away from getting that level 6. And CJ,
Down
man,
in the bottom lane though. Man, look at that.
oh,
Krish again gonna be able to find Toy with the help of the sidekick and the rebound. And yep,
yeah.
Reaper hashtag, it seems like they're getting a dose of their own medicine from the last game where, Krish wasn't really having a good time in the bottom lane, ended
Radiant's
up
middle
dying
tower is under
a fair
attack.
number of times to the Medusa, but this time around, Toy really has no answer. Didn't really put a point into that gust, so can't really create some distance between himself as well as Krish so that he can just sort of stand back and
Yeah.
survive here. He has
Yeah.
that point in the gust, but it seems like he just got it. So yeah, it was a little bit hard for him to survive before this.
And Azura does get a haste rune, so he will be able to make that rotation towards the bot lane, where they have no idea that he's coming. And Toy already, who has died so many times, would not be really happy if he died here again. But let's see if he's able to stay alive. Pango does realize the potential of a gang coming out from Tusk and is able to rotate bot.
Uh-oh,
The silence
Krish.
coming in, and Chris will fall.
Krish just caught unaware by the swashbuckle coming in from the Pangolia Azur. He had the haste rune but refused to dive. Had a bit of a read on the situation, but I think there might have been some miscommunication there between Whoops, because it seemed like Azur never
Dire's
committed
bottom
despite
tower
having the
is under
haste,
attack.
and
Yeah,
yeah, Krish and No Chance end up biting the dust here. Regardless,
yeah.
though, Azura was having an okay time in the mid lane, can still go back and continue to farm, while Krish gets to come back to this lane with full HP, full mana. And
Mhm.
yeah, Toy, again, could be in a world of trouble if he steps a bit too far out of line.
Yeah.
Do want to take some time to talk about Fanclash though. Fanclash is a fantasy app where you can predict the winners of matches such as the matches going on in the Sky Esports Championship 4.0 and win lots of cool prizes, from getting to meet some of your favorite pro players to even earning tons and tons of money on the site. So do try and check it out. It's available on the Play Store. I'm not too sure if it's there on the Apple Store as well, but
It is.
yeah, Oh, it is so. Yeah, it's there
Yeah.
on the Play Store, it's there on the Apple Store, so do check it out, and maybe you're gonna walk away a little bit richer. You
Dyer's
Yeah.
structures
get to
are
watch a beautiful game of
fortified.
Dota, and you also get to make a little bit of money on the side. Not the worst thing
Yeah.
ever. But whoops, they are gonna try to make something happen in this bottom lane. They recognize that they can't really spend a lot of time in that top lane against the Beastmaster with the axes. He is just a bit too strong at this point, so it's much better to just go into the jungle if you're CJ and try
Oh,
and recover there while Parasite makes an incursion
Toy.
towards the bottom lane. Speaking of which, Toy, it's a pretty stacked one, but is it going to be enough to save his life? No, it's not. The snowball's going to come through from Azura, and they're going to end up finding the Crystal Maiden. Angolia joins the party. He's got himself the Rolling Thunder, but he can't really seem to connect on the Dark Willow, and now he's gonna have to do the roll of shame back towards his own tier 1 tower. Azura looking for another return kill. Trish goes in with the Marcy ultimate, and with the Unleash, and he's gonna be able to find Gondry as well. Madmade
Yeah.
forced to watch as his teammates die, and whoops, firmly in the driver's seat for
Radiant's
this
bottom
game,
tower is
as
under
they
attack.
now try to take down the tier 1 tower bottom.
Yeah, I think finally Whoops have got a rhythm going down
Radiant
and they are able
structures
to
are
get their
fortified.
lanes into the
Radiant's
place
bottom
where they
tower
find
is under
themselves
attack.
really happy because, but in the mid,
Oh
Azura
no.
goes after the toy, but reinforcements are coming in the side of Reaper hashtag. They might be able to turn around with Gondry going on
Oh,
to Azura, but
Radiant's
he's just
bottom
out of the
tower
range
is under
of the
Radiant's
toss
bottom tower has fallen.
and no chance will be able to live here with 100 HP on his side.
yeah.
Oh,
And
toy.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just been the story of his life, right? Like, he shows his face in a lane for a couple of seconds, and before you know it, there's a dust snowballing in, there's an impetus shot flying at you, there's a Dark Willow, from the shadows just, blasting you in the face. But Madmade is going to be able to find no chance, as I'm not too sure what he was doing there. A little bit
Yeah.
out of position, low on HP, and Madmade is going to be there for the punish. Bit of a miss on the swashbuckle. Snowball to keep the Tusk alive for the time being, but I
Oh
don't think
no.
he's going to be able to survive this. He's locked himself with the shards, and unfortunately, he's going to end up biting the dust here. A bit of a misplay
Yeah.
coming out from Azur there, and it looks like whoops. They dropped the ball here a little bit in the mid lane. Nothing earth shattering though, just yet. No life changing consequences. Or I mean, no game-changing consequences over here in this mid lane, but still, losing a Tusk like that, especially when you're doing so well, it does reduce some of,
Dyer's middle
it does
tower
reduce
is
the
under
chances
attack.
you have of just snowballing out of control and just completely dominating the map, because Tusk is the hero who gets more and more powerful the more kills you give him. Just gets exponentially
Yeah.
stronger with XP.
And I think this Willow has been making stacks now in the last. If you look in the bottom lane, the ancients have been stacked and the camp has been stacked as well. And CJ is on a really, really good pace for his items. He has almost finished his Manta and will be looking for that Scardia soon after that. And he has a lot of stacks to work with, even in the top jungle and the bottom jungle. So I think
Radiant's middle tower is
CJ
under
has a
attack.
really, really happy lane since all the other lanes are doing so well. He's able to get this farm
Dyer's
down,
top
and
tower is under attack.
finally we see Reaper hashtag going for the tower in the top lane, but in the mid lane we might see an engagement coming in here.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder is going to be popped, and Azur silenced up by the Drow Ranger. Good charge though, allowing him to block off the Pangolier, and a snowball towards the creep wave. Fancy footwork is going to keep Azur alive for the time being, but can the same be said for Parasite, who might have overextended just a bit? Gondry eyeing him up on that tiny. The Avalanche Toss is going to be there, and Parasite will be given a free tip straight back to the fountain, while Azur looks
Yeah.
to take up the Invis rune. Oh, the Pangolier. He tries to go in for that rune, but he's going to get punched in the face as Azure secures the Invis for himself. And now CJ has got that Yasha finished up, just farming away in the jungle. No one to really stop him so far. In this Medusa, she's been having an okay time considering the start she had to this game.
Radiant's
Yeah.
bottom tower is
And
under
I
attack.
think Reaper hashtag have a better answer to the Medusa than Whoops did last game for the Medusa. This time they do have a natural diffusal carrier as the Pango is on his way to complete the diffusal. And I think Madmaid will have a really good shot at shutting down CJ because the
Dire
swashbuckle
are
uh,
scanning.
swashbuckle does so much damage and takes away so much mana with that diffusal being on his side.
Dire's middle
I
tower
think
is under
CJ
attack.
will have more problems, than the Medusa last game coming out from Troy. So I'll love to see how CJ adapts to this diffusal build coming out from the Pango and how he'll be able to counter it. Probably going to be using a lot of stone gaze to deflect the team fight as much as possible and hit
Hmm.
the opponents from the back. So yeah, I think, but CJ is on a really good
Uh-huh.
pace for his items, is what I'd like to say.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, CJ is gonna be able to find that Manta style soon enough. Not a bad item timing at all, considering the start he's had. He's been given complete free
Mhm.
farm and full reign over the jungle, so yeah, he's gonna be able to make a comeback into this game so long as he's able to continue to hit creeps. But a smoke up here from the side of Reaper hashtag to try and put a dent in CJ's farm. A good observer ward placed out by the side of Reaper hashtag that will allow them to come back in the jungle in the future. But it is under that sentry ward, so whenever CJ goes there next, he can just take it out for free unless Reaper hashtag are in the vicinity. And I have to hold on to that thought though for a second because it seems like Parasite, well, he's not on his part of the map and he is gonna end up biting the dust. Meanwhile, it seems like Azu did manage to take down Gondry on the Tiny. Great ult coming through from No Chance. That terrorized completely tears apart the side of Reaper hashtag as the formation gets broken apart. And now the Bramble Mazes are going to be there as well, cashing out Hong Kong as well as Toy. Can they find Toy before they die? Yes, they can. And there is going to be the Shadow Realm and TP out coming through from the Dark Willow there. As whoops, they
Yeah.
end up losing two of their cores, but they do find the Drow Ranger in turn. End up buying a
Mhm.
lot more time for CJ, who I believe
Yeah.
has finished up the Mantis style, so he can farm away these ancients now rather easily. Doesn't really have to worry about tanking up all that damage. And yeah, there we go. There's the Mantis style coming in action, enabling the Medusa to farm all of these stacks. And
Yeah.
soon enough, CJ, he should be able to pick up the Dragon Lance if that's what he if that's the item that he wants to go for. But it seems that he's eyeing up the Eye of Skadi instead. Wants to be of help to his team, wants to join fights, and wants to have impact in this mid game. Has no chance.
Yeah.
He's just gonna sit there, and that is what we call the stack tax. I
Yeah.
stack for you, in turn, I sap XP from those stacks a little bit so I can reach, I can get some levels myself. But yeah, no chance level 8, 8 now on the Dark Willow. Hong Kong also level 8. Supports have been drawing the short end of the stick in this game, but no chance less so compared to the Crystal Maiden and the Tiny Man-Made. The Rolling Thunder is going to be stopped, but the Avalanches, can they find the Terrorize in time? Yes, they can. Krish also jumps in with the rebound. CJ has joined the party as well. And with that, they will be able to take down
Radiant
Man-Made, and the
structures
mid-tier
are
1
fortified.
tower will belong to
Radiant's
Whoops.
middle tower is under attack.
As
Yeah.
a quick
And
Dire's top
attempt
tower
for
is
the
under
life
attack.
of Madmaid is going to succeed. Chris, though,
Radiant's
wasn't done
middle
yet.
tower has
Decides to
fallen.
go in forward onto Hong Kong. Might have overextended, but no, the snowball save is going to be there. And with the ultimate from the Marcy, they're going to be able to take down the Crystal Maiden. But getting roared up over here, Zura has to be careful. The double damage rune is going to keep him alive as he punches up the Dragon Tree, but not before he gets taken down himself. He's going to get cleaned up, and now CJ forced to TP out. Whoops. They bite off more than they can chew, and they end up paying the
Yeah.
price. A bit too aggressive
Yeah,
play
I mean,
coming out from Krish, and that ends up costing them. CJ, he's going to continue to farm away, though.
It was a really good try from Whoops, although there was a really good snowball save. It is not just not enough to save the Marcy, who had already fallen quite low. She was like at 100 HP, and again, the sidekick was not enough to keep her alive, even with the Unleash on. But
Dire's
again,
middle
I
tower
think
has fallen.
both teams are still on an even level. I think Whoops had an advantage till now, but after that last fight, they might have dropped a slight bit of advantage. But again, it depends on how the Drow Ranger and the Medusa fare throughout the game. And I think Drow Ranger, Toy playing Drow Ranger is slowly catching up with the Medusa. If not in the farm, at least, being able to be effective in team fights with the ultimate with marksmanship. He is pretty effective right now. So he looks like he wants to engage in the team fights along with his team rather than just sit and farm as they go on to the Willow here.
A three-man terrorize coming through once again off of the Bramble base. Great setup coming through from No Charge as they managed to take down Gondry. Looking for more, they turn their attention towards Toy, but can they actually find him? Great Rolling Thunder coming through from Madmade. He's able to get a multi-man stun, but the snowball is going to be there from Azur to keep CJ alive as they turn their attention towards Hong Kong. Krish, though, he's got his eyes set on towards Toy, but in the meantime, he's going to have to satiate himself with the blood of Madmade instead. Great two-man Gusto coming out from Toy. No chance walking forward on that Dark Willow. He's going to be able to get all of his spells off, and Azura with the snowball as well as the punch will be able to take down Toy. Parasite is going to be there with the enchant to find Madmade, and with the impetus shots might be able to take him down. No. They're unable to find the Pangolier, but they'll still be able to get the Drow Ranger. And CJ continues to farm away on the Medusa. Whoops.
Yeah.
Really not sparing any part of the map and any ability in their kit, just throwing it all to try and kill off the Drow Ranger. It just seems like they have a big hit corner for the Drow, and yeah, the Drow Ranger on the receiving end of that, not gonna be too happy.
Yeah. Yeah, Toy is not having the game that he thought he would with the Drow Ranger, even with his trying to help him out as much as possible. He's still struggling quite a bit to even engage in these fights because as soon as the last fight happened, as soon as he started getting focus, he had to back off, and Whoops kept their chase on. I thought they overextended, but they were able to secure the kill onto the Toy, and I think that single kill makes that fight worth it. But again, if we look at the experience and net worth, I think Whoops have a slight advantage on the net worth, whereas Reaper hashtag has a slight advantage on the XP. Meanwhile, near the Roshan pit.
Yeah. No chance. A little bit out of position there, but the Shadow Realm will keep him alive. And now, looks like they are gonna pop the smoke at a seat. Walk up the high ground. No chance. Well aware of what is happening. Is trying to break that smoke. You see the Observer Ward being hunted. He's gonna blink forward instead and just tank the team. Rolling Thunder committed by Madmade, although he's not gonna be able to find much more on the back of it. Parasite, unaware. He's actually gonna get caught out by that Rolling Thunder, and he might just end up falling down here. As Parasite forced to run away, but the neutral creep is actually going to end up killing him off from the small camp. Oh boy, that's unfortunate. And now Krish, looking to find some revenge here. Madmade dropping a little low. He's trying to juke and jive. He's going to press the BKB and go and take down the Pangolier, but in the meantime, it looks like Roshan has been claimed from the side of Reaper hashtag. They're not going to be able to stop it, and CJ is out here all alone, all by himself in the middle of 4 Radiant heroes. Reaper hashtag are going to be able to take him down, and after a long and arduous early game, Reaper hashtag finally gets something going for themselves with the Aegis as well as the kill onto the Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what the Medusa was doing in the middle of 4 people when he knew none of his teammates were around. I think he thought he could go in with the Stone Gaze and try to secure the Aegis for himself, but he was locked down immediately and they were not able to get the kills off or anything around that. So, yeah, I think very well played from Reaper hashtag now.
Absolutely, and you do know what is going to happen at the end of the match. If you believe you know the outcome, well, you might as well go download Fanclash, make a prediction there, and earn some cool prizes while you're at it, because they do reward you for predicting who is going to win this particular match. Although I'm going to have to hold on to that thought of Zura going to get gone upon instantly. The BKB being forced out. And remember, this is Reaper hashtag with the Aegis. If they're able to find Gondria, they're going to be able to make something out of it. But it seems like, yeah, they are going to be able to catch him out. Will they lose anyone in turn? The Parasite, the obvious target over here. as CJ is trying to take down the Pangolier with the Stone Gaze, but doesn't really succeed. Krish moves forward on that Marcy, and look at that. The rebound is there along with the dispose, and they're able to clean him up. And now Krish turns his attention towards Toy. Hong Kong forced to press the Ghost Scepter and TP'd out, and Toy left to his own devices over here. He might just end up falling twice. Azura's gonna come in with the snowball onto the Tusk and take him down. The Beastmaster still standing strong. Hong Kong, he's got the freezing field. It is going to be popped. CJ doesn't really have anything else remaining in the tank. The Stone Gaze is already popped. All he has is the Mystic Snake, but Azur is going to be able to come back in and take down Toy. Gondry has come back though from the grave. He is going to be alive. It looks like Whoops will lose every single other hero except for the Medusa, while Reaper hashtag, they get away they get away with killing 4 on the side of Whoops. Not really sure who that favors. If we could have a quick look at the fight recap, we would know. But yeah, not the engagement Reaper hashtag we're looking for.
Yeah, especially with the ages. I think Whoops comes out quite a bit on top over there because they were able to get the ages off of the hands of Reaper hashtag and get the kill onto Toy for the second time as well. So I feel like Whoops did come out a bit on top over there. But again, if you look at the XP and the net worth chart, it is slightly favoring the side of Team Reaper hashtag even after the last duel that took place. So from here on, again, it's gonna be the battle of the carries and how the Drow goes on from here. Because I think the Medusa is doing fine for herself with the 2 items that she has, the Manta and the Eye of Skadi. I think she's doing pretty well for herself. She is looking to get a butterfly right after this, and I think the entire game revolves around the Medusa right now. Sticking with her, capturing objectives is, I think, the main goal. And
Oh yeah.
the also I'd like to ask you about this. The level on the Enchantress, she's still at level 9, and the Helm of the Overlord has already been on the side of the Beastmaster for quite a while now. So Enchantress is not going to be as effective until she hits that level 20 and is able to possess control of that ancient from the Beastmaster. So how do you think that is going to affect, like, if are they able to get this early game push? Like, they're already pushing
I'm
T3s
gonna
now.
have to hold on to that thought over here because Toy is gonna get gone upon once again. The 4 big bad bullies from the side of Whoops have just made it their life's mission to ensure pain and suffering for Toy, and they're gonna be able to pick up the Crystal Maiden as well as the Tiny. As just a little cherry on top as they clean them up, and again, Whoops able to find themselves some very easy kills. But what else can they make of this? I mean, they can potentially go back towards the mid lane and try and take that tier 2 tower, and that seems like that's what they're gearing up for. But Toy is just going to respawn in a couple of seconds as we have a look at this replay. I mean, there's just so much gap close on every Whoops here, right? You've got Marcy, you've got Tusk, you've got Dark Willow with the Terrorize and the Bramble Maze and the Shadow Realm. So, just extremely hard for them to try and find to try and protect this Drow Ranger. Looks like though in the mid lane, the Rolling Thunder is gonna get popped. They will end up finding Krish, who has been stunned up by the Primal Roar, and he will be taken down by the Pangolier. Clutch Swashbuckle coming through from Madmate. Looks like No Chance will also bite dust over here. As Toy gets the credit for one of those kills. CJ, he was busy taking that top tier 1 tower, so again, a little bit of miscommunication from on the side of Whoops as CJ decided to take matters into his own hands in the top lane, but Whoops were busy trying to trade opportunities in the mid lane. Now, CJ, he's gonna try to cut the creep wave while Reaper hashtag try and make the most of that fight and maybe even force buyback or 2 from the side of Whoops, but they're not gonna stick around that long. They're instead just gonna take the tier 2 that they've received for free, and they're gonna say thank you very much, tip the hat, and make their way back towards their own part of the map where CJ has been farming away, closing in on that butterfly.
Yeah, I also love the fact that he has picked up a blink dagger for himself, which again makes him really scary. Imagine you're in the middle of a team fight and you see a Medusa blink in with Stone Gaze active. It's going to be pretty hard to fight around that. So, yeah, a really good pickup from coming from the side of CJ, going for the blink dagger. He's going to be really effective in fights now, and also helps him in closing the gap against Toy, who usually seems to run away from the Medusa. So good itemizations coming in, and especially with the butterfly, I think he's going to be a dangerous force to deal with. Let's see how the
Yep.
game goes ahead, and hopefully the items are on do come in at the right timings for CJ.
Oh yeah. And look at that, right? I mean, instant smoke up coming out from the side of Whoops. They see CJ finish up his butterfly. They're like, you know what? Let's force a fight right now. We want to take this fight, potentially even get the Aegis, as Roshan is only a couple of seconds away. And guess what? They're going to run straight into Madmaid, the best possible hero they could have found. Instant roll up coming though from Madmaid, along with the Rolling Thunder, is going to get him back towards safety. While Marcy looks to try and clean up the Crystal Maiden, she will end up going down. But what else can they find? BKB TP out coming through from RDP. Krish tried to find him, but is going to be unsuccessful in cancelling that TP. And just like that, whoops, smoke up, group up together, utilize the butterfly's timing, but are unable to find anything apart from a Crystal Maiden. So a little unfortunate there for them, but if they are able to translate this into control of the Rosh pit, then they can make something happen. They can force the side of Reaper hashtag to take a bad fight.
And again, I think if we look in the mid lane, I think they might be looking to engage into another fight here. If Madmaid does initiate onto the Tusk, it's going to be pretty bad. But I think the Hawk does reveal all the players from the side of Reaper hashtag, and they will look to retreat. Especially Toy needs to get the hell out of there before they are able to focus him down. And a blink.
Oh, Krish, I've seen the story one too many times. He's gonna end up biting the dust as he jumps straight in. And look at that, the snowball is gonna be there on Toy. It's not gonna be all in vain as they manage to take down the Drow Ranger. And CJ, I think he's gonna battle straight towards the Roshan pit. Although unfortunately for him, Roshan is not up for another minute and a half. So a little unfortunate there for the side of Whoops. But again, the important thing is you maintain control of the area around the Roshan pit. You force Reaper hashtag to take a bad fight. And that in turn can translate into even more objectives for you. As well, there's the case in point. Azura, he's going to find Gondry loitering about over here. No chance. He's going to go in with the bedlam, just clean up the Tiny as there's nothing to stop him. Hong Kong trying to create some space along with the Freezing Field and the Ghost Scepter on the Crystal Maiden, but is going to be unsuccessful in doing so. Parasite, from long range, throws out an impetus shot, but it only tickles the Crystal Maiden's armpits, and it seems like Madmaid, he might have overextended as he blinks in. He's gonna pop the roll up and survive somehow through it all. And now it looks like it's Azur's turn to fall as he ends up being taken down. Troy trying his best to make his way in, but Krish from long range is going to be able to go straight in towards Toy, force out the Primal Roar from the Beastmaster, and CJ, he's not done yet. He wants more. Is the rebound available on Krish? No, it's not. But they've managed to force down some very key ultimates on the side of Reaper hashtag in the form of that Freezing Field as well as the Primal Roar. And Roshan is on the cards for Whoops.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be up in another 15 seconds. But Unleash is out of play for the next team fight. So they might look for a Roshan fight. But the Rolling Thunder is already back up on the Pangolier. Only the Roar, which will be back again in another 3 seconds. So not having Unleash in this next team fight might cause a slight problem for them unless they do a sneaky rush pick here when the Pango is not available for the team fight. But again, that area is pretty controlled by Reaper hashtag. They do get the wards down. Let's see how Whoops go on from here, if they will be looking for that Roshan or just focus on objectives and try to get a pick off before going into the pit of the Roshan.
Yeah, it's going to be a little hard for them to find a pick-off, considering that they don't have vision around the Radiant Triangle. So they're going to be reliant on, smoking up and maybe placing a ward at the edge of the triangle and spotting someone out and bursting them down. So let's see what is it that Whoops decide to do here. All the ultimates back up and running for both sides. So it's going to be an interesting team fight, to say the least. They're going to turn their attention towards the Black Dragon and try and take it down, make sure that the Beastmaster does not have a big tree for the next fight. And Madmaid is going to take that as an invitation to start the fight with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to go and he's going to stun up 3 heroes. Parasite, Trish on the Marcy, as well as No Chance. And No Chance will end up falling. The damage just a bit too much, but CJ again might just get caught out over here. The water sponge is gonna be there. Can they finish off the kill? Yes, they. Krish comes in with the unleash, takes him down, and sure, even though they might have lost Parasite, Madmade could be next on the Pangolia. The snowball is gonna be there. The water sponge as well. The kill is secured. And Reaper Hashtag have lost both their mid laner as well as their safe laner. RDP turns around, roars up the tusk. And well, the Terrorize being pump faked by No Chance here is not pop,
Radiant's
but
middle tower is under attack.
yeah, it seems like they're gonna make their way back towards the Roshan pit. As Oops realizes, guys, let's just relax for a bit. You know, both of our supports have just bought back. Maybe it's in our best interest to not dive instead and get ourselves Rosh.
Yep, definitely the better choice. And with that rush, I think it opens up a lot more space for Whoops to push into the towers of Reaper Hashtag. And there are two buybacks coming in from Team Whoops to win that team fight. But again, if they're able to secure this rush,
Oh
a
my
huge
God,
shot!
Godfrey
The
is
Aegis steal!
Coming in from the tide, he's gonna be able to take the Aegis straight out of the hands of Whoops. As the Hawk was providing vision, Hong Kong with the freezing field now surrounding the side of Whoops. As they pose the engagement, No Chance is gonna drop, no buyback available on him. Krish, he's got the unleash at the ready. Can they take down Gondry though? That's the question. The thief in the night is gonna be found and executed for his sins against Whoops. As Reaper Hashtag, they lose 4 of their heroes for even trying to make a play like that. Oh boy. Gondry felt himself in that play, but in the end, it is Whoops who come out on top.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the chart, the net worth and the experience take a cliff dive towards the side of Whoops. Although a beautiful play coming in from Gondry, still not good enough to get the lead in the terms of the entire game. And if CJ and the rest of the team are able to capitalize on this entire wipe coming from Team Whoops, like if they're able to take advantage of this, it's gonna be proving pretty problematic for the side of Reaper Hashtag. But again, I don't see Whoops being able to do anything much here other than maybe trying to secure the T2 in the mid lane. But again, everyone's just split apart, not really sure about what their next move is gonna be, and looks like they're gonna just push out the lanes for now and maybe stay in the high ground of
Radiant's
Reaper
middle
Hashtag
tower is
looking
under
for a
attack.
pick off, and they might just be relaxing and farming for now.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good play by Gondry, even though it does not really result in them, winning the fight, and they do end up losing 4 heroes subsequently. It does allow Reaper Hashtag an opportunity to maybe make a play of their own and find someone from the side of Whoops. Unfortunately for Reaper Hashtag, the only issue is Whoops are a one strong 5-man ball with the Medusa in the front. I mean, these heroes, they can make so much happen if the Medusa is just able to stand there and hit people. And
Yeah.
Reaper Hashtag, they are gonna try and prevent the side of Whoops from just barreling down a lane, even though they don't have the Aegis just yet. So the silver lining is that Whoops had expended a couple of buybacks, so maybe the supports on the side of Reaper Hashtag get a little bit more net worth. But Gondry again playing with fire. Trish pops the unleash, but it no longer dispels, so he's not going to be able to get that frostbite off. Big rebound coming through, but yeah, they're not really able to find Gondry. Azura still looking for a pick. He spots out Gondry. The snowball is going to be there. The TP is going to get cancelled. And Gondry tosses the tusk back as he force-staffs himself into the trees. He's going to try to make his way out of there, but he's not going to succeed as he is going to get found. A kick back, a punch here. And well, it looks like Tiny is going to end up dropping. Double damage rune as well available for CJ now, so they might be able to find a big oof. Close call there for the Pangolia. Such a good blink.
Yeah. Then again, leading into the later stages of the game, I really I'm really scared about this Medusa because I don't know how long a Drow Ranger can hold out against a six slotted Medusa. Even with the BKB on the side of Drow Ranger. Now that she has a BKB,
Dyer's
she
turret has
lacks
been
a
killed.
lot of damage. Whereas on the side of Team Whoops, if you notice, Medusa has already finished the Daedalus. She has a Butterfly. She has a Skadi. She's going to be
Yeah.
a really, really big problem. And I'm not really sure that the Drow Ranger will be able to deal with the Medusa, even in a
Radiant's top tower
uphill
is under
battle
attack.
coming in from Team Whoops. I think they'll be looking to push the T3s, and not sure how the Drow Ranger will be able to deal with this.
Uh-oh. CJ is gonna have to be careful. Primal Raw straight onto him along with the Rolling Thunder, but Chris is creating good space along with the BKB as well as the Unleash. And looks like after all of those ults have been expended, Madmaid might end up paying the price for this as Chris goes straight in with the Unleash as well as the sidekick. Both takes down Madmaid to nearly 20% HP, while elsewhere on the other side, the Stone Gaze has been popped. No chance was looking to finish off the Pangolier, but the Drow Ranger has been caught once again. Toy is gonna end up falling from Reaper hashtag down for 65 seconds. And Azur was able to finish him with punch. I mean, Madmaid survives, but it does cost Reaper hashtag the life of Toy. So, yeah, I'm not sure if that was a worthwhile trade for the side of Reaper.
Chris chasing Pango to the end of his life, but he is able to get out from there. But will they be able to capitalize on killing the Drow Ranger and push this T3 and secure the maybe a set of racks as well? Let's see if CJ is up to the capacity of doing that, because he does have the damage output. All he needs to do is stick with his team and try to take the tower down within the next 26 seconds.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Whoops, they're definitely taken control of this game back from the hands of Reaper hashtag, the 7k net worth lead, a lot of which is nested in the Medusa, but they've been making it work, man. They've been finding kills left, right, and center. So this Medusa, she's finally hit critical mass, and if they don't start pushing and taking advantage of this now, then they're gonna enable the side of Reaper hashtag to maybe come back in this game. As long as they maintain good map control, as long as they ensure that they're able to prevent the side of Reaper hashtag from going out into their jungle, reward all of their wards, and farm up another item or two, Whoops should be okay.
Yeah. And we see the Team Whoops pushing the top lane, and they will be looking to secure the T2s in the top lane as well. So they'll have a total map control over the side of Reaper hashtag. And right now, I think the main priority is going to be getting that T2 and waiting for the Roshan, maybe, which might spawn in the next 21 minute 22 seconds. So yeah, let's see how they proceed. They might be looking to engage in a team fight as well, because they have all their ultimates except the Bedlam, and I think they are willing to engage into a fight without the Bedlam as well. So if they're able to get a pick off here, or maybe even get rid of the ancient creep from Beastmaster, they'll be pretty happy with it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, looks like Reaper hashtag is slowly running out of options in this game.
Mm-hmm.
They need to take one successful fight against Whoops if they want to make a comeback, because at this pace, Whoops will just continue to exert their presence on the Radiant part of the map, and it seems like the rest of Reaper hashtag will be cut off from the farm that is available on the Dire part of the map. So if they're able to just maybe push out this bottom lane, take down that tier 1, push in some of these waves, they could move out and maybe find that extra item or two that they need on the draw to take or to deal with this Medusa. So speaking of which, they are looking for Gondry once again. This man has been a nuisance through and through. He's gonna make his way towards the trees and try and...
CJ has queued up the Swift Blink, I think, which is a really, really good item. He had queued up a different item before. I think he had the Shadow Blade queued up, but he goes for the Swift Blink, which again I think is a really, really good option. But he gets thrown back.
CJ. Yeah, he's gonna pop the BKB. The Stone Gaze does not come through in time though, and he is starting to lose mana. He will finally be able to pop that. Well, it looks like Madmate is going to end up getting caught by the Stone Gaze as Krish is going to end up finding him. CJ will secure that kill, and that is 90 seconds with no Pangolia. And guess what? They managed to find the kickback on Gondry as well. The first up in the overseas total, keeping him alive for the time being. But what else do they have in the tank? Not much, as the fear comes through from No Chance, controlling the rest of the heroes on the side of Reaper. Hashtag as Gondry is forced to buy back, and there's no response from Reaper. Hashtag, no return kills to be found. Just one Enchantress that has been dying since the start of the game. And it doesn't matter that Whoops lose Parasite there. This is a great outcome for them. They're going to continue to apply pressure across the map and maybe wait for the next Roshan, which is about to spawn in just 40 seconds. And with that Aegis, they have a clear window of opportunity where they can win this game. If they can take out Gondry and get out safely, they will be able to siege rather easily.
Yeah. And again, this Enchantress has constantly kept creep inside the Rosh pit just so that they get idea on when the Rosh is back up. So, as you said, it doesn't really matter how many times ever this Enchantress dies because she is already doing her job. And as long as she has something enchanted, keeping Whoops on the higher ground, it's going to be not a lot of pressure coming onto the side of Enchantress. Nature's Attendance does not do a lot of heal compared to the damage output coming out from the time of from the side of Reaper. Hashtag. So I think the main focus now is all on CJ because everything from here on is what CJ is able to do and what the rest of the team enables CJ to do. So as soon as they get this Rosh down, I think the Aghanim Scepter might be picked up on the Medusa herself because she's a pretty good axe user. Yeah, she does pick up the axe.
Yep.
So now she has the Mystic Snake, which is going to be a big pain in the ass because, man, every time Medusa comes in with the axe, I hate it because the Mystic Snake has a pretty low cooldown, which is a 10-second cooldown, and you getting repeatedly stunned by that, man, it's super annoying to deal with. So let's see if they use the BKBs to get away from the Stone Gaze. I mean, even still they will get stunned through it even if they try to use BKB to evade from the rest of the team. This Mystic Snake is going to be causing a huge problem, and with that shard, the cold-blooded is going to be more Mystic Snakes running at you. So I think this is going to be a pretty easy high ground push if they are able to secure this tower. But they are trying their best to stop the push coming in the back lines.
Madmate, he's gonna pop the Rolling Thunder straight in towards No Chance, but he's gonna get stuck on the cliff there for his little second, and that's gonna be all that No Chance needs to stay alive over here as Madmate forced to retreat back towards the cover of his own tier 3 tower. The Primal Roar is gonna come through straight onto Azula, who's been stunned up for the time being, but the Stone Case creating space for the Tusk is gonna allow him to come back into the fight as Krish looks to finish off RDP, but guess what? This is actually being turned around. The Drone Ranger with the multi-shot does do a fair amount of damage. The Tiny goes in with a 2-man avalanche and toss straight onto Krish and No Chance as they're both gonna get taken out, and Whoops, they're gonna tuck their tails between their leg and run as they realize that there has been a buyback from the side of Reaper Hashtag, and they do not have the numbers to make this happen. In fact, Azul is also gonna drop 120 seconds, no buyback on the Tusk. Troy walking forward, he smells blood in the water like a shark, and he's gonna end up fighting Parasite as well, who also does not have a buyback. This could get dangerous. Marcy has the buyback, No Chance also has the buyback, but if they are forced to use it right away, then they could be in a world of trouble. Medusa, she's got the Aegis, but can she hold on all by herself? She needs help from the rest of the team. They're all respawning 40 seconds until the Marcy comes back.
They might have to let go of this tower if they do not want to give up on their buybacks. But if they want to save the tower, the buybacks have to come right now. But no, they let the tower go. They let a set of racks go as well. And I think Medusa can hold if they try to push the T4. So there's not going to be a problem. But again, losing 2 sets of rack would be a big problem. Still 17 seconds on the Enchantress and 19 seconds on the Marcy. So they have another glyph. But will they be able to hold for long enough?
No Chance gonna get gone on once again Thankfully, he did not have to press his buyback, so he has it available for the time being, as Parasite has respawned and Krish is going to be coming back soon as well. But the damage has been done. Reaper hashtag, they will claim 2 sets of racks for themselves. That is the power of the Beastmaster and the Drove Ranger lineup, as whoops. All that advantage that they worked so hard for in the early game has all been taken away. And Reaper hashtag, they still have all 3 sets of racks to show for it. In fact,
Yeah.
I think the pressure might now be on Whoops because they don't seem to have the numbers that they need to try and take this game. The Dusk
no.
still down for the count for 8 seconds, and Parasite's gonna get caught out. 60 seconds, no Enchantress. And Whoops, in a world of trouble, as now the side of Reaper hashtag are gonna turn their attention towards bottom lane as they try and clean this up. Although CJ, he smells blood in the water. They're gonna try to find Toy, but are they gonna succeed? The answer is gonna be no. The Mystic Snake does not connect, does not turn the Drow to stone, and those shards end up blocking Krish's attempt to chase. But Azure, he is gonna get blocked up. BKB is available from Troy, but the kickback is gonna be there from the Tusk as the Drow gets thrown into the waiting arms of the Marcy. And there's the water sponge as well to try and finish off Troy. He will succeed. The snowball is there to cancel out the freezing field from the Crystal Maiden, but now CJ being toyed around with 45 seconds remaining on the Aegis. Does still have Swift Blink at the ready, can go in towards Madmaid, and Madmaid will blink out. Well aware of the possibility that the Medusa is gonna blink into his face. And the Crystal Maiden, oh, so close. Trying to juke and jive, but in the end, it is the Mystic Snake with the axe that does end up catching out Hong Kong, and it's gonna be his death.
Well, you did
As
tell
Whoops.
me not to go easy on
Looks like finally been able to smash this game wide open. No buyback on Toy as well. Down for 50 seconds. And that is Madmaid there as well. No buyback on him for 100 seconds as he's down for the count. Azure finds himself a double kill. And the age is about to expire onto the Medusa, but that's okay. She's got buyback at the ready, and that's what matters.
Yeah. And again, I think if they're able to secure the mid and the top racks here, they're going to be on a pretty even footing. And if in the next 30 seconds they're able to take the bottom tower as well, would be really, really going in their favor. Let's see, the damage output coming out from Medusa is pretty high. And with the Dateless and the Butterfly, she might just... And she has a Moonshard consumed as well. I don't know if you noticed that. But again, the glyphs coming in will cause a problem. As soon as they get this tower down, the glyph will be back up again. So they are ready to use it again when they push the top lane. The tower's down. And here go another set of the racks. Back up, but 2 people still dead on the side of Reaper hashtag. They will be looking to back off from here, secure a Roshan maybe in the next 2 minutes. So it looks like it's going to be a waiting game. But they do secure the 2 set of racks, which makes it even for both sides now. And we are going to be seeing a late game coming into
Goes
this
the bottom
game.
lane. Gondry is going to have to be careful. Krish with the Stormcrafter did clip Gondry, but he doesn't really see him. BKB and Dust both being popped, but Gondry got. And now Toy looking for some revenge here. He's going to be able to spot out Krish. No, he is not. They're going to make it back to safety on the side of Whoops. Although BKB expended, could be a window that the side of Reaper hashtag are looking for.
Yeah.
If they see the Marcy coming back into this lane. Could have picked it up, but Krish, well aware of the possibility, just blinked out as soon as that multi-shot came through. A smoke up coming out from Whoops. This might just be unexpected. Madmaid is going to have to be careful. There's the Hex coming through as well. And now the Pangolier is just going to melt straight up with the tag team. BKB being popped by Azure as he's looking for more. Gem gets dropped. Oh, so close. I don't think Azure had the Water Sponge there, unfortunately. So he couldn't really cancel the TP on the Crystal Maiden. Toy sticking around in the bottom lane over here. Really wants to apply some pressure and force out the side of Whoops to go back and defend it. But the creeps have entered the base in the middle lane. And looks like they might just end up exchanging mega creeps over here. Toy, he's walking forward. There's got the Black Dragon alongside him. And CJ himself is trying to clean up the melee racks over here. And the Drow Ranger, unsure of what she should do. He's just gonna go back towards the trees and go back to a base, but it's all too late because Mega Creeps have been secured for Whoops. And now all they need to do is shove out that bottom lane, gear up for the next rush, and they'll have the game in their clutches. Oh boy. Azur. Punching up that creep. Man, that was close. I'm not sure whose hex that was. That might have been a hex from the Dark Willow. Although I could
it was.
be wrong.
It was.
All right.
It is
That makes sense.
Scythe of Vice on the Willow is ready, so she is going to be causing problems to the Drow Ranger if that BKB is not popped at the right time and she gets hexed. It's going to be really bad for Reaper hashtag, and I think they undervalued the importance of pushing that bottom tower. Like, CJ was able to do so much damage, so much more compared to the Drow and the Beastmaster combined in the bot lane. So, giving up that Mega Creeps, I think, is going to play a big role in this game because Reaper hashtag now have to defend against the Mega Creeps, which they do have the wave clear capacity for, but then again, they can't focus on all three lanes and taking this Roshan as well. So the next Rosh, I think, is going to be pretty easy for the side of Whoops just because they have the Mega Creeps on their side.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Mega Creeps is always something that is not super easy to deal with for any team. I mean, you really need to itemize for it, and it seems like Madmade, this is going to be the final hoorah from the side of Reaper hashtag. They're going to take down No Chance right away at the start of the fight. Krish gonna pop the BKB, gonna pop the Unleash. Hong Kong's freezing field is gonna get cancelled, and Madmade is also gonna get caught out with the Stone Gaze and punched up by Azura. He's got the Shield Crash damage reduction, but not for long. He's gonna get cleaned up. No Chance buying back. Uh-oh, Toy. Look at the damage output coming through from the Drow Ranger. He's managed to whittle down Medusa's mana away almost to zero. And oh, the Primal Roar, it's gonna get blocked by the clutch Lincoln Sphere coming through from one of the players on the side of Whoops. And now Parasite could be in a world of trouble, but the kickback is going to be there onto the Tiny, into the waiting arms of the Medusa as well as the Marcia as they clean up Gondry. Zur will pay for it with his life, but nonetheless, they forced out two buybacks from the side of Reaper hashtag, and they pick up a Tiny. And the creeps have pushed into Reaper hashtag's base, which must be addressed.
Yeah, and now that they get back into the base to defend against the Mega Creeps, the Roshan has come back online. All they have to do is get the Roshan down, wait for the Tusk, and then push into the tower T4s of Reaper hashtag. But then again, looks like they just want to head into the Rosh pit right now. Reaper hashtag has pushed off the lanes for now and might look to counter this Roshan. Both teams having one less player and a buyback coming in from Tiny.
Madmade may go forward with the Rolling Thunder. He's gonna actually catch both Krish as well as CJ, but he's gonna get stuck once again on the side of that cliff. And realizing that he is in potentially a world of trouble, he's gonna try to get out there with the Swashbuckler, but he's not gonna succeed. He popped his buyback. He does not have it for the next 2 minutes. And it looks like, whoops, they are gonna hammer the final nails into Reaper hashtag's coffin. And, well, finally make the series even at 1-1. It's been a long and hard game, but man, has it been a close one. Reaper hashtag never saying die. Still gonna try their best to hold on over here, but Roshan will go the way of Whoops as CJ is gonna have an Aegis to work with. Actually, no, it's not even gonna go to CJ. It's gonna be picked up by Krish instead.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call because CJ has not died for a while now. He still has only one death, so he is pretty sustainable, especially with the Manta, the Skadi, which brought him a lot of stats. So, but whereas on the other hand, if you look at Krish, he's been dying pretty quickly ever since the Drow Ranger was able to get her items down. So, having this Aegis on Krish will let him engage.
Yeah, and Krish, well, he's gonna go straight in with that Aegis onto Hong Kong, who does not have buyback for another 100 seconds. This might just be it. Toy pops his BKB, tries to take down the Marcy, will succeed in taking her down once, but then only once, and that's it. The Drow Ranger is gonna bite the dust. Buyback is gonna come through. They're trying to throw back Gondry in towards the fountain. They managed to actually successfully take him quite close to the staircase, but they're not going to be able to take him inside. He does not want to know what that Radiant Fountain looks like. He has absolutely no interest in that whatsoever. Now is going to go down as well. And game 2 between Reaper Hashtag and Whoops will go the way of Whoops. A hard, arduous, and a labored game, but a game that Whoops will win in the end. And you can see
Yeah.
right on their faces just how close that game was. A big smile on CJ's face, but Krish and Azur don't seem to be the most pleased about that game. They definitely are starting to feel the pressure here a little bit.
Yeah.
But regardless,
again,
a win is a win. They'll even up the series 1-1, and man, it has been an interesting match so far, Lama. I mean, this is what I signed up for.
Yeah, as I said, in the beginning of the series itself, we all love to go for a game 3. And for this series, we will have a game 3. Both teams equally matched. Reaper Hashtag and Whoops had even games throughout the series, the first game and the second game, where both the teams played really well, especially the second game, where it went on for 56 minutes. And if you look at the damage coming in from every hero, just look at the Medusa with 52,000 hero damage and 23,000 building damage, with her tanking 91,000 raw damage with 81% reduction. So I think we all might know who the MVP is going to be for this match. But then again, we are going to be seeing a game 3. There was some places where Reaper Hashtag almost made a comeback, but again, Team Whoops with the Medusa just kept the game going down the line.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have to give credit where credit is due. Reaper Hashtag, they made it very, very close where they managed to kill, I think, the rest of the team on the side of Whoops. They took down No Chance. They took down Krish. They had
Yeah.
buybacks available, but despite that, they had to give up 2 sets of racks. And Reaper Hashtag could have almost turned that around had they managed to find more on top of that. But wasn't in the cards for them. Whoops wasn't having any of it. CJ wasn't having any of it. And they managed to close out this game and take it to a third map
Yeah.
here in this best of 3. And Hashtag Reaper and Whoops. Man, I mean, that match too, I'm sure it took a toll on all of them. So going to be needing to rest up a little bit before they go into this third game. But yeah, what an interesting game. I think at every single point in the game, I mean, there was always the question of what if, and it almost came to a point where, we were like, okay, you know what? We said that it was going to be a 2-0. We weren't really believing it for the most part in game 2 based on what we saw from Whoops. But then that one
Yeah.
fight where they managed to take those 2 racks, that could have just completely turned the game around. But
Yeah.
Whoops, somehow managed to stabilize. Yep, I mean, for the time being, this is going to be the second game of the series between Reaper Hashtag as well as Whoops. You're watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 powered by, AMD along with a gaming partner Logitech as well as a fantasy partner Fanclash. We'll be back very, very shortly with game number 3. So don't go anywhere if you're a fan of either of these teams. We'll be back just a bit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 with our gaming partner Logitech as well as our official fantasy partner Fanclash. My name is Fluky. Joining me for this one is going to be Llama. We've got the final match of the day between Hashtag.Reaper as well as Whoops. The final game that will
Yep.
determine who's going to advance in the upper bracket of the Sky Esports Championship 4.0 and who will be sent packing to the lower bracket where they'll have to play Ragnarok. Well, that is the question. But before we have a look at the draft, let's have a look at last game's MVP and see if your prediction holds true, Lama. Is it going to be
Yeah.
good old CJ on the Medusa? Yes, it
Yes.
is. What a surprise.
Yeah. Again, I think the stats on CJ's Medusa is higher than Toys Medusa in the previous game, having a 997 GPM and a 978 XPM. Oh my god, that's
Yeah.
insane! Like that's almost like a thousand GPM, thousand XPM as
Mm-hmm.
well. So
Yep.
that's an amazing Medusa coming out from CJ, and obviously we saw the result of that game. He did dominate it, and even though the rest of his team was dead, even in the almost the ending of the game, he was still able
Mm-hmm.
to stand down, stand his ground, and managed to come back on top again. So yeah, very well deserved MVP coming in for CJ here.
Oh yeah, I mean CJ single-handedly, kept the side of Whoops in the game when things started to go wrong a little bit. There, they had to give up two sets
Yeah.
of racks. CJ just made sure that he did not feed away the ages, that he did not give them any free kills. And that decision to let two racks go, right? Especially when you have an Aegis and you're the carry and you see that your team is dead, it's not a very easy decision to make. You're like, you know what, I need to buy my team some time. Maybe I'll lose the Aegis, but I can hopefully get out alive and buy enough time for my team. That does not usually happen over here. This time around,
Yeah.
it seemed like he was like, you know what, I don't think that's a very good decision. I'm just gonna instead let them take those two sides of racks, and because I'm a Medusa and I can deal with it, we're still gonna be able to come out stronger on the other side, and that's what Whoops did. Whoops was still able to take those fights rather well. They managed to kill the Pangolier, they managed to kill the Drove without buyback, and even though CJ almost got hurled into the fountain, Whoops still managed to even it out 1-1. Can they close out the
Yeah.
series though and proceed in the upper bracket to face Neon Esports? That remains a bigger mystery, and that's a mystery that we'll be finding out soon enough. But before we jump into the draft, Lama, I want to know from you, what are you expecting to see in Game 3?
In game three, I think I'll be looking for a similar type of game, like where both the teams are equally matched up against each other, going head to head in the early game, carrying it out into the mid and late game. And I think since we already have started our drafting phase, I think we can see how they'll proceed with their drafts in this early game. Looks like Reaper hashtag does not want to do anything with Marcy, and I think that looks like a respect ban coming out from them against Team Whoops. The Marcy was really effective in the team fights, able to cause a lot of problems for Reaper hashtag, where they were able to reposition the course from the side of Reaper hashtag when it came to team fights, and Reaper hashtag go for their Beastmaster pick again. Do you think we're gonna see Enchantress coming out from the side of Whoops, or maybe they'll be looking to do something else this time around?
The Crystal Maiden is still in the pool if they want to pick that up instead, so that is also a very decent answer to the Beastmaster. Enchantress could also be picked up once again. I think the Ents did a very good job of just securing
Enchantress.
CJ's farm, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to pick up the Enchantress while they sit and ponder upon what they want to pick next into this Beastmaster. Lots of good options
Yeah.
available. Could potentially, just try and pick up the Tusk again if they feel confident in that hero.
10 seconds
Or alternatively,
remaining.
they could pick Krisha Zero over here and decide what is it
5
that they want
seconds
to do,
remaining.
later on in the draft. Now, they could, uh, pick up the Death Prophet if they would like. Not a bad hero, but yeah, I'm not sure if I would feel comfortable picking Death Prophet when I don't see any other hero in the enemy team apart from a Beastmaster. I
Radiant
think
team
that's
pick.
a little bit scary. So they're gonna keep it simple. They're gonna keep it straightforward. They'll go back for the Tusk.
Yeah, and I think that's it's worked out for them
Radiant
again. As I
team
always
ban.
say, don't fix something until it's
Dire team
broken, and
ban.
Whoops seem to be just sticking with their Enchantress Tusk, whereas Reaper Hashtag has again gone back to Beastmaster Pango. But this time the Bloodseeker has not been banned yet, but again, there's still a lot of
Yeah.
bans to go through before the next phase of picks. So probably they might be looking for a Bloodseeker ban, and
10
I'm not
seconds
even sure
remaining.
if Whoops would be looking for a Bloodseeker as their core, because
5
I think
seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
a Tusk and Enchantress already have a lot of effect when it comes to dealing with the Pangolier and Beastmaster. We saw how the Tusk was able to uh, take control of fight where the Pangolier wanted to roll, but the Tusk always would come in with a blink and just uppercut him into the sky, stopping
10
him from
Oh yeah.
seconds
rolling, or
remaining.
maybe even getting a snowball roll onto the Pango, stopping him from
5
rolling as well.
seconds
So
remaining.
I think Reaper
Dire
Hashtag
team
might be on the safe
ban.
side and ban the Bloodseeker, and they do that. Bloodseeker gets banned out in the fourth ban coming out from Reaper Hashtag, and I think Whoops will be looking to pick up more teamfight centric heroes again. And
Oh yeah.
Medusa is still out there in the open. They might look for a
10
Medusa pick, but I
seconds
don't think they'll
remaining.
do it this early on, because again, it's going to be hard to play when
5
there are
seconds
counters in the
remaining.
opponent side. So let's see how the drafting goes
Mhm.
from here.
Yeah, I mean, they could potentially. Okay, so they ban out the Bloodseeker themselves on Reaper Hashtag. They are well aware that Whoops could pick that up. I wouldn't be a fan of a Bloodseeker and the Tusk on the same team, though. So a little surprised that Reaper Hashtag
It
considered it
is
important enough
Radiant's
that they
plan.
banned it out. But nonetheless, it's going to secure, the game of their mid laner. It's going to allow them to, play the game a lot easier compared to the side of compared to the previous game where you had a Tusk, you had an Enchantress, you had a Marcy coming in and constantly beating up the
10
Pangolier. Just
seconds
relieving some of
remaining.
that pressure allows the Pangolier to
Yeah.
breathe a bit more freely and gives
5
him
seconds.
a lot more freedom when it comes to playing the game and just having more impact overall. I mean, it's nice to not be
Yeah.
ruptured when you're rolling around.
Definitely. And I think Reaper Hashtag are taking quite some time to come up with their next ban. Whoops have also taken a lot, had dug a lot into their reserve time as well, coming down to 138 minutes remaining. So both these teams are thinking a lot on how their drafting is going. Like they did not, I don't think both teams prepared to come to game three like this. And
It
both
is
the teams
Dire's
are
plan.
really unsure of how to go around with their drafts, whether they want to stick with the early game or whether they want to stick with their normal late game carry and playing around that. So very interesting bans coming out from both teams. Reaper Hashtag ban out the uh, Night
Night
Stalker.
Stalker?
So
Yeah.
what do you
10
think that
seconds.
enables Reaper Hashtag to pick up as their cores?
5 seconds
I think
remain.
Night Stalker. I think the Night Stalker ban just again helps the Pangolia and the Beastmaster to play the game a bit more freely. Previously you had the
Dire's
Marcy jumping onto your
jungles.
heroes, just stunning them up and dealing tons of damage. This time around, you don't want a life stealer who's going to be flying over your Pangolia and your Beastmaster as the Pangolia is trying to get that rolling thunder off. You never really want to be in a spot where you have to build a BKB as a Pangolia, because pressing a BKB and then pressing rolling
10
thunder is just
seconds.
redundant. So you would much rather instead, just ban out the Night
5
Stalker and not
seconds
worry about all
remain.
of that. While
Yeah, yeah, that's
Whoops look for their next pick over here. Gonna dip into some of their reserve time. They've got a fair amount of it remaining as they ponder upon what they should pick next. I imagine they're probably gonna pick up the position four here. The position four that's
yeah.
good at dealing with the Pangolia as well as the Beastmaster to an extent. Um,
Hmm.
I I'm not too sure if yeah, I don't think the Earthshaker is a good pick. Yeah, I was gonna say the Earthshaker could be an option, but the more I think about it, the less I'm convinced. Uh, you
Yeah.
potentially just want an end hero who can, either provide some damage, some sustain, or something, or bring something to the table that Whoops don't currently have. Just
Radiant's
more of the same thing
choose
doesn't really help.
Rubik.
So they're gonna go with the Rubik, which is a fairly decent pick. You can instantly cast the Rolling
Yeah.
Thunder. You have increased duration on the Primal Roar as well, courtesy of your debuff
Radiant's turn to
amplification on
pick.
your spell steal.
Mirana.
And Reaper Hashtag will
Yeah.
pick up the Mirana in turn.
Dire's
Hmm.
turn to pick.
Drow
Again,
Ranger.
oh, Reaper
Oh,
coming
okay.
back with the Drow Ranger pick. I think the only different hero right now is the Mirana from their previous match. And again, I say don't fix something until it's broken. In the last game, I don't think their draft
10
was broken
seconds
as much
remain.
as the Medusa was a bigger problem to deal with. So, uh,
5 seconds.
might Whoops look into getting the Medusa again since the Drow Ranger has been picked up here? Do you think that's a possibility?
They could go for Medusa here, but they also need to answer the draw
Radiant's
in
turn to
lane. They
battle.
could potentially pick up something like a Primal Beast, but all right, whoops. Round two it is. They're gonna pick up the Medusa for themselves. They're like, yeah, they believe in your philosophy, Llama. Don't fix what's not broken. So yeah, Reaper hashtag. Uh, gonna be fighting up against a similar draft,
10
except this
seconds.
time around they've got a Mirana of their own, and Whoops
5
instead have a Rubik to
seconds.
work with. So yep, a lot of good spells to steal if you're the Rubik this game. Picking up the Sacred
Yeah,
Arrow, maybe the Rolling Thunder, the Primal Roar, or even the Wild Axes. If
Dyer's
the
turn
Rubik
to
is given
battle.
enough time, it can cause a lot of issues for the side of Reaper hashtag. I mean, you don't want to be in a spot where Rubik is allowed to throw those Wild Axes, forever and ever, because the Medusa is going to be frontlining after some point and giving the Rubik ample of space
10
to
seconds remain.
just steal spells comfortably and turn the fight around when he
5
feels like
seconds
he's
remain.
got the right spell. But yeah, whoops. Looking
It is
to
Radiant's
ban
band.
out any heroes that are good at dealing with the lineup they currently have, and they're gonna ban out the Clockwork over here. A good hero to
yeah.
pick if you're gonna be fighting into something like a Tusk or even a Medusa and a Rubik. I mean, the Medusa maybe not so much once
10
she hits level
seconds.
6, but yeah, definitely good against the Tusk and the Rubik.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remain.
and again, I think Whoops is looking for a position three. And last time around, I told with their lineup, the Dawnbreaker would have been good as a position three. And this time, Reaper hashtag have banned the Dawnbreaker out. But I think the Mars still in play might be really effective in helping the Medusa deal damage and also mitigating the damage coming out from the Drow ranges. So if Reaper hashtag do not ban out the Mars, I think Mars might be a really good option for Whoops to go with. And on the side of Reaper hashtag, they are looking for a position four, I mean, a position four or a five, depending on where Mirana plays. So, uh, what might be an ideal position four for Reaper hashtag, according to you?
I think. I mean, they've already
It
got
is
the
Dyer's
Mirana
band.
for their position 4, right? They're looking for a solid position 5 hero on the side of Reaper hashtag that can deal with, whatever whoops want to pick up in the off lane. Reaper decide to ban out the Batrider, and we'll see how Whoops respond to this. They know that they
10
need some
seconds
sort of
remain.
position 5 that can help the Drow Ranger secure some early farm.
5
The Undying
seconds.
could be a very valid ban coming out from the side of Whoops. It would mitigate a lot of what Whoops want to do in the top lane by just virtue of the Undying existing and spamming decay a million times in your offlaner's face. It's not going to be a very fun experience. So the Undying wouldn't be too bad of a ban here. Could
Yeah.
potentially also
Radiant's turn to pick.
look
Oh,
to
yeah, there you
ban
go.
out some. Nope, never mind. They're just gonna go for the Undying ban instead. Yep. And Reaper hashtag. Well, what are their options now for position 5? I wonder. They would prefer a strength-based position 5 who can make some space for the Drow Ranger in lane and sort of
10
take the brunt of
seconds.
the harass. The Omni Knight might not be a bad choice, actually, now that I think about
5
it.
seconds remain.
Yeah, Omni Knight does look like a good position five. Even a Treant Protector might do them good because he provides them with the sustainability, that extra armor, and
Mhm.
he's able to also stop pushes coming in from the whoops in the earlier stages of the game, and also healing the tower, is really really important. And
Yep.
definitely a good option. Quite a few options on the side of Reaper hashtag.
Dyer's turn
Maybe a
to pick.
disruptor as well, or a
All
Snapfire.
right.
That'll do them well as
Yep.
good. That's a good pick.
Yes, the Snapfire is also very decent. It gives them a lot more damage inside the Primal Roar as well as the Rolling Thunder stuns. It's a great way to deal with the Medusa early
10
on without
seconds
being
remain.
forced to fight in range of a Stone Gaze. And now, whoops, need some sort of an
5
answer for
seconds.
this Drow Ranger because they have the Medusa and the Tusk, but having another hero that can do more of the same thing is really going to help because Reaper hashtag
kind of reliant on
Yeah.
well, them grouping up. And like you mentioned, well, it is going to be the famous Krish Mars. Uh,
Yeah.
he is one of the mid laners, or at least he used to be one of the mid laners who picked it up very, very often during his time in TNC, and he popularized it back then. But yeah, to see him on the Mars again is going to be fun. I mean, you predicted it. You said that there could be a Mars pickup, and there it is.
Yeah, I mean, it was a no-brainer because one, he plays it really, really well, and it goes along with the Medusa, and also keeps the Drow Ranger coming out from Toy in check as well. So, perfect pick over there. Let's see how the laning phase goes, and I think, uh, other than the Mars and the Rubik, Whoops have the pretty much the same layout as the previous game, and from Reaper hashtag, other than the Snapfire and Mirana, they also have the same lineup. So yeah, I think it's gonna be
Yep.
a pretty even game, and all depends on how the laning phase goes and how they are able to take care of Medusa this time around. If they are able to, like play more aggressive towards the side of CJ's lane, or if they are able
Mhm.
to take more control on the side of off lane, negating the farm that CJ can have. So it all goes depending on how the laning phase goes. So I mean, everyone looks pretty confident on both the teams. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's excited for game number 3. So let's see what happens.
Oh, yeah. I mean, a lot on the line here for both of these teams. You know, an easier road to the grand finals from the upper brackets, or the more difficult and labored road from the lower bracket if they are to
Yeah.
lose. So, yeah, both these teams wanting to take the win, and wanting to take the win, and tips coming in right at the start of the game from Gondry on Krish, as Krish is one of the most famous Mars players in the region. Like I said earlier, lots of tips being exchanged back and forth. But yeah, smoker from both teams early on. Let's see who's going to be the victor this time around. As
Yeah.
Parasite is going to get a good ward off. Good to scout
Well,
out anyone that might be coming in from the jungle. But this time around, Reaper hashtag are just very content to sit on their own high ground and wait for Whoops to make a move.
hmm and I think that's a good option. Even I mean, both the last previous game and the game before that, Reaper have come out on top
30
before the
seconds
first
to battle.
rune pickup. And this time, I think both the teams are going to settle for just picking up 2 runes of their own and just play the safe game.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Reaper hashtag they've started these games off with a bang. You know, both of those games they managed to get themselves first blood and a ton of kills to work with. Let's see if that happens again. I mean, whoops, they're definitely gearing
The
up to
battle
contest this
begins.
top rune over here, and the Enchantress is there along with the
Oh,
Rubik, but they're not going to be able to secure that rune. And again, Reaper hashtag get away with 3 bounty runes at the start. The greed
yeah.
pays off. We'll see what else the side of Whoops managed to accomplish over here in this mid lane. Yeah, so that's what it
Yeah,
affects
mid
the most. You
lane.
know, having more bounty runes just means that the enemy mid laner gets the bottle faster than you do.
Yeah. And again, if we look at the mid lane, we have a same matchup coming from Azura and Madmaid. And again, the Tusk is going to have a slight advantage in the mid lane going up
Hmm.
against the Pangolier. So that lanes might go pretty much the same unless someone decides to mess up. So let's see
Oh yeah.
the other lanes because there has been a
Dire's
slight change up
courier
in the
has
other
been
lanes,
killed.
and the Dire's courier does fall. So
Uh
it's going
huh.
to be pretty good for the side of Reaper hashtag because everyone gets bonus gold. And CJ again, I think, will have a pretty comfortable lane as long as that Call of the Wild board is not going to come out because the Enchantress is right there who's going to enchant it immediately. So I
Hmm.
think previously they did not have the Mirana here, so having the Mirana might be very effective. But in the bot lane, Krish is falling
Oh,
really really low. The
Krish.
Drow will be able to
Yep.
secure the first blood.
And no chance is gonna
Oh,
end up dropping as well. The multi shot was available from Troy. Didn't have to pop it though.
yeah.
He's just gonna be able to get the kill. You know, to right clicks alone, and a bad start here for Whoops in this bottom lane as they give up 2 kills to the Drow Ranger, who is arguably
the hero you don't want to give any kills to, because if she manages to get to a good item timing, say she's able to get a Yasha Dragonlance BKB by around 20-22 minutes, then Whoops could be in a world of trouble, just lose all the router towers and have no space on the map for the Medusa to farm.
My heart is hardened.
Yeah. And having Rubik on the lane this time, I think as long as she is able to get the Fate Bolts right on to the Drow Ranger, they'll be pretty happy in the lane. Like these two early deaths from their side was actually really bad. As you said, Toy should not be getting these kills, but let's see if they are able to catch up with the Drow Ranger. She's already hit level 3, getting the XP boost from the kills early game. But then again, Krish and No Chance on these position 4 and 3 are very strong heroes. So all depends on how the Snapfire is able to zone them out. The same thing in the top lane, how well the Enchantress is able to zone out both RDP and the Mirana. Let's see what happens, and if the laning phases go similar to the last game, or if one team does better than the other in this one.
Yeah, I mean, this time around it's quite visible, right? That the side of TNC are having a... I mean, sorry, not the side of TNC, but the side of Whoops are having a much better time. They attempted to do a telekinesis lift back into a Mars Spear, but it did not work. And yeah, the bottom lane going from bad to worse for the side of Whoops, because... I mean, Krish, not only did they give up 2 kills to the Drow Ranger, the Drow Ranger is also ahead in terms of last hits and deny, sitting at 19-8 compared to the Mars, who's sitting at 9-1. I mean, Toy having nearly as many denies as Krish has last hit, so
Yeah.
not the best outcome for him just yet. Krish is going to continue to try and get some farm going for himself. The game does get easier for them once Mars hits level 6. They've got a lot of great ways to get on top of the Drow, but until then, it is going to be a very labored lane. And in the top lane, looks like the Enchantress is going to fall as the kill goes the way of RDP on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, then again, coming into that lane, once Mirana hits that arrow onto the Enchantress before she hits level 6, where she gets untouchable, I think she's going to be really securing those skills as long as she hit the arrows. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, No Chance falling really, really low as the Drow Ranger is right-clicking her to death. But Mars coming in with a spear, able to get Gondry against the tree, but he himself is falling really low, coming because of the right clicks coming in from the Drow Ranger here, who has the double Wraith Band already, giving him a lot of stats and a lot of damage in this early game.
Yep. Good TPR from Krish, recognizing that there's no way on earth he can continue laning there, but this might just enable Gondry to find a kill onto No Chance, but No Chance will get the telekinesis back up and running just in the nick of time so that he can get back to safety. And Krish, it's going to be a long walk back to the lane for him, while No Chance is going to say hello to him on the way towards the fountain. Madmade this time around, not doing all that bad. Much better CS compared to the last game, but yeah, Azure still has the upper hand in this matchup as Tusk.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
And again, leading to that 6 minute.
Yep. Had to be a little bit careful there as the arrow came flying through in the mid lane, though. The Tusk has punched up the Pangolier, but the Pangolier is going to be A-okay. And yeah, whoops. I mean, the good news for them is that the Medusa is finally starting to farm a little bit easier compared to the first few levels. The Beastmaster did pose a great threat, but and now it's a lot easier. Hong Hong gonna get enchanted up, rune secured by Azure. It's gonna be an arcane rune, so we'll see if he's gonna make a play for Pangolier, or if he instead is just gonna TP bottom to try and apply pressure to Drow. And Gondry trying to make something happen over here. Got the Fire Snap cookie, but is instead gonna pop the Scatter Blast. Toy, uh-oh, he's gonna get lifted back. The Spear's gonna be there into the tower. No Chance is gonna end up dropping, but Krish will find the kill. Absolutely worth it for the side of Whoops. As that's solo XP as well that Krish managed to get for that kill.
And I think that's totally worth it. Although the Drow knew that he was dying and he was able to secure a kill onto the Rubik, the Mars still does come out on top there. Parasite gonna get caught here from the Pango, and the arrow coming in from the Mirana will secure the kill onto him. Yeah, CJ is gonna look into the jungle to get the farm that he's lacking. He does stack there and to get the small camp over there, but then again, if you look at the last hits, he is sitting on top comfortably, but some of them have been jungle creeps, so make no mistake. Tusk coming here in the bottom lane.
Uh-oh, Toy. Gonna get eyed up again by the Tusk, but this time Toy will be able to find the kill on Krish before he passes away. And look at Madmade coming through with the rotation in the Rolling Thunder. He's gonna be able to pick up Parasite as well. A snowball through Azura, attempting to take down the Snapfire, and he will succeed. Angolia, though, might be a different story. Azura, not sure if he's got any stick charges remaining, but if Madmade overextends, he could certainly punish him for doing that. And doesn't look like
Yeah.
Zoo's gonna get that kill. Gonna give the bottle over to Krish, who will happily get that bottle refilled up for his pal Tusk. And in the meantime, Hong Kong is very happy to take the space towards the mid lane and secure the double damage rune for his mid laner if the Pangoli decides to
Dire's
make
middle
his way
tower
towards
is under
the...
attack. Double damage.
No chance does see him,
Radiant's top tower is
and
under
he
attack.
just takes the double damage and gets out of there. So Pango will go and get the bounty rune to refill his bottle.
Yep.
Meanwhile, all this time, the RDP has been taking the stack over there in the top, the ancient. So he does get himself quite a bit of XP and net worth as well. Yeah, I think both teams are pretty much even right now, although Reaper hashtag has a slight 1k advantage. Doesn't mean a lot in the bot lane, however.
And, well, that is going to be the Mars getting himself a kill. The first arena of the game onto poor old Gondry, who's going to go down, but Krish's game is going to be a little bit better because of it. You know, in the early game as Mars, you're tempted to try and get a core kill off of every arena, but that's just not going to happen. So it's good to pop the arena, just get a support, and instead
Radiant's
just
bottom tower
try to hit
is
your
under
items
attack.
faster, because once you get yourself that
Dire's
blink
top
dagger,
tower is
you can
under
get
attack.
so much more active around the map,
Radiant
setting up
structures
kills with
are
the spear
fortified.
and the shield bash. Uh-oh. Well, it looks like CJ is gonna be okay, courtesy of the Stone Gaze. And
Yeah.
Dire's
it's gonna
top
be able to
tower
survive
is
here.
falling.
Madmade, that Rolling Thunder, is gonna get wasted,
Radiant's
but
bottom
nonetheless,
tower is
the
under
side
attack.
of #Reaper should be able to find the top tier 1 for their troubles. No such exchange being found in the bottom lane just yet, though, and Madmade is gonna make his way here. He wants to punish this. He doesn't want to allow the side of Whoops to claim this tower for free, as RDP continues to farm away, but they've managed to find Toy over here in the jungle. Trish, as well as Parasite and Azur, gonna group up and deliver a beatdown on the Drow's head.
Dire's
And
top tower
it's gonna
is
be
under attack.
Toy biting the dust for another 16 seconds. This is a similar story. You know, we've seen it play out before in the previous game, where even though Whoops are bleeding kills across the map, they keep finding Toy. And it didn't really work
Yeah.
out too well for the side of Reaper hashtag. I think they're not going to be too pleased about the fact that they keep losing their draw. But, you know, they are, I mean, but they keep finding these other picks on No Chance and whatnot. But Azur, this is going to be a pick that they're going to be very happy about with the Mortimer's Kisses and the Primal Roar. They're going to secure the kill on
Yeah.
that Tusk and prevent him from accruing too much net worth before the 10 to 12 minute mark, because
Radiant's
we've all seen
bottom
what that
tower
Tusk can
is
do.
under attack.
Then again, if we look at the net worth right now, the Beastmaster and the Drow Ranger are sitting on top comfortably. But again, the Mars and the Medusa are not far behind. So I think if we look at it right now about the capacity of both the heroes farming the Drow or the Medusa, Medusa with that split shot is gonna be farming more efficiently than the Drow is. So I think
Radiant's
we'll
bottom
see
tower
a
has
slight
been
bump in the
denied.
rate of Medusa's farm as we go ahead. And again, oh, okay, I think we missed a kill down
Kill? Yeah,
where the
that's all right. I
Tusk
mean,
was
it's
able to
just
get a kill.
good old
Dire's
Hong
middle
Kong.
tower
You know, just
is
making
under
sure
attack.
that the Dire don't get too much by getting that last hit on the tower. So he TPs there, denies the tower, gets a wave to his name. Pays for it with his life nonetheless, but he did force heroes to show on the bottom part of the map, which means that the draw gets to farm these ancients for free and that there's no pressure being applied onto Toy for the time being. However, the mid lane is a different story. Gondry is aware of the possibility that Whoops are going to try to group up and claim this tower. And while he's ready in position, he doesn't really have the Pangolier to work with. And Krish again is going to be there with the punish, the Fire Snap Cookie. Not there in time to jump over the arena, but Gondry is still staying alive. That arena doesn't end up doing much. They don't have the damage to kill off the Snapfire. And now, looking for some revenge kills, he goes in with the Rolling Thunder, manages to stun up CJ. Beastmaster will go down, but Azure might pay for it with his life. Yes, Madmate is going forward. The Shield Crash Slow is going to be there. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming through as well. This should be the death of Azure. He survives. Not a small time, but the Starstorm is going to be there to secure that kill, and they're even going to find no chance at the tail end of it all.
Dire's middle tower
So,
is under
#Reaper, protect their tier 1 tower, get 3 kills in turn, and now could potentially take down Whoops' own tier 1 tower
Dire's
as Whoops.
structures are fortified.
Bit of a misplay there towards the
Dire's
mid lane
middle
as
tower is under attack.
it didn't seem like Azure was intent on committing all of his spells just for that Snapfire.
Yeah. And again, diving under a T1, definitely not the best idea when you still do not have the damage output necessary. The Medusa having only the Yasha does not have enough damage to get solo kills as well. So in the top lane, however, they are going on to the Pango and they do get him down. Roar going on to no chance, but again, RDP is out of spells and they'll slowly beat him to death. If
I mean, he's...
Hong Hong...
Yeah, he was somewhat tanky there with the Helm of the Iron Will or the Helm of the Dominator. And look at that, the Mars gonna pop the arena instantly to secure that kill on the Mirana. But again, please don't tell me they're gonna have damage issues. Azure instead turned his attention towards Troy. Troy is gonna be able to take down Azure. Mirana is gonna go down, but in the end, Parasite will be there for the cleanup. No chances there as well to secure the kill onto Gondry. And it's gonna be a full 5-man wipe soon enough for Reaper hashtag. As, well, Gondry, never mind, he's gonna stay alive here. And Madmaid, looking to get revenge on the Pangolier, will succeed in doing so. As he takes down no chance, but still. A fight that ultimately favors Whoops.
Yeah, definitely. They were, although not a big gap in net worth, they were able to bring down the net worth gap to 1k. And again, Medusa, man. Medusa is definitely going to be a problem. And I don't see Reaper hashtag actually addressing it right now because all they seem to be doing is engaging in fights that do not favor them, especially Drow being included in these fights as well. And he has lost his life 4 times. So not really ideal for the Drow Ranger, whereas the Medusa on the other hand has died 0 times, but again he has gotten 0 kills as well. But his farm is quite up there, you know, leading with 7.7k, whereas the Drow is still at 6.5k net worth. So we will have to wait and watch how they try on planning to deal with this Medusa coming out from CJ.
Yeah, I mean, this time around Toy is doing a lot better than earlier, but okay, the Mars is going to be able to find the Beastmaster and they will be able to clean him up right at the start of the fight. Whoops, still surviving on all their heroes until the Mortimer's Kisses come through and take down the Mars. The dust to follow up soon as well as Zur bites the dust, and No Chance is also going to end up dropping 4 kills going the way of Reaper hashtag, all for the low price of 1 poor Beastmaster.
Yeah,
CJ
I mean,
continues to farm away, but I'm not sure if that was worth it.
Yeah, I mean, the Helm of the Dominator, you know, in the early game, especially when you are able to get a dragon, it deals so much damage. The roar coming in along with the fire pit, it's going to be immense amounts of damage, and the Mars could not handle it. So now they focus their attention onto the Roche pit, and they will be able to secure this Roche probably without any attempts to defend it from the side of Whoops. And I think they'll be going into the early mid game with a huge advantage of this Aegis and an immediate smoke right after.
Oh yeah, Parasite. He's gonna get cleaned up alongside. I heard a Primal Ross somewhere else. It's actually gonna be on to Krish in the mid lane, and Troy is gonna be able to take him down Chris just
Radiant's
turns around,
bottom tower
tries
is
to buy
under
some more
attack.
time so that maybe no chance can get out, but no such luck for them. Madmaid is going to secure the kill onto the Rubik as well. And again, the side of Reaper Hashtag are gonna transition into this really, really strong push towards the mid lane with the
Yeah,
Beastmaster as well as the Drow Ranger. I mean,
yeah.
I I don't know if Oops
Dire's
have what it
middle
takes to
tower
stop
is
this.
under
CJ is
attack.
not just yet online, even though he's doing really, really good in
Oof.
terms of net worth. It's not really going to be anything to write home about. And Azur is also going to bite the dust thanks to Gondry's Fire Snap
Dire's
cookie.
middle tower has fallen.
Yeah,
And
and
man,
RDP coming out with these amazing hawks that are providing vision for Team Reaper Hashtag. They're able to secure these really easy kills onto Team Whoops. And again, as I said, the Beastmaster early game is gonna be super annoying, especially when he has the Helm of the Overlord, and Enchantress is nowhere close to her level 20 enchant effects ancient skill. So this Beastmaster, until the Enchantress hits level 20, is going to be scary, and Enchantress is going to take quite a bit of time in doing so. Meanwhile, Medusa
mhm,
is around 2k
Radiant's
net worth
bottom
ahead
tower is
of the
under
Drow
attack.
Ranger, but at what cost? The
Dire's
rest of her
top
team
tower
is
is
struggling a
under
lot,
attack.
not able to win these team
yep.
fights, and they might be looking for another engagement going towards the side of Reaper Hashtag. They are chasing this Mars with the role coming in as well.
Speaking of which, Krish gonna be forced to pop the arena, misses the spear, does not land any spell onto Madmaid, and Madmaid is even gonna blink out of there, drawing Azura far forward. There's the Fire Snap cookie as well, punishing the dust straight into his face. Whoops, they've lost both of their cores, and now it might just be turn for the Medusa to go down as she's all alone in this big scary world against the members of Reaper Hashtag and Hashtag. They're gonna try to take her down,
No,
TP out, but no, it's not gonna succeed. Gondry is gonna be there with the Fire Snap cookie. The only one to tell the tale is gonna be Parasite, who was alive through it all, just unable to get much done in that team fight because of how quickly it went from bad to worse. And well, Parasite is not even gonna stay alive for much longer. Gondry and Madmid
yeah.
are there to secure those kills.
That's the problem, especially now that Drow has quite a bit of items as well. Drow
Dire's
with the
middle
ancient
tower
black
is under
dragon.
attack.
Oh man, I can imagine how much damage they're going to do to this tower. As we can see, it's
Dire's
falling at a
structures are
pretty rapid
fortified.
pace. Just 19 minutes into the game, that's a lot of damage. I don't know why the Drow did not pick up the DD. Like it was
Yep.
right there. Wanted to give it to the Pango, but then again, I think it would have been better on the Draw Ranger. Now they'll be looking to push these tier 2s on the top and T1, T2 in the bottom. The Aegis
Yep.
still in the hands of 2 minutes. So let's see how much conversion they're able to make with this Roshan pickup in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, with
Dire's
the
top
H's, they're at
tower
least going to
is
be able to
under attack.
claim the mid and the top tier 2s, and they might even get a good fight going for themselves. They see the Medusa in the mid lane. Toy is just about to
Dire's
finish
top
off the
tower
top
is
tier 2
under
and join
attack.
his team in the mid
Dire's
lane.
top tower
They still
has
have 1.5
fallen.
minutes remaining on the Aegis, so if they are able to force a fight right now, this could be well worth it. They already have a 10k net worth lead to work with, and soon enough, it's gonna
Radiant's
grow
bottom
even
tower
larger
is
if
under attack.
Whoops make the mistake of taking a fight on their terms. Chris gonna jump in. He's gonna find Hong Kong. The spear is gonna miss. They're unable to find the Mirana in time. Azur gonna jump in and clean him up, but the Mortimer skills are gonna be there along with the Starstorm, and Chris is gonna pay for it with his life. No chance has fallen as well, and all they've managed to find is one measly Mirana. Toy turns his attention towards Parasite. The Fire Snap cookie is gonna be there. A triple
Dire's
kill
middle
for
tower
Gondry
is
on the
under attack.
Snapfire as Toy
Yeah.
cosplaying like a support, just deals damage and then hands over the kill to his lonely old grandma.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna be the entire set of racks that's gonna be secured here just because of that one kill. Even though
Yeah.
they have low respawn timers, the amount of
middle
damage
tower
coming out
has
from
fallen.
Toy and the ancient black
Dire's middle
dragon, and
barracks
she's
are under
getting that
attack.
40 increased attack
Dire's
speed from
structures are
the
fortified.
inner beast as well. So yeah, it's gonna be causing a lot of problems. Let's see if they're able to deal with it. They're
Radiant's
not able to
bottom
secure the
tower
set
is
of
under
racks,
attack.
and the ancient dragon is falling low. They'll be able to secure 250 gold here. But then again, it's just one push. They already lose the tier 3 towers at 21 minutes into the game. Not really ideal for them. They'll look
Oh yeah.
into go to the jungle, push the bottom tier to wait for the Roshan, pick that up, and get into the high ground. So I'd like to see how Whoops plan on dealing with this. Meanwhile,
Uh-oh, it looks like once again Whoops have been baited into taking a bad engagement. Azura right off the bat, down to only 20% HP. Toy, though, has been caught out by the arena. The BKB is going to keep him alive for the time being. The God's Rebuke there as well, but the damage is not going to be enough. Gondry comes in the nick of time. Manages to save Toy. Toy alive with a sliver of HP, and Medusa soon to fall as RDP. Beating on her with his collection of animals, his menagerie. And it seems like Whoops are all gonna bite the dust as Madmaid is beyond godlike and Toy has his eyes set
Dire's
towards the
top
mid
tower
racks.
is under attack.
It's at
Yeah.
least gonna be one set of racks lost on the side of Whoops. Team Reaper hashtag spared
Dire's middle
absolutely
barracks has
no expense in trying to take this fight against Whoops, and boy oh boy did they bait them well. Madmaid saw his opportunity, went in, no hesitation whatsoever, and Reaper hashtag slaughtered the side of Whoops. And guess what? They're not just gonna find one but two sets of racks for themselves. 22 minutes into the game, the Medusa hasn't even had a chance to play this game properly. And already it looks like the bells are tolling for Whoops.
Yeah. But then again, Reaper hashtag should maintain this momentum, pushing the bottom T1 and T2. And the Roshan may respawn in 1 minute 23 seconds, so they might look to engage in another fight and get as many players out from Whoops as they can. And Mirana is here to break the smoke coming in from Team Whoops. And let's see what happens here.
Hong Hong down to half HP, and they've this time around managed to find Gondry, who's gonna be taken down right at the start of the fight. But what else can they find? That's the question. Krish has been caught out to the side by Madmaid, and Toy a little bit away from his teammates as Beastmaster gets into the thick of things, manages to take down No Chance, but Azur still keeping his Medusa alive. For how long though? Medusa has lost all her mana. Getting this out by the Pangolier is gonna be cleaned up. Toy does go down, but can the side of Whoops clean up? Do they have enough left in the tank? The answer is going to be no.
Yeah.
Madmaid just going absolutely ham as he's slaughtering the members on the side of Whoops beyond godlike
Oof.
with a triple kill. They only find Gondry and Toy, but in turn, they have to give up so many kills over to the Pangolier and the Beastmaster. Not sure if that was worth it. And even
Ouch.
after all of that, it looks like the tier 1 tower is
Dire's
taken.
middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, and throughout this entire time, the creeps have been pushing into the towers as well. So I think this might be just the end after this. Like, I don't think Whoops can be able to come back from this 20k deficit, because
Dire's
now
bottom
that
tower has fallen.
Team Reaper hashtag are in control, they are gonna keep a really close eye on where the Medusa is going and negate as much farm as she can get. So the only way Whoops can even try coming back into this game is to get the farm onto Medusa, and pretty sure Reaper hashtag, being the team that they are, will try to look for a Roshan and engage into a fight, or just get CJ out of the game, and it's going to be pretty easy for them to push into the high ground, and we do see that happening.
Yep. Yeah, in the top lane, CJ, his Stone Gaze is going to be forced, and look at that bash coming through on top of that swashbuckle. CJ dropping in HP, Madmaid going in. I think this might be it. CJ could end up dropping, but a good snowball save coming through from Azura. Unfortunately, he's going to be straight into the Stone Golem, and now the Drone Ranger comes sliding in with the Hurricane Pike. The Gust is going to be there. Azura's going to drop, CJ's going to drop, Krish is dropped. Out of sight, soon to
GG.
follow. The only one who's there to survive this massacre and to witness it is going to be good old No Chance. He's managed to make his way back towards the base, but it's just one good old Rubik against the rest of Hashtag.Reaper, and that's it. GG's going to get called.
Dire's middle tower has
The game's done.
Yeah.
Reaper hashtag, they will claim game number 3 and proceed in the upper bracket of the Sky Esports Championship 4.0 and go on to face Neon Esports in the upper bracket finals.
Yeah. I mean,
Man,
that
what an
was
interesting
pretty
game.
dominant. Yeah, pretty dominant performance coming out from Hashtag.Reaper. They won the first game, second game, they lost. Although they did drag out the game for quite a bit, they did lose that second game, and coming into the third game, Reaper hashtag is like, you know what? We messed up quite a bit last time. This time, we're just gonna stick to the textbooks. Just do one play after the other, get the pickoffs, and focus on the objectives. Get those towers down, and they're not going to be able to do anything. And that's exactly what happens. RDP's timing on that Helm of the Overlord, and that's all. That's the one item that he needs. And later on, he went for a BKB, just two items, and they were able to end the game in 25 minutes. The Helm of the Overlord is super strong against the lineup coming out from Whoops, where only the Medusa would be able to take care of this Ancient, or maybe if the Enchantress hit level 20, but that is a long way ahead when the game is over within 25 minutes. And if you look at the XP and network chart, it's pretty much on the side of Reaper hashtag throughout. There were a few dips towards Team Whoops where they had the possibility to, you know, try and make a comeback, but then again, as it hit that 20-minute mark, there was absolutely no chance for them. It just skyrocketed towards the side of Reaper hashtag. And even if we take a look at the farm, although the Medusa was quite up there when it comes to the farm, I think later on, as it entered the 22-23 minute range, she just could not do anything, even with the Skadi. Not having that split
Yep.
shot applies the modifier. She was not able to keep the entire team of Reaper hashtag in check, and they were able to come out on top in the final match of the best of three.
Oh yeah, I mean, Reaper hashtag, they really made sure that whatever mistakes they made in game two were corrected this time around. Takes a lot of courage to stick to your guns like this and go for the almost the same lineup as they did in the previous game with the Drow Ranger and the Beastmaster. But
Mm.
this time around, they're like, guys, we know where we messed up. Perhaps we needed a different support. Perhaps we didn't play the lanes the way we were supposed to, and they fixed that mistake this time around. They're able to make sure that Toy gets the farm that he needs to be effective, and Madmate just goes absolutely ham. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think there was any point in this game where that Pangolier was not involved in a fight, or if the Pangolier was unable to join a fight. I mean, he was there for every engagement and made sure that every single time the task rotated, he matched his pace, he got some return kills, and he didn't let the side of Whoops just get away with whatever the hell is it that they want to do on the map. And
Yeah,
Reaper, as a
definitely.
result, they're going to proceed in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I think both teams were really solid, and we can go have a look at the highlights right now, in which I think, again, both teams playing really, really well. But in this best of three series, team Reaper hashtag were just the better ones. Like, you can see it from their gameplay. We
Yep.
saw the last game, a pretty dominant performance against Team Whoops. I think in the drafting phase itself, they were pretty confident, especially when it came to picking up the same lineup as their previous game. They're like, okay, we made some mistakes, but here in this game, we're gonna fix it, and they did a really good job.
Oh yeah, I mean, the big difference this time around as well was simply the fact that Madmaid didn't get completely wrecked in lane. I mean, last time around, Madmaid didn't really get that much farm in his lane, but this time he recognized the mistakes he was making against the Tusk, fixed those. There wasn't that much of a CS lead between him and the Tusk, and when he started matching his rotations, the game just got a lot easier for the side of hashtag Reaper. And credit to
Yeah.
RDP as well. This man has been super consistent throughout all three games. This guy single-handedly managed to control the side of Whoops and enable the side of Reaper hashtag to play at a much higher tempo. And
Mm-hmm.
as a result, they were able to close out this game. But let's have a look
Yeah.
at the MVP for this game. Before we quick predictions,
Uh,
never mind.
Mad Mid. It's gonna be Mad Mid. I mean, you did talk
Yeah.
about him, how effective he was in every phase of the game and not letting go of any of the opportunities that he was given. Like, he was there for every single fight. He was able to show his dominance. He rolled almost perfectly every time. Yeah, textbook play coming out from Mad Mid, and really good Pango game for him.
Oh yeah, I mean, his Pangolier was solid through and through. Made some really sick plays in the mid game, just making sure that every single time there's an engagement or every single time the Drow is in trouble, he gets into the middle of things with the Rolling Thunder, gets multi-man stuns, is able to secure kills on their supports, and then just had too much damage with the Swashbuckle and Shield Crash for the Medusa to ever be effective during that early period of the
Mhm.
game between 15 to 20 minutes. And yep, just goes to show that if you let the side of Reaper hashtag get the hands on the heroes they want, if you let them pick up the Beastmaster, if you let them get that draw, they're gonna punish you very, very hard. And yeah,
Yeah.
whoops, back to the drawing board for them. They're gonna be going to the lower bracket, meeting up against Ragnarok.
and only one of those
Oh,
teams is going to be making it forward in this tournament.
yeah, and I think we have seen them go against each other previously as well when it came to the picking the top seed for this tournament. Yeah, and we saw Ragnarok lose against Team Whoops yesterday. So let's see, Ragnarok gets another chance to play against Whoops, and this time on a much more serious stage because whoever loses will be kicked out of the tournament. So yeah, I'm really excited to see
Yep.
how the Whoops versus Ragnarok matchup goes again. And on the other hand, we have seen Neon Esports and Hashtag.Reaper duke out against each other in the group stages. And we saw Neon Esports pretty comfortably coming out on top in that best of three series. So again, both these teams are going to be facing each other again in the phase two.
Mhm.
Game three, and game four will be happening soon. So yeah, I think we'll get to see a rematch.
Yeah.
One against Ragnarok versus Wob, one Neon versus Hashtag, and we will have this game tomorrow at 1 p.m. So let's stay tuned, guys. It's going to be a really entertaining set of series coming ahead.
Yep, absolutely. Make sure you click the subscribe button if you're on YouTube. Make sure to hit follow if you're watching on Twitch. You don't want to miss out on any of this action because, yeah, after tomorrow's next two games, we're going to be straight jumping to the grand finals, which is going to be happening I believe, a week or so from now. So, yeah, you don't want to miss out the story that unfolds right before that. So make sure you tune in tomorrow at 1 p.m. IST. And thank you so much for watching the AMD Sky Esports Championship 4.0 powered by, with a gaming partner, Logitech, as well as our official fantasy partner, Fanclash. My name is Fluky. With me was Lama. I hope I hope you guys had fun watching the games, and I hope you guys tune in again tomorrow for the next set of matches. Any final
Yeah.
words, Lama, before we bid goodbye?
No, that's it. I'd love to see what happens in the lower bracket tomorrow. And again, these teams are going to face each other one more time. And I think Ragnarok might be a little more excited, because this is a bigger stage. The losers get kicked out, so Ragnarok does get to prove a point here again. And let's all stay tuned for that. And that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you so much for tuning in. That's going to be it. This is Floki and Lama signing off.